Zoobox, is that you?
What the fuck kind of name is that?
Yo, Zoobox, what it do, baby? It's your boy, Ari Spears here. Going to win, Zoobox, and persevere.
The Zoobox is working.
I don't know what Zoobox means. I don't get it. Is this just some, I mean, obviously it's a code name of some kind.
Zoobox is working, man.
He says you a trash rapper.
Hey, man, I want to dress up like a bunny rabbit and fuck.
That's all I gotta tell you, Zoobox. Come on, man. Chin up, find a place to smile, right?
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Zoobox Goes to the Movies. I'm your host, Shaun, and now with me, my second chair, my permanent second chair forever. He has no choice. Jeremy of Jeremobie fame. How's it going, Jeremy?
It's going splendid. A great 2024 to get us right into the movie scene and
That's right.
Do this live.
Yeah, we're starting the year off right. You know what we got to do to start the new year? You got to reflect on the past year. So this episode's theme, this inaugural episode of Zoobox Goes to the Movies Live, is going to be about the best and the worst of 2023. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I hope you guys like the show. It should be a fun time. We're going to, be messing around with the format and stuff over the next couple months and see what works best for us, what works best for everybody else out there. Yeah, join us. We're ready. I'm excited. So, Jeremy.
Yep.
You like the news, buddy? Is that what we're doing first? We're doing the news first? Didn't I say that right?
Yeah, I think that's. I've already forgotten the full plan, but I guess
we talked about this like a few minutes ago, and now I'm like, oh shit, what's the format? Anyways, let's go. Here's the news.
The news.
Well, looky here, everybody. Now, as everybody knows, last year, 2023, what was going on? What happened? What happened last year, Jeremy? What was the big shakeup in Hollywood?
Oh man, actors left and right were up in arms over AI, unfair payment, movies just sucking for a long while, shows not performing well. It was a lot of just crazy discourse, I guess, amongst union and then people that just aren't in that scene at all, you know?
Yeah. So, everybody knows there was a big writer's strike, which ended up rolling into an actor's strike.
Yes.
Nobody could figure things out because, these people need to, get their nuts. They're protecting the little guy. They're protecting the actor who makes about $800 a year. But anyways, so that happened. But apparently things have been slow to kind of come back into production. Jeremy, this story comes from you. This is from Variety. LA production slows to rebound after the WGA and SAG-AFTRA strikes. TV and film production in Los Angeles was slow to recover from the industry-wide strikes last fall, according to a new data released by Film LA. Scripted TV production ticked up slightly in the fourth quarter compared to the prior 3-month period, but still remained far below historic levels. And feature film production continued to decline even after the strikes ended. The WGA strike ended on September 27th after nearly 5 months, and the SAG-AFTRA strike concluded 6 weeks later on November 9th. Now, they say this concluded, but isn't it kind of still up in the air?
Yeah, it's still, there's like a little bit of leeway still carrying on from this, and I don't know for sure if some of these guilds are still even satisfied, I guess, with the results. I know they made like this big deal that for a short period of time like got everybody happy again and like they could finally take a break, but I don't know. I can see another strike happening just around the corner if this is like not
oh boy, spooky stuff. Another strike right around the corner. We got people up in the chat here. We got Prophet. He says, I turned off Veli 420 for this. Oh, sorry to disappoint you, sir. Trembling's in the house. He says, what's up, Trembling? He says, Marvel and Star Wars shit canceled left and right. That's true. That is still up in the air. They just announced, like, the other day, like a couple weeks ago, they're like, oh, they're going to make a Ray movie. And then the director came out. Yeah, we're going to make a Ray movie, and it's about time that the Force becomes female again, I guess. She said something to that degree. Now, if you know anything about the woman that they've hired to write and direct this movie, is that she's kind of an activist documentarian. She's made one movie, one documentary that was about, I believe, what women have to deal with in Iran.
Right.
So it's pretty dire stuff, like pretty hardcore. I can understand, I'll give her a pass. I'll give her a pass for her, for her feminist bona fides. But people obviously really reacted negatively to that. And I think part of it's probably warranted, part of it not warranted. People just I don't know. People seem to make a big fuss about things before that without really knowing much about it. Like nobody looked up the director. Nobody looked at the larger interview that she gave, etc. You know what I mean?
Right. It's another one of these examples though too, where I did like a quick wiki look up on her too, and she like you said, she started off as a film journalist essentially before getting more into I guess what's going to be narrative filmmaking. But
so she's just like us,
right?
Yeah, she's just like we're film journalists.
Yeah.
She's just like one of us. We're just like one of the girls. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. But this is going to probably turn into another one of those examples where she might get like the one job to do this Ray movie if it actually does surface, and then nothing else with Marvel or Disney or anything like that. It's going to go back to like a passion project at first. They're just going to drop her. I can totally see that happening.
There's already scuttle that it's already done. It's already dead.
Right. Okay.
Like it's not happening. Because now they fast tracked. So they announced a bunch of movies like 6 months ago, or was it last year? It was Star Wars Celebration or something. It's the one with James Mangold about like kind of Knights of the Old Republic type deal or something akin to that, like The First Jedi. He's gonna make he said he's gonna be like a biblical epic. They announced some other ones. I can't remember. I really, honestly, most of this stuff I just kind of completely goes over my head now. I just don't even kind of pay attention very much. But of note, the one movie that wasn't announced is apparently the movie that they're going to start filming immediately, which is the Mandalorian movie by Jon Favreau, which makes sense. Like, I don't understand how that wasn't the deal like a couple years ago. Like, you had like this. The one thing that they've had two popular franchises with that Disney stuff for Disney Plus, which was The Mandalorian and Andor. Mm-hmm. I think those are the two that are generally people at least like to one degree or another. And yeah.
I didn't see anybody flock into Obi-Wan or any of these other things, and I didn't even watch them. But
I watched Obi-Wan. I'm kind of embarrassed. I watched it. And then I bought a bootleg of somebody cut it into like a 2.5 hour movie. And I was like, there's something here. I was like, I can see the material. I can see the things that work and that don't work. I was like, there probably is like a good movie version of this. If you just cut out like most of the shit. Sadly, no. That's not what happened. It still sucked.
Right.
Even at 2.5 hours, it still sucked. Trembling says, imagine having to have the nanny as your leader and take her seriously. Yeah, Fran Drescher. Isn't she like the president of the WU or the AG-SAFTRA or whatever? SAG-AFTRA?
So, yeah. They're all one and the same, I just put them
Well, I just remember her saying, because they all thought like, oh, we're done. This is not going to happen to us. Like, we're not going to be affected by this. We're good. We started our negotiations way in advance. Part of the problem with the writers is that I think the studios were actually trying to fuck them to one degree or another, because they were holding off until the end to try to push them in a corner, because they do have intentions, I think, of utilizing like AI and shit like that.
Right.
I think that's actually a thing that they would like to do. And especially when you start seeing what those AIs are capable of doing these days, I wouldn't be shocked. You know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen, dude. They're going to make something and not tell anybody that's AI, and they're going to tell you after. And then everybody's going to be like, oh, wow, that was actually really good. I guess AI is cool. Yeah. I guess this soulless fucking thing that's going to just generate what it thinks it wants, we want to see. It's the death of art, dude. I know maybe that's like a little apocalyptic, but it's the death of like human art and expression, if that is what's going to happen.
Right, right. I mean, and that's something I didn't see, and I'm jumping a little bit ahead here with the 2023 roundup, but I didn't see the Flash film from last year, but my brother did, and kind of basically described a lot of just the AI tinkering that was done in that film alone to appease fanboys or not, but either way, just did not feeling very authentic at all. And that was my experience, which we'll get into much later, but with like a film like Indiana Jones and
Yes. I mean, because then you're kind of starting to see because if it's used as a tool, could it be helpful? Could it be a good thing? Of course, right? It's just how you utilize it. In the same way that when, like in the early 2000s, when they really made that hard shift to using a lot of CGI over practical, like they overdid it. So now you have like a decade of films that's just awful. Or just look bad. I'm not going to say they're awful movies, but they just look like garbage, and they look very dated, and they don't really stand the test of time. Let me see here. Prophet says, a Ray movie, what a fresh idea. Prophet also says, Hollywood converting to AI predicted in 2020 episode of 1000 RPM. Once again, time validates all Prophet takes. Big Paul says, AI already ruining the integrity of the corn industry. And I think I know what you mean when he says corn. I think he's talking about porn. Well, it's kind of the AI pictures are starting to freak me out a little bit because people are generating AI pictures for things they don't need to generate AI pictures for. Because people are now aesthetically developing a taste for AI pictures. Like they like it, the aesthetic of them. So if you look at like a lot of like those kind of like Facebook celebrity kind of gossip things and stuff, like they're all AI generated stuff. It's kind of wild. I kind of looked into this a little bit when I was watching clearly AI generated videos about celebrity gossip. I was trying to figure out what the fuck happened to Jamie Foxx. Okay. Has he been replaced by a clone? I kind of think he has. He looks like he has new skin. Anyways.
Didn't he get like extra pale, like from the
he was
the
sick.
operation?
He was sick and he was like in bed. I think he had a stroke. Is it some sort of injury? Let's just say injury from maybe getting some sort of type of shot. I don't know. Who can say? He was healthy one day, then he wasn't. Okay, he had a stroke. Trumpling says the studio is doing Scarlett Johansson thing too with promising back-end deals and then just dropping the movie on streaming and barely, if at all, putting out physical releases. That's very true. That's another thing that's happening. It's kind of changed the entire economic model of how Hollywood does business, and that was kind of a big part of what the writer's strike was about, because a lot of it they got hung up on residuals. How do you pay residuals to things that do not like make a continuous revenue stream? Back in the day, it was because they were on TV and they would have ads, or somebody like HBO or Netflix or whatever, they would pay to license something, which goes into what you would make for residuals. That's not really a thing anymore. So if you have a show on Netflix and that's it, like it's not, once you've gotten paid and you've made your nut, then it just sits there. Then it's done. Like it's done. Its life cycle is pretty much completed, like very quickly. They're truncated life cycles for a lot of media these days because of the nature of streaming, because shit just isn't special anymore, dude. When I was a kid, old man here, when I was a kid, I used to drive around to different places looking for movies. Like I would have a particular thing in mind and you couldn't just check online to see if it was in stock somewhere. So that's like an afternoon, like driving around trying to find a copy of Meet the Feebles, and and it was fun and it made it special. And you got home and you spent $35 on what looked like a burnt disc.
Yeah.
That was great. Yeah. You spent $35 in 2002 money, and you go home and you pop it in. It's exciting. It makes it like an event, and that's just not a thing anymore. Sucks.
I guess, and then in regards to my time, or I guess around that time, I would have been running around or biking around. I guess I wouldn't have been driving yet, but I would have been hunting things down at every video store, Hollywood Video, Blockbuster, Family Home, just any place that was close by.
Yeah, I was a notorious VHS purchaser from the previously viewed section in Blockbuster and Hollywood Video. Oh yeah. Let me see here. Prophet says, think about it. There have been thousands upon thousands of AI-generated photos of Cosmic Kitty. Jamie Foxx took on a healthy something in the third act color. I hate the way that this chat thing works here because there's a giant heart that cuts off like words in the chat. It really bothers me. Jamie Foxx took on a healthy ET in the third act color. Thank you. Sorry I butchered your joke, Prophet. But yeah, and it seems like, as we were kind of saying before, it's still continuing. Like the work product has not kind of ticked up yet.
Right.
It seems like a lot of people are still holding back. I think they're restructuring things, and I think a lot of that has to do with some of the deals that they had to make with the writers, especially because the entire notion of what a writer's room is and how they operate is basically going to change. They actually kind of force them into, what do you call it? They're going to force them to like limit the amount of writers and stuff that they bring onto projects. You're going to have a lot smaller, which could be a good thing, I suppose. Maybe. Like less hands.
I was gonna say, like, it's usually a little bit more promising when you see, less writers in the credits. If you're pushing more than 3, that's when I get a little worried about like what I'm about to watch. You know?
Yeah, whenever you see like one of the these nightmare studio movies and there's like 15 names on it, usually anything that Sony puts out, any genre film that Sony puts out is like just littered with fucking 100 writers because they've been it's been in development for 25 years. And finally, Denzel signed on. He's like, yeah, I'll be the Equalizer. I mean, I think the Equalizer actually has like a ton of writers on it. And it's, it's sure. Good. It's good dadcore cinema, but it's I like it for what it is, but come on now. But yeah. So it doesn't seem like we're headed into we're not going to be swimming in new stuff, which I say is good. My opinion, let's just stop everything for 2 years. Stop everything. No more production for 2 years. Nobody's allowed except for me and Jeremy.
Yeah. And just the occasional, just like support just the average, I don't know, indie voice out there, that's at least, doing this out of their own pocket and doing it because they love it and not because some corporate buyout is handling everything to make it,
You think those indie guys, they all start as indie dudes, man, and then they all just end up Disney.
They all sell out.
Or they're just immediately like, hey man, you made a movie for $2 million with a 4-person cast? Would you like $250 million? And a cast of 1,000 and 60 people writing the script and somebody breathing down your neck every single day, every single second, sitting next to you by the monitor. Can you imagine having to sit next to Kathleen Kennedy while you're trying to fucking direct something? Yeah. Holy shit. I would love to be a fly on the wall for whatever the hell happened with that Solo movie. Like I just want to know what happened. I don't even care about seeing their cut or anything. I just want to know what happened. Why did they get fired? How were they allowed to get that far into production? How were they allowed to do that? That's fucking insane. These people have no concept of like money. I guess they're just like, hey, it's Star Wars, dude. It's like a money faucet. Because that was before everything shit the bed. That was like people didn't know that everything was about to just fall apart at that point. So maybe that was it.
No, they just burn so much of that cash. I really don't know half the time where it's really going apart from the talent and the CGI artists. It's really baffling that we're still getting like flick after flick from those studios and they just have all this time and money to waste. If the reviews come in and they're terrible, if they don't perform well, they just move on to the next thing. Like it doesn't even matter. Like they never even did it. Who's talking about like half of these other Disney films that came out last year? I haven't seen like any of them. I don't know what the status is, but like these just feel so disposable now. There was a point.
They are in the products. They're content now. They call them content. They don't even
right.
It's not referred to as films or television. It's like this content. We need content for the streaming service.
Right. There was a point in like the late 2000s, early 2010s where like the hype around these kinds of movies was still there. It was still somewhat tangible. And now I even think even a lot of the normies are really starting to feel detached more than ever, or
because they're legitimately bad now. Like there was a time where it was kind of they were fine, they were mediocre. I mean, I enjoyed I saw Iron Man in the theater and I enjoyed it. Like when it was 2008, I think. However old I was back then, in my early 20s, because they were novel. Like they weren't just everywhere. Like it was exciting to go see like Spider-Man 2. Like when I was a kid, that was a big thing, right? And now that they're not only are they a dime a dozen, but it doesn't seem like anybody gives a shit about them. Like the people that are making them. Like, do you think Taika Waititi, or however you pronounce his name, do you think he gave a fuck about Thor: Love and Thunder? I'm serious. I've never seen something with that much money put behind it that was that phoned in. Like that was crazy.
Right.
I don't think a single person on that production gave a fuck about it. And then you have the poor people working in the CGI mines that are like getting worked to death so they can make these movies quickly and turn them around within like 8 months or something like that. It's crazy.
It's second unit Indians basically at doing all those edits at that point.
Yeah, that's what I bet they wish it was. They wish it was call center Indians. They wish a bunch of Vivek Ramaswamis. Maybe now that he's off the campaign trail, he'll have time to work on the CGI for the Batman 2. Thankfully, there's not going to be a lot because Matt Reeves likes to do it practical. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Let me see. Trembling says 2 years of nothing new and just push out the many things just sitting on a shelf now. Some have been there for years. That's true. That's what's going to happen to the new. What's that guy's name? The guy that he's from Creed 3. He's the bad guy in Creed 3. What's his name?
I always flub on his name too.
Is it something Washington? Let me see here.
Jonathan Majors.
Thank you. Yeah. Washington. I'm not racist, guys. Jonathan Majors, that's right. Like he has a movie that I actually really want to see. It's called Magazine Dreams. That is just Fox Searchlight had it, Disney had it, because of course they brought him into the Marvel fold. Then Fox Searchlight, which they own, comes out, or Searchlight Pictures now, excuse me. Went out and purchased this movie, so they're going to have their guy. He's going to be Kang, and they're going to have this Academy Award contender. But the movie actually looks great. Looks awesome. It's about bodybuilders and all the body dysmorphia and all the crazy. If you've ever watched with Generation Iron or any of those documentaries,
right.
What those guys do, those are not mentally well dudes. Like they have some serious issues. And most of them don't make any money. It's kind of crazy. Prof says, it's a money laundering scheme, Jeremy. It's not supposed to make sense. I won't say who runs it. All I say is it's Mossad.
All right.
Trembling says, pushing out their movies from those tunnels under Brooklyn. Thomas Lincoln Washington, his name is, I believe. Spooky stuff. All right, well, let's get back into the news. So we got the next story here is Richard Simmons is upset at Pauly Shore. Richard Simmons says he did not give Pauly Shore permission for a biopic. Have you heard about this? Apparently, Pauly Shore is being tapped for the role of a lifetime to play Richard Simmons. And I saw the picture, and then I thought about Pauly Shore playing Richard Simmons, and I was like, he's too old to do it.
Yeah,
but he actually probably would have been a pretty good choice for Richard Simmons.
At a time,
like he could do it.
Yeah,
I feel like he could do it. This could be like his Mickey Rourke's The Wrestler. You know what I mean?
Sure.
This could be that kind of event for Pauly Shore. This could really rehab his entire career.
It could have been his Jim and Andy moment. I don't know, or whatever.
Yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah. If he goes full, if he commits, if he goes full method acting. I mean, not everybody's cut out for method acting, which we're gonna talk about in a little bit here. But yeah, Shore announced the project Wednesday morning, though he did not claim that Simmons was involved. The Walper organization is backing the film. Shore has already shot the short film Court Jester, which will debut in Park City, Utah during Sundance, though it is not part of the festival. The filmmakers responded to Simmons' concerns in a statement of their own Wednesday. While we would love to have him involved, we respect his desire for privacy and plan to produce a movie that honors him, celebrates, and tells a dramatic story. Said the Wolper organization. How dystopian is that? Like, it's a statement from the Wolper organization. It's like we're living in RoboCop. The OCP said, in a statement. We know he is deeply private and we would never want to invade that. However, he is an amazing person that changed millions of people's lives, and the effect he has had on the world needs to be recognized. So fuck his feelings and fuck whether or not he wants a movie making about it, because we bought the rights and we're fucking making it, essentially, is what they're saying. Like, oh, sorry, Richard Simmons, you should be appreciative that anybody gives a fuck about you in current year. Monsters. Pauly Shore, you've taken it too far. Let me see. Earlier on Wednesday, Shore said in a statement announcing the project, Simmons represented mental health, getting people in shape, and being his authentic, silly self. Whenever he was on TV, you could never take your eyes off him, and he brought such joy to his appearances that he represented nothing but a good time. I will say, if you want to see some good Richard Simmons television, you gotta check him out on when he would do, what's it called? The Letterman Show. Late Night with David Letterman.
Right.
There's some really great bits that they did together. Trembling says, Richard Simmons' gritty biopic told in a wraparound story inside a bathhouse steam room. That's how it's going to be. You know that's how it's going to be, too. I mean, if they don't represent, are they going to, because it's not Pauly Shore, has Richard Simmons ever come out of the closet, like officially? Richard Simmons gay?
You'd think he would,
He probably has a fucking hot wife. While his sexual orientation has been the subject of much speculation, he never publicly discussed his sexuality. And you know what? I say good for him, even though it's kind of fucking obvious.
Yeah.
But I say good for him. It's not anybody's business, Richard. And you're right. Do you think that they're going to shoehorn that kind of stuff in this movie? I imagine they have to, right?
Oh, I wouldn't.
Or
put
not
it
shoehorn,
past,
but they got to put it in there.
I wouldn't put it past them to just throw in whatever sort of theories they have about his personal life. They just.
Well, you know what though? They did make a movie about fucking the lead singer of Queen that barely has any gay shit in it.
Right.
So who knows what they're gonna do? They're just gonna make him butch. He's just gonna be a Chad when he's off screen.
Right.
Like Richard Simmons is a character that he plays, but he's really just he's based, he's Chad. He's like living he lives underneath Epstein's island. That's how dark that's how deep he goes. That's how connected he is. Guy's a wild dude.
He's like the Dr. Phil for exercise entertainment.
Yeah. You know Dr. Phil is definitely a Satan worshiper.
Oh yeah.
I've seen the pictures of his old house that he was trying to sell. Let me tell you what. Spooky stuff. Trembling says Richard Simmons was the guy tied to the cross in that horrendous video we saw, but luckily only heard. There you go. Let me see here. So, speaking of method acting. What do you think of method acting? What do you think of it as a discipline? You into it? Do you think it's unnecessary? Do you think it depends on the project? Do you think it's the creative minds behind that? Some people just seem like they need it to be that way.
If it's something that has to be implemented, like everybody has to be in on it. Otherwise, you are messing with everybody in different ways and bringing more harm than good, I would say. But, I'm not against doing it in practice if
everybody's on board.
Yeah, if everybody's just on board. Yeah. So,
which brings us to our next news story. Vincent Gallo, everybody. Vincent Gallo, everybody's favorite weirdo. New Yorker. He's got his fans. He's got definitely a decent fan base. I like Vincent Gallo just fine. Like, I don't know if I would want to hang out with Vincent Gallo. He seems like he'd be a lot. He seems like I wouldn't even want to go out like drinking with him or something. Like I wouldn't want to go out like hanging out with a night with the boys and Vincent Gallo. I feel like at some point he's just going to end up breaking things and crying, So Rolling Stone basically wrote a piece that some people are calling a hit piece, some people are not. Exclusive, Vincent Gallo made sexual and explicit comments to women during auditions that were so shocking and upsetting it caused 2 women to report the actor to SAG. I want you to believe you will die, the actor allegedly said. Now, we can't actually look at the story because this is behind a paywall. But because they want everybody to know about this, which kind of makes it seem a little bit more like a hit piece, because they're putting it out there and they've basically curated their own piece and put up certain paragraphs. for our consumption here today. Tremblick says, method actors, I imagine always being like that shitty little girl in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Living in Vincent Gallo's jeans like low res Wonder Bread. Holy shit, yeah. Low res definitely likes some Vincent Gallo.
He likes that pair of pants he bought. Yeah.
I saw that website too. I saw it too. How much did he pay for those pants?
I can't remember, but it's like well within probably the hundreds, if not more. I've been on the website too a few times, and I'll look through like whatever paintings or things that are still kind of left out or like haven't been sold out yet. But
unfortunately, he's all out of cum, so
right, yeah,
you can't buy his cum anymore.
No.
According to a complaint, one actress wrote that Vincent Gallo said, "If I say to suck my dick or I will kill you, I want you the person, not the character, not you the actor, but you to truly believe you will die if you don't do as I say." Which this is just boilerplate method acting bullshit. And I understand Vincent Gallo is like very intense and stuff, but if there are no allegations that he touched anybody or he actually did anything inappropriate, which I could see him actually doing. He kind of has a history of being a little bit of a weirdo sex pest. I mean, he's told stories about himself as a child, like just whipping his penis out at people and then his dad beating him because of it. So that's something he would do. Not going to say he does it anymore. I hope he doesn't. Let's see here. But during the audition, the Portland-based actress, of course, is somebody from Portland, expect Gallo to make sexual and explicit comments that were so shocking and upsetting to her that she felt compelled to submit a formal complaint to the Screen Actors Guild. In the complaint obtained by Rolling Stone, the actress wrote that Gallo said to her, we just did that. We don't need to relive. We don't need to do that again. And just like you would in real life, and if this were happening to you, I want you to do all of the actions necessary to do that. You won't actually suck my dick, but you do not have the power. I have all the power. You have no control. I am in complete control. Oh, so that's even less of it intense. He says, I'm not actually going to make you do it, but I want you to psychologically be in the headspace that you feel this kind of desperate, right?
Yeah. I don't even think he's even, well, I'm not going to put words into Vincent Gallo's mouth, but like, I don't even think he's really necessarily like you said, not referring to him as the one in control, just in general, anybody in that room, just put yourself in that
I don't
role,
know if he, because it's for his new movie. I think he's mounting a new project called The Policeman, which I assume is about sounds like a crooked cop. I would imagine he hasn't done anything substantial in a while, and it seems like he's been kind of warming up to coming back. Like he was in that
Shut In,
yeah, the Daily Wire movie, which is one of the better ones, I would say, from that outfit. Still, the best one is the one they didn't make, which is the Run, Hide, Fight.
Right.
Which is it's fine, like, but it is the best thing that they've put out under that banner for sure. Let's see. Continuing on here. Not only do the women say Vincent Gallo's comments during their auditions prompted them not to accept roles, but after reporting the incident, SAG has launched an investigation. Gallo did not respond to multiple requests for comments. Like, can't imagine Vincent Gallo is going to give a shit about that. Do you think he cares if SAG doesn't like him? Like, if not being able to have access to SAG actors, do you think that's going to stop Vincent Gallo from making a movie? I really doubt it.
Not at this point. No, with all that extra, clothing and cum money he's been making. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he's swimming in it. Low Res is buying all of his pants and all of his cum.
Yeah.
What the fuck? He's single-handedly funding The Policeman. Okay, in a complaint filed to SAG, one actress says Vincent Gallo talked to her about torture porn fantasies. He needed actresses who were willing to have their minds and bodies be 100% dominated by him from the moment they arrived on set. Yeah, I mean, this is just, honestly, I mean, I know that it's, like I said, it's intense. He's adding a sexual component to make it more stressful. But this seems like pretty standard method acting stuff, honestly.
It just makes me wonder what stories we're not hearing about with all these other casting couch and other sessions that are going on in the background. These directors, like, honestly, this is sort of a weird response to what we were seeing back in 2017 with the whole hashtag Me Too movement and whatnot, and
Oh yeah.
but it's like it's hit such a point now where no one can really define what that even is anymore. Like it's become too nuanced at this point.
But I also think it's just indicative of the culture, the current moment, and like kind of millennials, probably Gen Z as well, that are completely like the softest people on the planet, and any type of stress or adversity is like a negative to them. So just Vincent Gallo yelling at them, talking about, if I want you to suck my cock, you're gonna do it, bitch. Like that was too much for them. I mean, I can understand, like, yeah, you don't like him, don't take the role, walk away, tell your friends, be like, hey, don't audition, this guy's a freak, this guy's a weirdo, don't audition. But to go report him to SAG for saying words to you, words that he also qualified, he literally qualified it in one of the quotes, saying, I'm not actually going to make you do this.
Yeah,
like that's what kind of makes it even crazier.
yeah.
Trembling says, quote unquote, you ever saw my movie Brown Bunny? You hairy Portland bitch. You know he hated those fucking people too. I mean, Vincent Gallo is like a George W. Bush era conservative Republican. He's a fire and brimstone guy.
Yeah.
Trembling also says Vincent Gallo bought McCamey Manor. That's where he's going to be filming the new episode or the new movie film Policeman. What else does she say here? But when she walked into the audition and met Gallo, he talked about what she calls his torture porn fantasies with the actress and told her the script would bear very little resemblance to what was going to be filmed, according to the complaint. He then proceeded to tell me that the filming environment he wanted to create was one that was fully improvised. Jane wrote in her complaint, in order to truly tell the story in an accurate way, he needed actresses who were willing to have their minds and bodies be 100% dominated by him from the moment they arrived on set. I mean, if he's being transparent about it, if he's talking about like what is going on and what the expectations are, listen, I can understand being uncomfortable. If I was an actor and a director was doing that shit, I'd probably fucking just punch him in the face and leave.
Yeah.
I may or not. Maybe I'd be just smitten. Maybe I just have a lot of respect for him. You know, maybe if it was Vincent Gallo, I'd be okay with it because I would kind of come understanding who Vincent Gallo is. Like, I'm not some dude who's like not familiar with his work. I wonder if they didn't know who he really was, or only knew him because they saw like Buffalo 66 and they're like, oh, that was kind of cool.
Right. I mean, yeah, at least like do a little bit of research if someone is that prominent, like going in, because I'm sure. I mean, it was kind of the same energy according to one of our friends of friends, Jake Miller, the cinematologist fame. He was on the set of
Shut In, right?
Shut In, and apparently, according to him, like most people did not even know who he was. So
that's crazy, isn't that wild? Well,
yeah.
I guess not. I mean, he hasn't done anything since The Brown Bunny. Is that the last movie that he directed?
Let
me look.
I want to say at least like he's done a bunch of shorts, but he keeps them all hidden away.
Yeah, he's like fucking Prince. He's like, yeah,
yeah.
I record songs all the time. You just don't ever. Yeah, I make music.
You just don't get to hear them
too. Yeah. Let's see here. Where's Vincent Gallo's filmography here? Vincent Gallo, the man and the legend here. Yeah, Buffalo 66, The Brown Bunny in 2003, Promises Written in Water. I don't know if he ever released that. And other film projects, which is what we were talking about. Interesting. Yeah, and also I always forget that he had a modeling career. He was a model. That's actually where he was discovered. And they're just like, oh, what a perfect career for a guy who's... And listen, I say this with love. I do like Vincent Gallo's work for the most part.
Yeah.
Who's a malignant narcissist. He totally is. Trembling says the plot of The Policeman is a bad lieutenant-style cop stuck in Lemuria with Emmy Joy and her loonies.
That I would see.
Else.
Yeah.
Dude, I want to see Vincent Gallo versus Emmy Joy.
Right.
That's what I want to see. That's the showdown of the century. She's going to come in with her love and her positivity, and Vincent Gallo is going to give her $10,000 and just berate her all day.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing, Emmy?
Go in the corner. Go in the corner now, Emmy.
Jesus Christ. And then just fall apart.
Yeah.
Amanda Milius, John Milius's daughter, she chimed in here on X. She says, no mention at all that he was the first to call out Weinstein 20 years ago to the detriment of his career. But this is just a hit piece, not journalism. So, of course, it's as full of BS as the rest of your irrelevant outlet for uptight liberal women and not even the mildly culturally curious. Absolute bore. Which, I have to kind of agree with her assessment. Like, that's a pretty underwhelming series of accusations. Like, if you're going to, kind of making it dramatic, like they just did an expose about a guy yelling at people, actors, during a method acting rehearsal, seems a little fucking dumb.
Right.
There's this guy that we follow each other on Twitter, Project Blue Balls, Dr. Big Nugs JZ. He says, remember when Gallo went on Stern and talked about how his dad beat the shit out of him when he was a kid for flashing women in the streets? You seen his site where he offers his cum for money? Gallo is a great artist, but you're out of your mind to deny he's also a sex freak. I think there's obviously a possibility that he's a sex freak. That doesn't mean that he's inappropriate, though.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he has no control. Right? At least maybe we think so. We hope so.
I mean, he's in his 50s now, right? How old is he?
Vincent Gallo?
He's
That's a
lived.
good question.
He's been through quite a lot of experiences.
He's 62.
62. Okay.
Wow. Older than I thought he was. Yeah. And the last little bit of story, since we're talking about ages, the ages of things. See, like how I did that? It is the 16th anniversary of the film Cloverfield. We were never the same. We were never the same after release of Cloverfield. Basically unleashed J.J. Abrams on us all.
Yeah.
We have not been able to escape ever since. What do you think of Cloverfield, Jeremy? What are your thoughts on Cloverfield? Did you see it back in the day? Did you get hyped? Were you like looking at the poster being like, dude, I think there's a monster in that cloud?
I remember pulling up iTunes and Apple trailers and saying like, "Oh man, this movie is going to be pretty sick. I can't wait to check this out. Is it a Godzilla? Is it a kaiju film? What's going on here?" In hindsight, comparatively with other found footage films as of late, I like it a lot more than a lot of what we were getting in the 2010s. Right down to even just the visual quality of it, even though the monster itself and some parts of it feel kind of scripted and staged. CGI, of course, plays a big component in the film. But no, I like it fine. I think for what it is, it's a solid, just found footage giant monster movie, which is it's not trying to be anything more than that. I
agree. Yeah, I agree. I think it's generally pretty successful. I mean, I think it has the same problem that most movies in that genre have, which is like, how do you end it?
Yes. Yeah.
How do you end it? And I think that one, at the very least, even though it's kind of contrived, I do think it does it in a better than most movies of its ilk do, because it had the foresight to string that relationship along by having it like the movie being intercut with the old tapes of him hanging out with I guess it was his girlfriend at the time.
Right.
Now they're no longer together, but they're together again through these very dramatic circumstances. Trembling says, remember that Tarantino knockoff crime movie he was in with Kiefer Sutherland called Truth or Consequences, New Mexico? I do, actually. Was it you and I that were trying to remember the name of that movie?
Or something like that.
Yes.
It's on my queue though. I do need to see that.
Yeah, Jeremy and I were talking about doing this live show like last week, and it came up, and we couldn't remember the name of it, and then we looked it up and we found it. Great story.
One other thing I'll quickly say about Cloverfield is that it did breed like that template of what that monster kind of looks like. The way its arms are perpendicular in that way.
Yeah.
Like they did that in was it the Super 8 film? I think that's also J.J. Abrams back project.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's if J.J. Abrams and they have like a secret connected universe type thing with it.
Yeah.
It would not shock me.
You see it in traces of Stranger Things. You see it in that first Godzilla reboot. It's just it was just not a good look after a while. I was like let's get creative with these monsters.
It's like anonymous bug monsters kind of type deal, kind of look to them. I think it was novel when Cloverfield first came out, but I agree. Yeah, they definitely did that. You know, it was actually came out around the same time It's not a found footage movie, but it's like a monster movie, kind of in a somewhat similar vein. Is The Host?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen The Host? That's
The Host.
That's actually not too bad.
Yeah, I liked it.
And it's got a cool creature design, but it suffers from exactly the thing you're talking about, where it actually kind of looks like that.
Right.
Prophet says, Truth or Consequences is a real town in New Mexico. I never went there because their only claim to fame is their stupid name, and also that there's a movie about it. Prophet, Vincent Gallo, Kiefer Sutherland, come on. Trembling says, the only thing I remember from Cloverfield is Lizzie Kaplan being cute and TJ Miller being annoying as always. Yeah, Lizzie Kaplan, that is probably one of her earlier roles.
I always forget she's in it. Yeah.
Was that, I guess, Party Down was like right after that, maybe. I don't know if you've ever watched Party Down. But yeah, that was kind of her coming out party. But yeah, Lizzie Kaplan is super cute. We've had the opportunity to see her naked a bunch of times in her career. She's a real go-getter, that one right there. Out there just, sticking up for women everywhere, honestly, by showing me her breasts almost every single movie she's in or television show.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think was she in True... What the fuck was that? What the hell was the name of that stupid True Blood? I was thinking of the HBO vampire movie. Was she show? Was she in that? I don't think so.
She was in something like Supernatural or I can't.
She might have been in that.
She's got vampire qualities, so why not? I mean, there's got to be something out there. Yeah.
All right now, Jeremy. 1 to 10. Lizzie Kaplan, go.
Oof.
She's gonna watch this, so I hope you give her a flattering number.
Right. I know she's like Zoobox is like number 1 at the moment, right? I'll say like 8. Yeah.
Yeah, she's an 8. I
Yeah.
would say, you know what, Lizzie, I think you're a 9. Okay, and you know what? I don't think you look a day over 27. I think you're beautiful. I would not leave my family for you, but I do think you're beautiful, and you're pretty decent actress. On top of that, Trembling confirms she was in True Blood. That's what I thought.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
She was a junkie for vampire blood and got murdered by the bigoted Cajun guy. That's right. That's right. Yeah, because she's like, she sleeps with the brother all the time. That's all I know. I don't remember his name. I just know him as the brother.
Right.
Okay. I can't be expected to be, to be up on my True Blood lore right off the cuff. Come on now. Let me see here. Well, Jeremy, now that we've talked about the news, there is one more kind of a news item we should discuss. We're going to do a little bit of a trailer breakdown. We're going to nightcap the trailer for Argyle. So let's get into some trailer talk.
Okay. God damn. Okay.
That's right, everybody. This is the time of the night, the time of the episode where we talk about a upcoming movie. We're going to be talking about Matthew Vaughn's new film, Argyle, which I've only watched this trailer once. Have you watched it at all?
I actually haven't watched it at all, so I'm excited to.
You're excited to see what Matthew Vaughn is up to. How do you feel about Matthew Vaughn in general? Do you like him as a director? Like Layer Cake, Kick-Ass?
He's all over the place for me. I like it when he ventures into things that are a little bit different. I would say the after the first Kingsman, he started to like really lose me.
Yes, I actually would agree with you. Yeah.
But no, I liked that first Kingsman film fine. I liked Kick-Ass. I liked his what was that fantasy film he did? Stardust. I thought that was actually pretty, that was fun too. That was pretty original.
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, that was one of his earlier movies, right? It was right after Layer Cake, I think.
Yeah, and Layer Cake is good too.
Yeah, Layer Cake's good. I mean, it depends if you're in the mood. You got to be in the mood for kind of like, it's like violent bubblegum movies.
Right.
They're very poppy and they're very kind of comic booky, obviously. Argyle looks to be very much in that vein. I'm hoping, because like the Kingsman 1 is about as far as is about as much as I can handle for that kind of style of filmmaking.
Yeah.
Because once you get to Kingsman 2, like it's like vomit. It's like somebody just vomiting in your face for 2.5 hours. And it's a 2.5 hour movie, which is fucking insane.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm hoping Argyle is more Kingsman. First one.
He kind of feels like an off-brand version of Guy Ritchie in a way, like his earlier stuff. I don't know if you get that same sort of
Well, he
sense
is
about it.
actually, and Trembling pointed this out. He's like, I've been on a Guy Ritchie mode lately, which Matthew Vaughn
There you go.
produces all of his stuff. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, he started out as a producer, and he was going to do a lot of stuff. I mean, like he did one X-Men movie. He was supposed to do more. He was supposed to do a Superman movie at one point. I don't think he ever was involved with like Batman, but I know he was involved with the DC stuff for a while, and they just kind of never went anywhere. But yeah. So let's check out the trailer for Argyle. This is coming out February 2nd, everybody. So mark your calendars and get ready. Now, Jeremy, if you need me to stop, just say stop or pause or say, yo.
I certainly hope you dance as well as you dress.
I'm not going to lie. This haircut really bothers me.
Yeah, it's not working. That was the first thing that just caught my no.
Like, I know that's kind of gay. No homo, but and if it was gay, it would be fine. But no homo. I don't like this hair. I really like this right here in the back here. Like, what's going on here? It's like, this is not a well-groomed person. I'm supposed to believe this man is a master spy.
He looks like he like buzzed his head at a military academy and just let it grow out for a couple months and then
Yeah, he looks like the older brother from Weird Science, like Bill Paxton. Weird Science. Let me see here. Trembling says, and then Mark Millar is the Matthew Vaughn and Guy Ritchie of comics, and Matthew Vaughn has adapted two Millar comics into movies, and Stardust was a Neil Gaiman comic too. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Hagbard says, what's wrong with Duke Nukem? Oh, Duke Nukem rules. Actually, you know what, Hagbard? That's a good point.
Yeah.
I could see this dude. I could see Henry Cavill being Duke Nukem. Let's call it Mr. Hollywood. Do you have his number, Jeremy? Do you have the president's number?
I have the vice president's number. We'll call
okay.
Kamala Harris. So
Well, we can try.
Yeah.
We could. Well, she knows the president of Hollywood. I expected him to be Jewish, but okay.
Oh yeah.
Austin Calloway says Cavilla Ice. Yeah, that's true. Cavill Ice, like kind of like what's his name? Vanilla Ice.
Right.
The rapper. You know the white rapper Vanilla Ice?
Go Ninja, go Ninja, go. Yeah.
My favorite of his as well.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Trembling says, I don't want Cavill looking like Defense from Falling Down. Oh, shit. He does kind of look like that.
Yeah.
He should, you know what? They should remake Falling Down and completely miss the point and cast somebody like Henry Cavill. Just jacked as shit. Prophet says, Kamala is married to a Jewish dude, so she definitely knows the president of Hollywood. Well, I guess, you know what?
There we go. All right.
Listen, I got to tell you, Prophet. Thank you.
Okay. God damn. Okay. Well, that's good info, man.
That's some good info. Thank you.
There's only one way to find out.
You and I.
Listen, it was a sick needle drop. I'm not going to lie. It's a sick fucking needle drop. Perfect. Perfect trailer drop.
Sean, would you say Matthew Vaughn is like a man of a really twisted mind, or is that just like over exaggeration?
Oh, did I miss that?
Yeah.
Did it say that already? Yeah. From the twisted mind of Matthew Vaughn. What are they talking about?
I don't
guess
know.
'Cause of Kick-Ass.
I guess, but like even then, it's just it's a dark comedy comic book film, so I don't. I don't know.
I never really. I guess maybe it's because I've been so desensitized from like growing up on like 80s genre movies.
Yeah.
Like RoboCop and like Total Recall, and that was my childhood. So when I saw something like Kick-Ass, it didn't like I wasn't like shocked by the gore or the violence.
Yeah.
I wasn't even shocked that little girl was swearing. Okay, I'm from a giant Irish Catholic family. We all talk like that by the time we're 8 years old. Trembling says this blonde chick came out of nowhere and is in everything now. She's going to be the Sue Storm in the Fantastic Four, apparently. Oh, her and Pedro Pascal. This is hey guys, listen. It's part of the Browning of America. Now this woman, I don't recognize her. What is she from?
I thought she was somebody else for a second.
I thought she was Vanessa Kirby.
Oh,
which is-
kind of. Yeah, she kind of looks like her a little bit. I was thinking as like Vanessa Kirby or uh the French actress who was just in Rebel Moon.
Oh, yeah. I know
Yeah.
who you're talking about. Because that would make sense because she is she's actually I think
A model, right? Yeah.
She's a model, but she's been in Matthew Vaughn movies. She's
Right.
Sophia
right.
Sophia Butella. She's also in this. She's an
Yeah,
artist.
yeah.
This is Dua Lipa. Oh, Trembling says, "Oh, I thought it was Vanessa Kirby too." Oh my God, racist!
We're all caught
Trembling,
red-handed here.
You think we all think they look the same, dude?
You and I, we're not so different. Agent Argyle.
Little help? Hold on.
Now this bummed me out. I'm not gonna lie. I really dislike John Cena. I do not understand his appeal. I don't get it. Jeremy, do you like John Cena? It's okay if you do. I'm just curious.
I don't like his face. I don't like his Mandarin accent. I don't like
Dong, dong, dong.
yeah.
Ding dong dong. 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 It's authentic Chinese.
Right there, exactly. No, I've never really seen the appeal either. Even in the wrestling scene, and that's not
Yeah, because he was always such a dipshit. He was like a douchebag.
yeah.
And I was never a big wrestler. I never really watched wrestling, honestly. But like when I
Yeah.
would see, but he was so popular, kind of like Hulk Hogan and The Rock before them.
Yeah.
That they're just all over the place. They're just ubiquitous in your culture, and you just know about it for some reason.
Yeah.
Trembling says, "I wonder if he's going to eat ice cream and say he loves the Chinese government." Well, I think he's obligated to. He's under contract by the king of China. I'm assuming it's whoever is the ancestor of Mulan's father. Trembling says he really does look like steroid Ernest, like the memes say. That's true. Good. Mother's milk, love of a child.
Yeah.
The book is phenomenal, sweetie, but
What happens next?
it's called a cliffhanger, Mother. Ellie, it's called a cop-out.
Oh, this is, this actually kind of also disappoints me because the last thing our culture needs is another postmodern deconstruction of something. Why don't just make like a good spy movie? Well, I guess he did. He feels like he did. He made the Kingsman movies.
Which was more.
Those are meta. Those are kind of
They're like meta James Bond knockoffs in a way. I mean, that's the whole point,
But they're self-aware and they point
Yeah,
out the fact
yeah.
that like they're kind of sending up a little bit of some of the tropes of that stuff. It's kind of a little bit more Avengers, at least when they're like in training, anyways.
Yeah.
Not the Marvel Avengers. I mean the British television show, The Avengers. So yeah, I mean that honestly, when I saw this, I was a little turned off by that. So I'm not like, I don't have like an issue checking it out. I'll check it out.
It's like so many of them watched, was it that Will Ferrell movie, Stranger Than Fiction, like on repeat? Like, oh, we're going to just deconstruct how all these stories work from here on out. And, this is not how, this is not the proper way to tell it.
Well, back then, at least it was novel.
Well, yeah.
At least it was like, it felt like a new thing.
Yeah.
Now it's just so old. It's so tiresome. Like, I'm so sick and tired of like watching movies that are made this way. I'm just tired of it. It's like they've beat this horse to death. Like you cannot watch. There's no genre related stuff that is not like some meta, self-aware thing. Nobody just goes out and makes the thing anymore. It's kind of weird.
Right.
Trembling says the only way this could be saved is if Bryce Dallas Howard takes out her titties for some reason. Now this is probably this is true. I tend to agree. She's got some milkers.
There's photos out there.
What's that?
There's photos out there. Yeah.
Yeah. There's photos. There's photos. You've seen the photographs, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So hey, everybody, just want to let you guys know, this thing is occasionally giving me a warning because we're watching something by NBC Universal. And if the screen goes black on YouTube, just go to Rumble. It's in the pinned comment.
Whoa! Hey! There's a cat in there!
Also, what's this actor's name? Holy shit. What's that guy's name?
Sam.
No. Oh my God. Henry Cavill. Sam Rockwell. Thank you.
Sam Rockwell. Yeah.
Sam Rockwell. He has played this character before in other movies. Like the spy that bumps into a girl that isn't part of the spy thing. He made a movie with Anna Kendrick like years ago. Mr. Wrong. And it was like based off of a Max Landis script.
Okay.
And it's a very similar to this setup, at least.
Oh my God, you're Ellie friggin' Conway.
Author of Argyle series, Ellie Conway! I am such a fan!
Oh yeah? What is it you do?
Espionage.
Would you sign my book?
Here we go.
Oh, and then it's going to turn into Bullet Train.
Sorry, real quick. Like, he honestly looks just like Brad Pitt in Bullet Train right here. So
He does a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
We got some stuff here. Trembling says he's always the same character, but I usually enjoy him. I would agree. I actually really like Sam Rockwell. I like his vibe. He's just a fun actor to watch. And Hagbard comes in. He says, "What will inspire Sam Rockwell to dance in this film?" You know he's gotta.
Yep.
It's actually my favorite part of the Charlie's Angels movie. Because he's the bad guy in the Charlie's Angels, the 2000 Charlie's Angels movie, and he does a sick dance move to to this hip hop song that utilizes the King Kong roar. It's awesome. Trembling says, enough with every character knowing how to have highly choreographed fights in movies. Yeah, I think we need to take a break for a little bit, you know.
I love this book! Come on!
Now, does the cat thing concern you? Matthew Vaughn does this, though. He makes movies that are kind of for 12-year-olds, but they're rated R. And they're just kind of, inappropriate.
It's a bit much. Just stick with the humans. Don't insert cartoon characters at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's just because it makes it just tonally odd, and it's it's so aimed directly at my generation of fucking awful millennial consumers that just want this because this is very broad. It makes it even broader than it already was by adding a silly cat. Maybe you know what? Maybe I'm just a stick in the mud. Maybe we should let people have the cat. What do you think, Jeremy? Because whatever you say right now I'm gonna have to call Matthew Vaughn. And I'm gonna have to tell him, it's gotta go.
I would try to defeat all 9 of that cat's lives in the film as the joke. That cat's gonna die by the end.
Even if that cat sounded like Kevin Spacey.
Well, I might have to rethink then. Maybe that would be a little bit more funnier, I think, just to piss off those same millennials that would not like Kevin Spacey.
Well, there's a movie where Kevin Spacey does the voice of a cat.
I know which one you're talking.
Right.
Yeah.
Trembling says the worst recent example was Renfield in reference to the highly choreographed fights. Yeah, because they were kind of boring.
Yes, yeah.
They're holdovers from the mid-2000s. Renfield felt like a movie that came out in 2007. Mm-hmm. Trembling also says, you don't want Argyle cat Funko Pops for your desk, Sean? Oh, I will be the first one. I'll be the first one. I'll put him right next to Godzilla here. And my son's Godzilla. See? He's got no arm. He's got no tail. I'm supposed to fix this. Can't find the tail or the arm. So now it just stands up there. Battle scarred.
Sean, you don't have the recent Pink Breath Godzilla yet, or SJW?
Somebody in my
Godzilla?
house. Somebody in my house might have one of those, Jeremy. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
All right.
I love my children, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Trembling says, "What if the cat was voiced by Eric Roberts?" Jeremy, that's true. Eric
Roberts, I know that
also
reference too. Yeah, a talking cat. Well, you know. Yeah.
Signal Intrusion says Sam Rockwell and Kevin Spacey, The Moon Connection. That's right. What's his name? David Bowie's Just
Sun,
look at all the
yeah.
like how everything's lining up. They have the David Bowie song "Let's Dance" is in this trailer. Now we're talking about Sam Rockwell, Kevin Spacey brought us to Moon, full circle. Good job, team. Good job, team. Give yourselves a round of applause. And now we've switched over to another sick remix of a song. Oh, Sam Jackson's in this too? Damn, I didn't realize. He looks like the guy from Jumanji. You know the hunter?
Oh yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Ha cha cha, and he comes out with the elephant gun.
It's
Who
funny
are
that,
these people?
real quick, that we were comparing the first actress that shows up to Sophia Boutella, because she's also in this movie. A bunch of Matthew Vaughn regulars are coming back.
Yeah, they're all in. They all need work, dude. They've all been laid off for a long time. Catherine O'Hara. I was kind of curious. I was kind of surprised to see her in the cast, and then I saw that she's playing Bryce Dallas' mother. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Real life spies.
Why would they care about me?
Because you're a goddamn fortune teller, Ellie. What you wrote in your new book actually happened, and you kicked a hornet's nest you didn't even know existed.
I'm in some.
This actually, there's a movie that already came out that's like this, with Sandra Bullock. Came out last year, the year before maybe. The Lost City, with Channing Tatum and Daniel Radcliffe. It's all coming back to me. It's actually.
Oh wow, I missed out on this.
It has a very. I actually, for some reason, I was like determined to watch it. I don't know why, and I had Paramount Plus, and it was on Paramount Plus, and I watched it. I fell asleep during it. I didn't finish it. But it actually seems very similar to this, because she has a very similar thing where she writes a book that ends up just being like very accurate to something that really happened, and that's what sets off them on their adventure.
Really big trouble, Mom.
Oh, so now you're experimenting with drugs.
I want all assets on them now. I need her to write the next chapter.
And I apologize, everybody. I have to stop this a lot because it's a Universal movie, so I have to stop so it doesn't get blocked. Trelling says, trying to make up for that Secret Invasion show everyone, even normies, hated. Yeah. I wonder how Sam Jackson thought he had it made in the shade. He's like, man, I'm a cool guy. I get to be a cool guy. Trelling says, it's all just romancing the stone with more violence. Actually, you're dead on.
Yeah, that's a good comparison.
That's a perfect comparison. It really is just like that.
God, I hate that cat.
I don't see. This is also something that, like, I find curious. I'll be curious to see if I ever end up watching this. Well, I might actually, but it seems like the real world is just as fantastical as the fake world of Argyle. Like Sam Rockwell just jumped up through a floor and did this spinning gun move, which is something I would imagine the character Argyle would do in Argyle's world, but in the real world, not so much. So you know what I mean? So there's not like the juxtaposition is even kind of meaningless.
Right. I'm even sensing like a little competition here right now with the John Wick franchise and how well that's been doing compared to a lot of these other action heavy films that are trying to be very stylistic in nature but can't quite live up to the consistency of that.
Well, John Wick, I think, is, in which we may talk about John Wick later.
Right.
But it's really has a lot to do with the people behind the screen, the scenes. I mean, they're professional stunt guys. They're the best in the business. They've been doing it for 30 years. Like Chad Stahelski has been around forever.
Yeah.
And they just know how to fucking put together like a very entertaining set pieces. And you know, and with Keanu Reeves, they have a great partner. They have somebody who's really, he's down to clown, if you will.
Yeah.
You know, I'm definitely, that's, you know, some of my preferred dadcore cinema. It's the John Wick movies.
Yep.
Like, you can't put this in a rated R movie. You're just not allowed to.
No.
Like, this is like That Darn Cat stuff.
Right.
Remember the movie That Darn Cat? That's kind of what that reminds me of. Trelling says, at the end, it turns out Bryce Dallas Howard has just had a head injury. She's laying in her kitchen floor, and her cat is already eating her. I could see that happening. I could see that. I could see that as a possibility. All right? Not
and then she woke up and was Catwoman the next day. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah, and that's how Matthew Vaughn gets into the DCU, dude.
There's his in. Yeah.
That's his in, dude. Bryce Dallas Howard is the new Catwoman, except she'll be Cat Lady.
Right. With big milkers.
Big milkers, and she wears jogging pants and crop tops, and she never leaves her house and watches Netflix all day and hangs out with her cats.
Yeah.
The Cat Lady.
It's time for you to meet the real Agent Argyle.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
It's the cat. Seriously, the cat is all over this fucking trailer. They must have market tested this. Like, dude, put more cat in that trailer, will you?
You watch. They're gonna do some sort of twist. The cat is behind it all, or some stupid.
Oh my God! Maybe
thing.
we're gonna find out it's actually like a side quill of Inspector Gadget, and this is the cat that ends up working for Claw.
Yeah.
Trummick says, I do want to see that big old thickie in a Catwoman costume. Who doesn't, dude? Honestly, I mean, like, I don't want a Coomer post. Okay, but yes, dude. I saw a picture of Lana Del Rey today. I almost fucking fell to the floor. I almost fainted. I had to share it to my friends. All right, let's see if there's. I don't think there's anything else, but we'll see.
This is another thing I'm getting annoyed with now is that so many of these trailers now are doing the instant flashing cast, directed by boom, screenplay, you know.
Listen,
I'm just like, knock it
time is
off.
money. Time is money, Jeremy. Time is money. And they gotta, like, you know, they gotta get to it. So tonight, we don't have a movie in particular to go over. As I said at the top of the show, this is the best and worst of 2023. We're mostly going to be talking about movies and stuff, but this is the portion where we would normally kind of talk about what we've been watching and whatever the movie of focus is for the night. But I'm going to use this bumper anyways, even though it's not technically appropriate.
The main movie review.
So now we're going to be talking about what we've been watching and then slide into our lists. So I hope you guys are ready. I hope you guys got your pens and pencils out and you're taking notes because you're definitely going to want to know what our preferred films of 2023 are, because I'm sure you missed them. You are busy people with lives. You can't just be sitting around watching movies all day like Jeremy and me. I mean, we're ridiculous. Honestly, I have a problem. I saw how many movies I watched this year. I was like, you know, I don't need to watch that many movies a year. I'm like cheapening the experience here. I watched like 372 movies or something like that. I was like, holy, when did I do this? Trelling says they listened to Robert Mitchum and Scrooge and made a movie specifically for pets. That's a great pull. Great pull. Trelling says Sam Rockwell will dangle some string at some point. You know it. You know it. Sam Rockwell and that cat, they got to become good buddies. You got to become good friends by the end of it. All right, Jeremy. Well, what would you want to start off? So, what have you been watching lately, just over the past week or so?
So this is like just general stuff that we've been circuiting, I guess, old and new. Is that the rule we're kind of just going with? Or
well, let's just talk about if you've been watching anything in the past like couple weeks. Like anything like, you know, that's not on the list, that's an old movie, just something you want to mention that's notable.
Right. I watched Showtime's The Curse with Nathan Fielder, Emma Stone, and Benny Safdie.
Yep.
And a lot of other unknowns, but very, very good actors. Very good, a lot of good non-actors as well.
What are you talking about? It's got Dean Cain, Superman's Dean Cain, dude.
Hey, wow.
Makes an appearance.
That's right. Yeah. It sounds like you've seen it too, right?
Yes, I actually finished it recently too. Actually, I haven't watched very many movies in the past couple of weeks because I was kind of catching up on some TV shows.
Yeah.
The Curse being one of them. I watched like most of it like a week before the finale, and then watched the finale. I really liked it. I mean, I like Nathan Fielder's stuff. I like Benny Safdie's stuff, so I was kind of expecting to enjoy it. It's a very interesting. It's an interesting show. It's like, you know,
It's peculiar in a way.
It's like I noticed a trend recently, and maybe you'll agree or not. I don't know. I feel like Hollywood and the arts community is giving themselves permission to walk away from woke stuff, being woke.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to have to deal with it anymore. I noticed a trend. There's a couple movies that came out at the end of the year that did not make it on any of my lists. American Fiction and Dream Scenario, and then I watched The Curse. And I've watched all of these within the past month. And they're all about a certain class of people rejecting wokeness or commenting on things like cancel culture or and that's kind of what The Curse, well, The Curse is not about cancel culture, but it's about like kind of virtue signalers. It's about kind of empty narcissists and the pain of their lives.
Yeah.
Like they are real human beings and they struggle with it because they're kind of self-aware, which adds all these layers to it. It's a really cool show. I know that most audiences were not into it. We're not digging it.
Right.
Apparently. It's got, if you were to look at Rotten Tomatoes, if you care about stuff like that, which I honestly don't, but I noticed that critics loved it. Audiences, it was like 40% or something like that.
That was the striking thing, because I know people in my day-to-day life that would have been all about The Curse or something like that, but it's just, I guess, general audiences, it's not quite the most appealing kind of show. And also, like, it appealed to me in a way. I kind of mentioned it like in a, I don't know if I said it on Letterboxd or Twitter, but it appeals to somebody that's actually ever worked as a PA or been around that scene on an HGTV shoot. Like I know what this kind of looks like already.
Yeah.
And to see it kind of parodied it like back at me, I thought that was already kind of a weird way charming, Yeah.
No, I can totally see that 100%. Because it's actually in a weird way though, it's kind of how crazy it is a parody, but it's like at the same time like not a parody.
Yeah.
One of my favorite scenes of the movie is actually from the top of the finale. It's the Rachel Ray sequence.
Yeah.
It encapsulates kind of the thesis of the characters, of how they're kind of trapped by by themselves, and they're not likable, and nobody actually, and however much they want to be. And by doing all of this kind of this faux altruism that they're kind of engaging with. And I gotta say, if I had a secret MVP for The Curse, it would have been Rachel Ray.
Right. Yeah.
That scene when she just casually dismisses them after talking shit about their like efficiency homes or whatever was masterful.
Yeah.
It was masterful.
Right.
Tremling says, "Wait, this isn't the Emma Stone I wanted." Emma Stone, she was very good in The Curse, but I have to say, I think Emma Stone is that character.
Yeah.
I watched some Q&As. I watched the Q&A with the cast and she had an interaction with the woman that plays the Native American artist that was almost a mirror reflection of her relationship with her on the show. So I don't know if that's just because they spent so much time in that kind of mode together that it's kind of has some residual energy there. But she was on stage acting like Whitney towards the girl, like doing that thing where she's like talking her, how much so amazing and all this stuff, and not letting her talk at all.
Yeah.
It was very funny. I definitely chuckled a little bit. But I like The Curse. I liked it.
I would say just to add on top of that before we get to the other contents of our discussion, but I'm gonna botch his name pronunciation. Barkhad Abdi. I'm the captain now, as everybody knows.
Oh yeah.
He's probably my secret MVP in the show.
He has
like anytime he pops up in anything, I'm just like, okay, this is gonna be fun.
His final scene is really funny.
Yeah,
because it's kind of the reveal that he's a shady piece of shit.
Oh yeah,
and it was great. It's a great moment.
Yeah.
And I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, but it's a good show. It's worth checking out, especially if you're just kind of interested in like meta social commentary stuff. I know, we're all sick to death of deconstructions and whatnot, but every once in a while, one is actually kind of worthy of your attention.
Yeah.
Let me see. I checked out that show Monarch. My kids or my son, I don't know if the other son's going to be into Godzilla yet. Big Godzilla people, Godzilla kid. And so we checked out Monarch. We haven't finished it. We watched like half of it, and it's okay. I probably would have watched it anyways because I'm a Kurt Russell stan.
Sure.
and I wanted to see Kurt and Wyatt. They play the same character at different time periods. I thought that was interesting as just a thing to see as a Kurt Russell fan. And I think Wyatt Russell's generally pretty decent. I haven't seen him really be bad in anything.
Yeah, not yet, at least. Yeah, that was the one appeal to me, was just to see them both act in it, but I haven't actually seen the show.
It's like I don't know if you're not into those movies, I don't see what you would like about it, honestly. It is kind of woke to a fault a little bit. It's a little distracting at times because it's just shoehorned so much. Like no matter what the time period in the 50s, it's always like there's a woman scientist that's always having to assert the fact that I'm a woman and a scientist and I deserve your respect, like all the time, constantly. And then in the current timeline with the older Kurt Russell and it's like Kurt Russell's like the old man and there's a bunch of young characters. And like, two of them are lesbians and it just becomes about their lesbian relationship at some point. But I will say this, Apple spent some fucking money on that show. It's movie quality, what they did with the monsters. I mean, it's just as good as anything they've done put on screen. So if you're into that kind of stuff, from what I've seen, there's some good fights. If you're into just kind of the visceral, turn your brain off and watch something, you could do worse.
Right.
Do you have anything else you want to mention for what you've been watching recently?
So I think along a couple months ago, I made a list of just like the best films watched. And I've been doing like a slightly bit of a deep dive on director Frank Perry, who's probably most famous for Mommy Dearest, which is one of my favorites. But I just recently watched this film last summer from 1969. The one takeaway star that most people know is Barbara Hershey. She's in it. She's very young. It's basically a teen drama, summer vacation sort of story that takes a real dark turn by the last 15 minutes that I was not expecting at all. It's an interesting little pocket piece of that scene at that time and what young kids were doing, and I would say it actually captures that whole
the vibe and the feel of being a young kid.
Right. Yeah, like they're all getting drunk on like one small bit of beer or something. Yeah.
I spit on my mother's grave. What the fuck? No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
This is a clip from last summer, just so the people at home they can get a little little piece of it here.
Catherine Burns.
We were walking away, and I ran back and spit on it.
What is this? A John Cassavetes movie?
It definitely feels like one at times.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like one. It has that, just the texture, the vibe of that.
Yeah.
It's John Boy from the Waltons.
Yep.
Everybody. John Boy from the Waltons. I don't know if anybody out there is familiar with the Waltons. I used to watch the Waltons with my mom when I was a kid. But yeah. Oh, cool. So you just see Frank Perry, right?
Right. Yeah. He's one of those I don't know. He just seemed like a director that was just kind of in the know and like sinking his teeth into just whatever sort of like provocative I don't know, like post like late 60s sort of revolution sort of movie was going for. So
okay. Well, it's interesting that that's a pretty stark juxtaposition last summer to like something like Mommy Dearest, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, in the 80s. Yeah.
It's actually kind of reminds me just because we've talked about him a bunch over the past couple of years, Bob Clark.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he does Dead of Night, and then he does Black Christmas, and then A Christmas Story.
Yeah. I wish there was a show coming out sometime soon where it was you and I talking about Dead of Night, because I think we both liked that movie quite a bit, but who knows if that's ever going to happen.
Who knows if it'll ever see the light of day. Trembling says, he did The Swimmer. Good movie.
Yes,
Swimmer. That's on my list.
That's what got me into it. Yeah, The Swimmer's great. That was one of my other favorites of 2023 that I watched. In fact, I've had it on my list for a long time, but it was the Drunk on Movies podcast that compelled me to finally just watch it, and I'm glad I did. It was on Tubi. So.
Oh, everything's on Tubi. Tubi comes in clutch so often, dude. Like, there's so much obscure, weird shit on there. Like, I know the transfers aren't going to be great. It's like whatever. It's like a VHS tape rip or something of some of those old movies, but at least they're there. And in very reasonable amounts of commercial breaks,
Exactly.
Very reasonable. Ladybug is the one of his I want to see. I've never heard of that one. I got to check it out. Trembling says Drunk on Movies got him to watch the movie as well, The Swimmer.
Excellent. Yeah.
Cool. For what else? So are we gonna watch? So we're just talking about the older movies that we watched this year. So we're doing.
We can yeah, get a little bit into that, and then just diverge, I guess, to.
Because I got two more things. I watched the True Lies 4K digital 4K. Now it's not the hard copy, but it is going to be pretty close to what you're going to get on disc if you're into 4K stuff. And he DNR'd it to death like he did with Terminator 2. James Cameron has some beef with film grain. He hates it. And he just likes his characters to look like wax sculptures. I don't know. But I will say this. Like, I enjoy True Lies. I realized this time watching it, it's been a little while since I'd watched it, and it is one dance number away from just being a Bollywood movie.
Yes.
It's just stuffed to the gills, and the tone is all over the place, and it's a wild ass movie. Like, I was like, I can't believe this movie is real. Like, somebody gave James Cameron all this money to make like a romantic comedy, and it's pretty good.
I would even like the last 45 minutes of that movie, the action budget just goes like off the rails. It is, yeah. And
actually, one of the cool things, even if you buy it digitally, it comes with like the behind the scenes thing, and it's James Cameron from a couple years ago talking about it, and this piece of shit. So they go through this whole thing where they walk you through how they did the stunt with Jamie Lee reaching up to Arnold, who's in the helicopter, she's in the limousine, and it goes off the bridge. And it's an amazing stunt. It's like an incredible stunt, an incredible feat. And you know what he does? As soon as he's done talking about it, he's like, "Oh, nowadays I would just do it with CGI. I wouldn't even bother." I was like, "Of course you would, James. James Avatar Cameron. That's just who you are now." But yeah, it was fun. It was fun to revisit that movie. And the last thing of things I've been watching recently, which is just a lark. So my wife and I, oftentimes we get to spend time together and watch movies. We're just really tired, so we just put on kind of background noise while we're on our phones and stuff like that. And I usually will take an edible before I go to bed, so I get nice and ready for bed. And we've been watching Love Is Blind on Netflix.
Okay.
And this is, I cannot believe it's a real show.
Yeah.
It's one of those dating shows where like they can't see each other for the first like 5 days, and they like talk through a wall, and then they have to decide whether they want to get married without seeing each other. Like, and then they live together for a month. Like, that's the premise. And it is the most awful human like a collection of the most awful human beings on the face of the earth. And every time we watch it, I am just like, my jaw is on the floor. I can't believe what I'm watching. It feels like it's fake. I'm like, honestly, I looked at my wife. I was like, I really hope this is scripted. I really hope these people aren't just walking around in the world. They should be put in insane asylums.
Why do some of them feel like serial killers, or just like
almost all
weirdos?
Of them feel like serial killers? Like their eyes, the intent, like that narcissist look. Their eyes, and they like that hyper energy, and their eyes dart all over the place. It's crazy. Dude, it's wild shit. I'm not going to say that anybody should watch Love Is Blind. Don't do it. But I will say this. If you take an edible, you wait about an hour and a half, and then you watch it, you'll probably have a good time. Trelling says, plug for the guest on that Drunk on the Movies episode, George Dahl's channel, Film Journal. Good channel to follow.
Yeah. Very good channel. Yep. I've gone into more into his stuff. Yeah. I would throw in just a couple more, I guess, television show related stuff. A big one last year, I guess, was, or I guess the beginning of last year, The Last of Us adaptation. I
didn't watch it.
I watched the first 10 minutes of episode 1, and then I just checked out. I was done. I couldn't even commit. People were recommending it to me, and I'm like, I've already played the game. I don't need to go back to this universe again.
I had the same experience. Back in the day when my wife and I first got together, it was around the time The Last of Us came out, and she watched me play the whole thing. She's probably seen me play it through like twice in our time together. And we had the same, like 20 minutes in, we're like, let's just shut this off. Like, we know the story, and this is actually just like a worse version of the story. Like, you know, I think, The Last of Us is a good story for a video game. They are kind of derivative. Yeah. They're derivative, and they're very much, they lean on their references and their influences in ways that movies really can't, because it's a medium shift, and you just are more accepting of that because it is kind of cliche. It's a very cliche story. I would say the last act is probably the most interesting part of the story. But anyways, we were watching it, and I was like, we watched the opening, like up until his daughter dies. Spoilers.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is not as good as the actors in the video game. Like, even the voice performances that they gave, like because they did all performance capture and stuff. Like, it's really good. Like, Troy Baker is really fucking good in that video game.
He's giving it his all. Yeah.
Yeah. And Pedro Pascal just wasn't doing it for me. I don't know why. I might be just sick of seeing Pedro Pascal as well.
No, it's definitely a combination of both of those things. Like, his face everywhere now is just, I see him like across, even with like Nick Cage, and I'm just like, no, get off screen, please. Please just wither away.
Was that movie didn't come out last year, did it? Did that come out in 2023?
I think that was 2022.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I did because I did not care for that movie.
No.
It was a wild missed opportunity. I was like, why are you playing a character, Nick Cage? Like, why are you pretend? You're like he's like a single dad. Like, shut up. Oh my God. Just like, what was the point of that? What was the point of being yourself? What was the point of calling your character Nick? You could have just played an actor.
Right.
Trump says a dating show where everyone has Jake Gyllenhaal and Nightcrawler eyes sounds like fun. That's not a bad way to describe Love is Blind. I'm not going to lie. That's a pretty accurate representation of what it's like to watch Love is Blind, where they're constantly rationalizing and mythologizing themselves to each other in a way that is intense. It's an intense show. Maybe it's just me, but I am on the edge of my seat when I watch that show. So let's talk about.
Oh, sorry. One final shout out. I was going to give one more show here. It's technically not televised or on any streaming platforms apart from its own streaming platform, but I was for a little while tuning into Fish Tank, Sam Hyde's Fish Tank.
Good. Hey, that's a good pull.
I wanted to just give that a quick shout out. Very, very interesting, almost Big Brother reality TV series concept that they were kind of working with, and with the budget that they had. We got to see, just a weird. We went into a weird window of just like 8 to 10 autistic kids, just like all stuck in a place, and having to deal with all their antics, and it was. I didn't catch all of it, and I wasn't able to keep up with every single storyline or every single person, but it was, for what it was, an interesting experiment, I guess. A prison experiment, you could say.
It kind of, well, actually, that is, from what I understand, is the inspiration for it, is that they saw some live IRL streamer, Ice Poseidon. He tried to recreate the Stanford prison experiment in his like house or in his like apartment or something.
Yeah,
and that inspired them to kind of do this. Actually, they have been. I don't know if they're still putting out episodes or if they're done, but they were releasing edited versions of season 1 on YouTube, so you could like watch it like a regular show instead of just live feeds.
That's awesome.
Where you could basically, it was a cool cultural moment. I think they did season 2 too soon because that's going on right now.
Yeah, it's
and
still
nobody's talking about it at all. Because that first one, even if you didn't know what it was, like Fish Tank was everywhere, and little clips of Fish Tank were everywhere.
Yeah.
And because that's how I kind of watched it, was just on Twitter, like watching 2-minute clips on Twitter. That's how I watched most of it. And then I started watching the edited version, and it's like, okay. I think it might be one of those things where it's like you just had to be there in the moment for it to really truly kind of live up to its potential or live up to what it was.
Yeah,
it kind of thrives on the live, like the chaos of anything is possible, anything could happen. But yeah, that's a great mention though. I'm glad you brought that up because it is definitely worthy to be talked about with at least the best and most interesting things of 2023.
And I say teach it in every psychology class too. Just
have Sam Hyde teach it.
Yeah, there you go.
Trembling says, I only saw the airsoft fatty stuff. Yeah, I saw a lot of that stuff. Yeah. He ended up being, just an endearing internet ghoul. I feel bad for him. He's kind of like trapped. He's trapped. He has got nothing else going on, so he's just trapped by this caricature of himself. Him falling down. What does this say? Him falling down the stairs was classic. You're so mean, Trembling. Okay, so let's before we get into the worst, the best, let's talk about the best old movies we saw in 2023. Some notable films that we saw in 2023. I'll start off. I saw Frenzy for the first time. Alfred Hitchcock's Frenzy.
Okay.
Which I would just, I realized I hadn't watched like the last 4 movies he made. So I watched them over the summer, I think. I think it was over the summer. Anyways, but Frenzy is amazing. That movie is incredible. That's it might be amongst my top 3 favorite Alfred Hitchcock movies. It's funny. It's dark. It's weird. It's like everything. It's like Hitchcock, like a classic Hitchcock movie, but like edgelordy.
Right.
I kind of appreciated that.
It almost, I still haven't seen it yet. It's been on my list for a long, long time, but from what I hear about Frenzy, it's almost like Hitchcock still kind of stuck with the times. He never outdated himself as much.
No, he would grow and change.
He would grow, yeah.
And you see that throughout his entire career. And it's a shame that it doesn't get spoken of in the same breath as something like Psycho, because it's right up there. To me, it was. I really enjoyed it. I ended up watching it 3 times over the past 6 months, because I'm just like, man, I want to watch Frenzy again. Trembling says, I was oddly watching those at the same time as you, Shaun. I remember that, yeah. He's like, whoa, I'm watching those too. Except I think I was watching them in a different order than you. You were watching them backwards or something.
Yeah.
Trembling says, Frenzy was definitely a good one. Loved Bruce Dern. Yeah, Bruce Dern was fantastic.
Always good. Yeah.
What about you?
So one I've got here right now, Hollywood 90028, 1973, directed by Christina Hornisher, which was featured on Fleet After Dark last year, middle of the year. Really took me back to gosh, before shit really hit the fan later, personally for me in my life. Really took me back to just such a sad, dark place. In many different ways. Now, I'm not this character. I am not murdering and strangling women, basically, but
I'm still young.
I'm still young. Give me some time to work up to it, and then maybe I'll get there. But no, it's this great little piece that you can only really watch right now on a VHS rip on.
It's on YouTube.
It's on archive.org. They're trying to restore it. There's a couple of these boutique labels that are trying to get the full on restoration going, but it's taking them forever. It's just, they keep hinting at it and then keep hinting at it, but a great little thriller. Just really threw me back, and probably one of the craziest endings I've ever seen in a film, period.
When I saw your episode, I saw that you put that episode and you had told me about the movie, and I queued it up to watch it and then never watched it. So I definitely, now that you've reminded me, I'm going to watch it now.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just gonna lump some together. I watched a shitload of Giallo movies. I'm working on a script for a short Giallo film.
Yeah.
And I just was diving into Giallo stuff, and I watched a bunch of Dario Argento stuff that I hadn't watched before. And having watched 15 or 20 Giallo movies, I know maybe it's cliche, but Dario Argento is the best of the Giallo directors. He really is. I mean, I ended up watching Inferno, Tenebrae, and Phenomenon, and I hadn't really seen any of those. And those are all kind of unique movies. Inferno and Phenomenon are a little similar in terms of their kind of dream allegorical type movies. But I loved all of them. I thought they were absolutely top-notch stuff. Whether you were into genre stuff or not, I think they're at least very interesting. Maybe Phenomenon would be hard for some people to get into.
That's the only one of those 3 I haven't seen yet still. So
it's actually, I ended up getting the 4K. I have a bunch of Argento 4Ks. Actually, some of them are behind me. I got Cat of Nine Tails, Deep Red. I have Phenomenon. I have Tenebrae. made some made some hasty purchases this Jesus Christ. Spent way too much money on movies last year.
Hey, it's what we do. Yeah.
It is what we do. Trembling says Dario Argento is the best visually without a doubt, but he's such a cheater with the mystery plots. Yeah, because he doesn't give a shit about them. He does not care about the plots at all. It's all style. And I think, your mileage will vary on that for sure. But I think but the style is so strong though. It's like captivating. And it's crazy to me. He made more than one movie that felt like culminating efforts of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I always thought Opera was kind of like his coda for the Giallo movies.
Sure.
Like it's the last one. It's like his period, his final say. And then I watched Tenebrae and I was like, no, that's the finals. That's his final statement.
Yeah.
But that came out first.
Right.
So he did that a bunch of times in his career. And then I tried to watch like some of his later ones. I watched Giallo with what's his name? The guy from the pianist.
Oh my goodness.
Adrian Brody.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's trying. He must have been so excited to get an offer from Dario Argento, and that's how he gets somebody like Adrian Brody, especially at that time of his career. I think he was still still making movies. Trembling says Tenebrae really feels like a Brian De Palma movie to me. I think that's a totally fair observation.
Oh yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally does. I mean, De Palma at least cares about his scripts. I'll give him that. Actually, what's another movie? I didn't put on my list, but since you said De Palma, I watched Blowout. I don't know if it was the first time ever. I think I saw it when I was like a teenager. So I kind of consider it like this is my first time watching it. And Blowout's just as good as its reputation would imply. It's very good.
It's probably my favorite of his. I gotta like go back and like sift through more of his filmography again, but that is definitely like one of the stronger entries in his filmography.
Yeah,
without a doubt. Yeah.
I mean, De Palma up until the 90s is pretty strong. I'm trying to think of something that I didn't really like of his, like in the 70s and 80s, and I can't think of anything.
I can't.
It's not usually people point to The Bonfire of the Vanities as being like he did an adaptation of The Bonfire of Vanities as like kind of the tipping point for De Palma, where he kind of starts losing his way. It's after he'd done some studio stuff. He did Untouchables, which is obviously very popular.
Yeah.
Which is not a very De Palma. I mean, it's got some of the De Palma touches, but it's kind of like when Sam Raimi directs Doctor Strange 2. You're like, I can see Sam Raimi in there, but it's not really his movie.
Yeah.
Trembling says, and De Palma's body double feels like Argento.
Yes.
I have not seen Body Double in a very long time. I got to rewatch that.
That's got the I forget the name of the actor. He looks like Bill Maher. I just whenever you see
I know who you're talking about.
He's in Nightmare 3. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He does look like Bill Maher. Body Double. Where is it? But yeah, I mean, I like De Palma.
Yeah. Yeah.
I actually really love Raising Cain.
I never got around to. I don't think I saw that one actually.
Raising Cain? Oh, there's two different cuts. There's a theatrical cut, and then they did a director's cut. I would say watch the director's cut because it actually like is substantially different.
Okay.
Like the order of things happening are completely different in the alternate cut.
All I can say is that I had definitely been to Raising Cane's, and their chicken is great. That's what else.
That's all I gotta say about that. Yeah. The actor you were referencing is Greg Henry.
Greg Henry. Okay.
Greg Henry. Oh, yeah. Austin Calloway makes a good point. Snake Eyes is cool. Snake Eyes is actually really cool. I am a Snake Eyes defender.
Right.
I know a lot of people don't like it because the ending is stupid, but who cares? Like, come on.
Who cares? Yeah.
It's kind of like because it's so stylish. It's so slick. Cage is electrifying in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
It does, it does run out of steam a little bit, but I don't know. I think it gets over the hump and is actually very entertaining. What do you got? Anything else?
Last few I got here. I hadn't seen The Big Chill. Lawrence Kasdan's The Big Chill.
I haven't seen that either.
Yeah. Really good. Really good cast, solid cast. Everybody just kind of like getting back together over the funeral of. I don't know if I want to spoil this or not because it's not like he's not in the movie, but
You know what's funny? Like now we've turned into the place where it's like 10 years ago you would have spoiled it because you're like, whatever, it's The Big Chill, it's an old movie. And now it's long enough away that people like a lot of people have not even heard of The Big Chill.
Right.
You
know. I'll just I'll avoid spoilers for the sake of people that want to check it out. But it is it's just a really good little hangout sort of feature. Just a bunch of like school friends like coming back together. Their one friend that passed away, and them just kind of like reveling in it, and like looking back on it at a vacation home. Yeah.
Okay.
And who knows what they're doing?
It sounds like a script I know somebody's working on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and also like who knows what these characters are doing behind the scenes? They're all some of them got girlfriends and boyfriends and things like that, but they're a little loosey goosey with each other. I'm like, what's going on here?
What's going on here, guys?
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
Just admit you're all like liberal arts. Yeah,
and this is where the whole thing goes topsy turvy.
Yes.
Trembling says the director's cut was actually a fan edit that De Palma likes so much he used it as his director's cut in the Blu-ray. That's right. Thank you for reminding me of that. I totally forgot that.
Right.
That's true. Austin Calloway says Big Chill is awesome. Joe Beth Wilson, Kevin Kline, Tom Berenger, really good. I gotta check it out. I'm gonna.
Tom Berenger was my favorite actually. That's a good shout out.
Tom Berenger is you know, people don't talk enough about Tom Berenger. I like Tom Berenger. You know what my favorite Tom Berenger role is? The lawyer in Inception. I'm just joking. Just joking.
I thought you were going to say The Substitute. That's one of my favorites.
Oh, The Substitute. Yeah. You want to see real cinema?
Yeah.
You want to see real dadcore?
There you go.
Watch The Substitute, dude. I used to watch that all the time with my dad. We even watched the Treat Williams ones.
No, I was gonna say, like, I have such good memories watching the second one with Treat Williams with my dad. Just like
they're fun, dude. Those movies are fun. They're kind of like the Death Wish movies, where they just kind of get increasingly insane and stupid, and they almost get better because of it.
Yeah,
because they drop all pretense of like being good.
Yeah.
Well, in a traditional sense, they're kind of like okay with being a little campy, almost like cheesy. It's like ghetto campy. It's funny. But it's also in the sniper movies too.
That's right.
Those.
Yeah. What else have I got here? I would say Ordinary People, directed by Robert Redford, 1980, wins the Best Picture for that next year.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's a good one, man. Donald Sutherland's so good.
Oh yeah, I was just like again like another example where I was just really feeling for those characters, and I was just it's just stupid impulse at this point. But you know, if you're in a dark place or going through bad times, you're gonna watch a movie that's also in that same headspace, if not even in a worser position. And for whatever reason, Ordinary People was the one at the rare moment I had to watch.
Yeah,
but,
that's how I felt when I watched The Woman Under the Influence this year. Traveling says Tom Berenger was good in Someone to Watch Over Me, an overlooked Ridley Scott thriller from the 80s with an amazing style. You know, I own that and I have not watched it yet, so I gotta get it. I bought it like 2.5 years ago and I still haven't watched it. He says it's Black Rain tier Ridley Scott 80s cool, which that is, sign me up. I'm gonna actually write it down. I'm gonna write that down too. This is why I love doing this stuff like this, because now I'm gonna have a new list of things to watch.
Yep.
What else? Oh, I watched Vortex. Speaking of Dario Argento, I watched Vortex. Gaspar Vortex.
Yes.
You actually we talked about this a couple of years ago, I think.
My favorite of 2022.
I think it was 2022, right?
Yeah.
I really loved it. So the premise is Dario Argento is kind of an aging. Was he a film writer? Was he a director in that, or is he a writer?
He's
a writer, right?
He's a writer. At least in this is his final projects. It's much more literary, I guess. He's trying to.
He writes about film. He's like a film scholar.
Yeah.
And he lives with his wife, and his wife has dementia, and it's Gaspar Noé. So there's a gimmick, and it's a split screen that you watch kind of in real time their life, and you would be shocked how compelling it is. It's also the most like warm, in a weird way, Gaspar Noé movie I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Where he actually because they feel so real, and he feels like he actually has an affection for those characters that you don't always see in Gaspar Noé movies.
Well, he made it based on his recent
parents, right?
Well, it's partly his parents, but also he had a near-death experience before making that movie, and he decided to dial things back after his last couple of efforts to do something that's a little bit more subdued, nuanced, and slow in pace, and it spends time with like people who are much, much, much older, like on the brink of like death at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
and,
there's
and understanding them,
Yeah. It's a very like kind of it's a very subtle and careful touch that he has as a director there. The one note I will make, and it made me laugh, is that Dario Argento said he had one note for whether or not he would agree to be in Vortex, and that was that his character had to have a mistress.
Oh,
that was his one note. That was his one demand, and I was like, that sounds like a very Dario Argento thing to say.
Yeah. Those Italians, man.
I watched a couple Cassavetes movies I'd never seen this year. I mentioned A Woman Under the Influence, which is really intense. And I kind of don't know how I feel about it, because I think sometimes that improv style works really well, and sometimes it just sounds like people yelling at each other. And I think A Woman Under the Influence kind of finds the right balance. Whereas, some of Cassavetes stuff doesn't always do that for me, but I'm also kind of new to watching a lot of Cassavetes stuff. I've only seen like a few of his movies prior. I always really liked him as an actor, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I grew up like as Rosemary's Baby being like one of my favorite movies. And I love him in Rosemary's. He's so perfect in Rosemary's Baby. And hey, Ro. I'm gonna get the big script, Ro. Come on, Ro, eat the eggs. And he was really good. And then I watched another movie that starred Peter Falk and John Cassavetes, Mikey and Nikki, which I've never seen before. Yep. And that is...
I rewatched that last year as well. Yeah. It's a solid... honestly, and that script alone, I'm just like... Yeah, it just captures like an old friendship just such a raw way. You don't see now as often.
That shit was very true to my life. I am Peter Falk. I am Peter Falk in that movie. And it's a kind of a devastating. It's fantastic performances, and they're performances that could only be given by people that actually know each other, and that are actually very good friends. It's an intense movie. It's very stressful. It's kind of reminded me a little bit of like Uncut Gems. You ever get that that vibe?
Oh yeah, it was definitely probably an influence on the Safdies when they were.
I imagine so. Yeah, I imagine so. And I have one more. It was during my Giallo stuff over the summer. It's kind of an old Giallo, so it doesn't have a lot of the hallmarks that like kind of Argento kind of folded into the subgenre. It's called The Possessed. I'll look it up real quick. It is. It was really good. It's a very kind of simple murder mystery that's just kind of done perfectly, like executed perfectly with fantastic cinematography. That really elevates it and kind of gives it like this kind of giallo noir vibe that I really loved. It's directed by Luigi Bizzoni and Franco Rossellini. Okay. It's really, really good. I would recommend anybody check it out. I ended up picking it up. I own it now because there's a website called HamiltonBooks.com, and they often will get all the Arrow video like leftovers from liquidation centers and stuff.
Right.
So last year they were selling Arrow movies for like $8 to $12 a piece. So I picked up a lot of them. I picked up a bunch of stuff. But yeah, that's all I have for that category. Do you have anything else?
Final words on any other entries here. I never saw again. I know every film schooler, every film fan at some point, anybody that likes animes has seen this movie to death now at this point, but never got around to Perfect Blue until last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it was through Joe Bob Briggs of all people. Yeah.
Oh, really? Was that on?
That was on the recent season, yeah.
Oh, was it really? Oh, yeah. Dude, I was like, was it good? Was that a good episode?
Yeah, he gave a lot of extra. I mean, it was tough because like there wasn't too much he could contextualize. He couldn't get anybody that was involved with the production to like come in and interview or anything. So he could only speak about it as much as he knew. But
of course, yeah.
but he gives it like the perfect description that it does feel like an anime giallo, if anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, and Satoshi Kon, who's the writer-director, tragically he passed away very young. He got cancer and died.
Yeah.
It's definitely an influence, and you can see that in the rest of his movies as well. Save for maybe Tokyo Godfathers, but that's actually a really great movie.
Yeah.
It's a really nice movie about a bunch of homeless people during Christmas time. They're trying to save a baby. It's really good. Actually, it has a good trans character, if you can believe that.
I'll write that down for potential Christmas movies to.
Dude, if you have actually, yeah, that should go. That might go into the rotation at some point for Christmas movies. But Tokyo Godfathers is great. Paprika is great. What is it? Paranoia Agent, his TV show is great. It's too bad he's gone too soon. I'd say. I saw Perfect Blue in the theater like a couple years ago. It was one of the first anime tapes I ever bought.
Oh, okay.
And, I bought it with thinking that it was just going to have a bunch of nudity in it. And that's why I'm not going to lie. That's my motivation. I was probably like 12 years old when I bought it.
Yeah.
And my parents just didn't even ask me because it was a cartoon. So I was good. And then you end up watching it and I'm like, well, I can't jerk off to this.
Yeah.
This is too much.
Yeah.
This is going to rewire me in some ways that were not anticipated.
Right.
Like, well, what's wrong with you? I can only come if I'm watching rape.
Yeah.
Trembling says, I wonder what amount of influence Mikey and Nicky had on Scorsese for Mean Streets. I don't know the dates of each, but the friendship in them are pretty similar. Mean Streets is first. Mean Streets is 73. Mikey and Nicky is 76. But yeah, there's definitely some crossover there in terms of like the types of friendships. Trembling also says Tokyo Godfathers is a loose remake of The Three Godfathers, an old John Wayne Christmas Western. I didn't know that. Damn.
Okay.
Damn. Nice pull. You should be on this show, Trembling. What am I doing here? Let me see here. Do you have any other TV shows from 2023 specifically, other than The Curse? I have a couple.
Yeah, I watched Copenhagen Cowboy, the beginning of 2023.
I missed that one.
Nicholas Winding Refn's new show. Much better than his last one. The name's escaping me at the moment.
Too Old to Die Young.
Too Old to Die Young, which I wanted to really like more and more, but it was just like losing me. And once it gets to that middle portion,
it's like watching paint dry. I mean,
oh yeah.
I mean, I like his style, but yeah, it definitely, he was very indulgent.
Right. Copenhagen Cowboy, it found the right length here. I liked the underlying vampire subtext. Whether you notice it or not, it's just kind of like snuckly like crept into that. This one was just like shot a lot better. I liked the cast a lot more. And I'm curious to see what they do with it, like, because they kind of hint at like a sequel season. Maybe they're gonna follow up on it, but if not, it's fine on its own too. Like I was actually okay with how it resolved itself. So
yeah, I still need to watch that. I gotta check that one out. That's definitely gonna be on my list for this year. Trembling says Too Old to Die Young was just him trolling us with his slow pacing. It did feel like
a
little bit.
Yeah.
Actually, Jeremy, here, let's do it. We'll do a little improv here. Just say hey to me.
Hey.
Hey. And there's a scene from Too Old to Die Young.
That's why I lit it this way.
Yeah. The TV shows I have, I watched, I'm just going to name them off quick. I watched Picard Season 3. Listen, Picard Season 1 and 2 are garbage. Don't watch them. I am The Next Generation fan. I like that show. Picard Season 3 is great fan service. Like, it's an okay, like, overall it's great, but if you're a fan, it gives you exactly what you wanted when you heard Patrick Stewart was coming back to do the character and do Picard again. Season 3 is basically what you would have hoped they would have done, and they did it. So credit where credit's due. The Twisted Metal show was okay. It was not awful. I thought it was going to be a huge train wreck. They released a couple of clips that were really bad out of context, but in the context of the show, they were actually fine. And it's an okay show. It feels very network TV from like 2012. Except it's because it's on Peacock, they can swear.
Gotcha.
A little bit more violent, but it was okay. I was pleasantly surprised. I'm not going to say it's like, amazing. You should run out and watch it. I watched it kind of on a lark and was surprised that I was enjoying it enough that I actually ended up watching the whole thing.
Is it pretty easy to follow along with if you don't play the games?
Yeah.
Or
Yes,
okay, yeah.
I haven't
All right.
played a Twisted Metal game since like Twisted Metal Black on the PS2.
Right.
Like it's if you're generally just aware of the concept, you're fine.
Okay.
And then and then they explain it. There's a bunch of exposition where they explain it.
Sure.
There's also a show. There's an animated show on HBO called Scavenger's Reign. It's like a sci-fi movie. It kind of has an art style like Mobius or Fantastic Planet, the old French sci-fi movie. Very much like in that kind of vein and similar. It's a little Afrofuturism woke a little bit, but it's pretty good. Like the writing is good, the animation is gorgeous, the pacing is excellent. It's like I think it's like 8 episodes, 6 or 8 episodes. It's pretty, and they're like 22 minutes apiece. It's like a very quick watch, and surprisingly entertaining. Trembling says, since Only God Forgives, Refn has been very obsessed with pedo shit and incest in his plots.
Yeah, there's I will say there are still elements of that even in Copenhagen Cowboy, but it's but not as prominent. But
well, he's into like sexual exploitation of young people,
right?
Like that's kind of like the Neon Demon.
Yeah,
like you know what I mean. I think in Only God Forgives, it's like it's really like a commentary on like the Oedipus complex and stuff like that. Yeah, I guess I don't. Does he do that? I guess he does. Yeah, you know what? I've never put the pieces together. I've been a poor detective.
I'm trying to not to go too far off topic, but I am trying to get back into more of his older works that I just missed out on. I'd seen it before, I think, way back when, but I rewatched Bleeder.
I've never seen it.
Okay. It's got like the classic Mads Mikkelsen, Literally Me sort of character.
Yep, I've seen that. Nope,
yep. Yeah, just like the dream job, working as a video store clerk and just talking about like we're doing right now,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, but like he definitely like at a time was just experimenting with just very simple slice of life stories, vignettes of like maybe 2 or 3 different characters and just showing that for what it was. And now they've become these really hyper articulate, autistic, even you could say, just like looks into just depravity and family dynamics, minors, all that stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I found Nicholas Winding Refn. The first movie I saw of his, I think, was Valhalla Rising, the one with Mads Mikkelsen, where he's like the Viking guy. I remember thinking that was like pretty. It's been a long time since I watched it, but I really liked it back in the day.
Yeah.
And then I stumbled upon the Pusher movies.
And
then I became kind of a big fan after that. But he's a weird bastard.
He's a weirdo.
He's a weirdo. Listen, he hangs out with Hideo Kojima. Okay, he's in one of Hideo Kojima's games.
Yeah,
he's in Death Stranding, dude.
Yeah,
it's good. Trembling says the Pusher stuff is good. I like Fear X. I don't know if I've seen Fear X. Didn't he? He directed Bronson too, didn't he?
He did Bronson with Tom Hardy. Yep.
Let me see.
That's about all I have for like shows. I guess if you want to count it, it was a 3-parter, but Telemarketers I watched.
Oh yes, I watched. I was gonna message you and be like, "Hey Jeremy, you should watch this because of the aesthetic."
Right. Yeah.
And I was like, I thought you would like kind of dig that and be inspired by it.
That was what I was drawn to the most. But it didn't like leave the most lasting impression story wise. The first episode was good, but then it kind of just.
I think they realized they didn't have a story.
Yeah.
It didn't go anywhere. They didn't amount to anything.
Yeah.
And there's a really fascinating documentary to be made, probably just about that guy.
Yes.
Instead of making it about the telemarketing thing. I just like he's the most fascinating part of your story. Like just tell his story. Like stop, which I know they kind of do a version of, but I don't know. It just doesn't it almost felt like they just didn't it wasn't over yet. Like they should have waited like a couple more years and shot more or something. I don't know. Unless they were planning on having this be a series or something, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we're going to get a Telemarketer season 2.
Possibly.
I mean, the first 30 minutes of the first episode is very compelling.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as it gets to modern times, it's just over. It's over.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, this is not as scandalous as you guys are implying that it is. I know it's shady and it's shitty to call people like this and do this under somewhat false pretenses, but not really.
Right.
So,
when it starts to feel like, well, this is just everyday life, even if we don't divulge into it, but that's just something that happens everywhere. It's less compelling at that point.
yeah. Tremling says a lot of people don't seem to like Fear X because he's trying to be like Lynch. Well, I haven't seen that, and if he's trying to, I would like to see Nicholas Winding Refn try to rip off David Lynch. They're not that dissimilar in some ways, in terms of they try to create a tone and a vibe that's more that you're supposed to kind of viscerally react to more than being so concerned about whether or not it's entertaining. I think Lynch can bridge the gap for entertaining better than Refn can. Because if you think about Lost Highway is kind of like Lynch is too old to die young.
Yes.
It's abstract. It's kind of slow. Yeah. It's all over the place. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to check out Fast X though. Fear X. Fear X. I can't believe I said Fast X. My apologies to everyone involved.
Both directors certainly don't want you to feel comfortable for a good portion of their movies. They want you they want to
the thing is that
something.
David Lynch was a real human being who had a normie life, and it makes his perspective interesting. Nicholas Winding Refn has never wanted for anything, and he's the son of rich people. He's and he always has. He seems like a spoiled fuckboy.
Right.
And I think I think it's in his art, but I just don't mind that. I'm like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
That's a perspective, and he finds a way to make it at least provocative enough for me to want to watch.
Yeah.
I thought the series finale of Barry was pretty good. That was okay. I watched Secession. Secession is a show which has the same plot points, the same character arcs, just over and over and over again. Same thing happened to Mad Men at some point. It was just it just overstayed its welcome. For me, it did anyways.
Sure.
I know this will be really brief because I didn't even play that many, but did you play any games in 2023?
This was a year of just watching walkthroughs or at least highlights of games.
You. Yeah.
I for whatever reason I didn't get around to anything new or stuff to because I think I did my Halloween special that year before, and that was covering 5 different games. And I was getting back into just I gotta review this for a video, but I've not been a very good consistent gamer lately.
Yeah, me neither. It is kind of the one thing that's kind of fallen by the wayside.
Yeah,
and even now when I try, I can't play for more than an hour and a half. I just get bored.
Right.
And I'm gonna go watch something. Trelling says Inland Empire is the one David Lynch movie I couldn't get through. I agree with you. I mean, it's interesting. I own it. I bought the fucking Criterion, and I was if there was any Lynch movie, I just kind of want him to do an audio commentary for it. It's like Inland Empire, just so he could just talk. I don't even care if he just talks about how much he likes Laura Dern.
Sure,
give it something. That's a tough one to get through but it has moments of brilliance, where it really clicks in what the point is and the nightmare logic of it, but it's kind of a chore. It's a little bit of a chore in my opinion. Have you ever watched Inland Empire?
No, it's been on my list though for a long time. I was almost debating when I was at doing a Criterion shopping spree. I was like, do I want it this time or nah? I'll pass for now.
Yeah, no, one of those definitely got me.
Right,
because I was I've been buying all the Lynch stuff and as they've been coming out on 4K through Criterion, and even though that one isn't 4K, it's just a Blu-ray.
Yeah.
I was just well, I'm buying the other ones, I guess, for posterity. It gets to be on the shelf that I'll never probably open it again. And
right.
Be on the shelf and be like, look, everyone, I have all of these David Lynch movies.
You know what I was surprised to see on Criterion when I was doing Christmas shopping, and I got it for some family members, but uh, it, this is a horror movie, but and I'm sure you've seen it, but The Others was not marketed as being like this new Criterion release, but I was like, oh snap! That was like one of the first horror movies I ever saw, like as a kid,
Yeah,
and I'm
really?
glad to
Oh,
see that
cool.
was finally hitting those shelves. But
See, I have not seen The Others in such a long time. It was like, it probably was actually when it came out. It's probably the last time I watched
Right.
it, but I remember it being pretty okay. It's very much in line with a lot of ghost movies that were just like that being made at the time.
Right.
The Devil's Backbone, the Guillermo del Toro movie, being another one that's very similar to The Others. Trembling says, Refn, I hope, is haunted by the ghost of William Friedkin. One of the greatest
oh yeah,
clips ever.
yep.
Ever. Are you fucking serious? Somebody call an ambulance. He call Only God Forgives a Masterpiece? It's like, oh my God.
Who is this guy?
Good old Bill Friedkin. Gonna miss Bill Friedkin. For me, video game wise, I played a lot of Settlers of Catan. They put out a console version of it, and my brother bought it, and me and my brother have connected accounts in a way where we can share games.
Yeah.
And so I played. That is the most I've played a game all year. I put in almost 100 hours into Settlers of Catan. That was a big one for me. But I had to get Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 is a big one. I am a giant Alan Wake fan. I'm a big Remedy fan in general.
Right.
And anything they would have put out, I would have been chomping at the bit to get a hold of. And Alan Wake 2 did not disappoint.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, it's the game that I didn't know I wanted. It's so good.
And it's the final like nail in the coffin Max Payne game we didn't know we wanted either in a weird way too.
Yes, it is. It's meta. It's self-referential.
Yeah.
It's definitely now Remedy has this established the Remedyverse, which if people don't know, they're actually trying to get the rights to Max Payne back. They're in the middle of a dispute right now because they're doing remakes of it.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to do a remake of 1 and 2, and now they're trying to get 3, and they're arguing with Rockstar about who owns the character. Because I think they want to try to get it back to bring it back into, especially since tragically the actor who played Max Payne passed away kind of suddenly.
Yep.
I mean, who knows why? I don't know if it was heart related or anything like that. We can't. Who can say?
Okay. God damn. Okay.
Who can say what was going on there? All I'm saying is spooky stuff.
James McCaffrey, why?
Did you play Alan Wake 2 or watch it or watch like
I just
play?
a lot of it. I never finished the walkthrough, but because it's very procedural. That's what's interesting about like the first game and this one too is that it doesn't play like your standard third person action thriller horror game or anything. It's like trying to be like an actual police procedural. Twin Peaks.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they already obviously were leaning into Twin Peaks in the first one, but this is like it's leaning into Twin Peaks, but like more Fire Walk with Me or The Return than the original series. It's much more interested in being a moody, dark, weird game than being an action game. It's actually not even that much fighting. The worst parts of the game, for me, were the boss fights.
Okay.
Because they're just tedious. It's like, oh, here's a guy. He's going to walk towards you. He's a bullet sponge. Shoot him until he dies.
Right.
There's usually there's a trick. There's something you have to do during at some point during the fight to do, to get to the next stage of it. And it's kind of rinse and repeat. But I was really, really taken with it. I really, really enjoyed my time with it. Drumming says Indigo Gaming game came out with a good video on what the first Alan Wake was originally going to be. I think I saw that in my feed, but I have not watched it. Or if it's an older video, I might have watched it. If it's a newer one, then no. But there was one I watched years ago, watching about like the concept art and what they were originally going to do in the big open world. That whole area was supposed to be just a big open world, and you're supposed to like drive around and stuff, and you can still see the remnants of it in the game, but they basically just cut up what they had built and made kind of levels, essentially.
Right.
I have been playing through the RoboCop Rogue City game, which I think it is the best you could have expected or hoped for a RoboCop game. Like,
I want to check it out at some point for sure.
Dude, it's dumb fun. It's very like kind of old school in a way. It's like an old school kind of first person shooter.
Mm-hmm.
If I do have one complaint is that the enemies are very bullet spongy. Like if you put even on normal difficulty, you're like, holy shit. Like I'm shooting this guy in the face. Just die.
Yeah.
One thing I do love about it though is that if you shoot people in the dick, it's like getting a headshot.
I'm so glad they lived up to that. You had to one job, and like that's the one homage you got to keep.
It's so full of fan service. Like the environments are so like meticulously recreated from the movie. It's so much fun. It's just cool. As a RoboCop fan, as a guy, I'm actually wearing a fucking RoboCop t-shirt right now under my sweatshirt. I love RoboCop. So nice. I'm having a blast. Peter Weller came back. I thought when I saw the trailer that his voice kind of sounded bad, like stiff. But in the game, I haven't really noticed. It hasn't bothered me at all. And it's cool too because it's got like detective kind of parts of it where you just go and do kind of procedural police stuff, or you go question people and gather evidence and blah blah blah. And that stuff's full. It's cool. It's a much more full game than I expected it to be. Something like expected to just be kind of a gallery shooter with RoboCop.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I know that when I finally get around to playing the game and was it a family member or a roommate is playing their game or whatever in the living room or whatever, I'm just going to come in with my like a big ass gun. Bitches leave.
Leave. It's time.
Yeah.
Trelling said with Alan Wake controlling everything but not knowing he wasn't part of another person's writing, etc. Okay. I will definitely. You wrote the name Indigo Gaming. I will write that down. Indigo Gaming. Oh, he also said it's new, but yeah, it was going to be way bigger and more in the mouth of madness. Yes. I believe I recall at least hearing about that, but I want to watch this new video. The only other game I played of note is Final Fantasy 16. I kind of have obligations for some reason. I don't know why. I've played every single Final Fantasy game, and I will not be deterred. So I played through Final Fantasy 16, which was the most un-Final Fantasy type game. They've gone full into action game area, like action RPG area. And so it didn't really scratch the Final Fantasy itch, but it was an okay game. Like I thought it was perfectly good if you're into big, over the top, expensive, kind of like the Marvel movie of video games type thing. That's kind of what it is. All right, Jeremy.
Alrighty.
We got worst and best. Are you ready?
No. Yeah. No. Yeah.
No, I'm not at all. Do you need to take a break? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Do you need to do anything like that?
If we could take like 3 minutes.
Let me. I'm gonna cue something up real quick.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go grab something to drink myself. Everybody, enjoy this public service announcement. This brochure video for Prophet's Camp for Doomers, and we'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your host, Dan Prophet. And I am starting a camp for doomers, antinatalists, and people who are completely lost and at the end of their rope. You can come here, you can come up to the compound, okay? You can live a real life, you can get out of your like bugman, urbanite, shit wage slave tier existence, get up in the mountains. You know, and I can show you a completely different side of existence that you've never seen before, and it's going to get hard. You're going to have to be up at 4:30 with me. You're going to work my work day with me, and I'm going to work you like a fucking dog. You can milk the goats, you can chop wood, deal with the chickens, We'll run you up and down the mountain. We'll go shooting. We'll go fishing. We'll go hunting. But you're going to learn skills. We're going to build shit. I'll show you several thousand uses for baling twine. Diane Natalist is going to be the first. She's already agreed to appear on. Diane's coming up from Pittsburgh. I'm going to have her chopping wood. I'm going to have her milking the goats. I'm going to have her dealing with shit. It's all on her at that point. These things are important to me. And objects have the importance that we give them. Things have the importance that we give them. So when you give things no importance, you assign negative value to everything, then nothing is important. Do you see how that math works? It's like writing the textbook for yourself because you know all the answers. I'm going to show him how an ugly, fat, stupid dude with crooked glasses and like perpetually bad skin and a horrible attitude can actually start a family and succeed in life. It all comes down to the fact that you haven't been chopping enough wood, you haven't been milking enough goats, you haven't been at the profit camp. Trying to not give up on you. And that's why I'm opening up the camp, okay? Life is good.
Wow, what a powerful video. What a powerful testimonial. That's for all you doomers out there, all you anti-natalists, all you nihilists. You got to get your ass up to the mountain, okay? Get to Prophet's Camp for Doomers. It's free. You just have to work.
I have to say, every time I see Diane Natalist's face on a YouTube short screen, like, I almost want to become a doomer myself and then just go right to Prophet's Camp and then, it'll click for me and then I'll get right back out of it again.
I've been doing nightcaps for a couple years now, and I am on the edge of becoming like a black-pilled doomer. I'm on the edge from doing that show all the time. Like, holy shit. Thank God I ended up having to take like a couple hiatuses in 2023 because I would probably be out of my fucking mind right now. I'm almost there. I'm constantly agitated, swearing all the time, just a maniac, honestly.
I loved your little bit. I did catch wind of you just very recently covering Rachel Maddow and a bunch of the corporate press, and just like these just these horrible monsters just like talking out their ass, There's
nothing even to say. Yeah. There's nothing even to say other than like, fuck you. Like, because you're such like liars.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just like make shit up and they make shit up to everyone's detriment. They just like, I was like, I'm watching the Iowa caucus shit and the MSNBC panel is just like dunking on white Christians. Like that's all they were doing. There's no analysis in that. There wasn't anything. It was crazy. Anyways, leave those Midwesterners alone, Joy Reid. You look like Simon Phoenix from Demolition Man.
Yeah, there you go.
I know what you're up to. All right. Well, since we're in a bad mood, let's talk about the worst movies of 2023, Jeremy.
Right.
Worst movies, okay?
You're dressing up in lingerie before your mirror at home, tucking your dick between your legs, imagining you have a vagina.
Worst of 2023.
I wonder what Jordan Peterson's worst of 2023 would have been.
Definitely Barbie, which is my number 10.
Okay.
My number 10 is Barbie. I know it's on your list. You want to talk about it now, or you want to wait for your come on your list?
No, we can both, since it's my number 10 as well, so we can probably both just.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I can understand what they were trying to achieve and what they're trying to accomplish, but I kind of just thought it was a bad movie. Because the first 45 minutes, 50 minutes, give or take, is kind of okay. Like, I may not like agree with its thesis or its subtext, but it's not a bad movie. Like, it's kind of fun. It's colorful. The very interesting aesthetic, concept design. And then it just starts to fall apart. As soon as they get to the real world, the movie just kind of dies, essentially.
Right. Well, and I like Ryan Gosling and Margot Robbie in the movie as well.
Yeah.
Genuinely, like, and it's almost like I'm seeing these two characters get completely harassed and scolded at by everybody else in the film, and then they have to become these like changed people that they never once were, and then it just kind of it implodes on themselves. I'm not trying to take it personally, like within in the confines of Barbie. It's dumb
don't worry.
fun.
Don't worry. You're Knuff. You're Knuff, dude.
Yeah. But
No,
like,
I'm sorry.
No, but it's just like almost like the innocence of those two main leads was just kind of completely stripped of them at that certain point, and then there's just no going back now. They're gonna make sequels, and they're gonna
and that's kind of the I will say this: if there's one like positive takeaway, I mean, I think kind of its gender politics is kind of gross and weird.
Oh yeah.
But I will say this: at the very least, it affirms like femininity as being a real thing.
Yes.
And that a woman goes to a gynecologist. I don't know if anybody caught that at the end of the movie. She goes to a fucking gynecologist. So I think that's, in a weird way, that's kind of planting a flag in in current year. That's planting a flag. But it seems like it kind of went over the usual suspects' heads. Like, don't you understand? Like, Barbie's a real woman now. She has to go to a gynecologist. But there's also a moment where Ryan Gosling sings to the trans actor. And tells her how beautiful, how beautiful he is. It's confusing. I'm confused.
Right.
But yeah.
I was gonna say like it. If I had to give it any kudos, like that, it seems to go like we're kind of scaling back a little bit to re-embracing what femininity looks like, or even what it's an over-the-top traditional masculine side on how they approach the Ken character, but the fact that they even just like address it, like it.
Yeah,
I get it's just the intentions are just like all mixed up. That's the problem.
Well, because the way it deals with like male insecurity or toxic masculinity and stuff is like it could have been done with, like, you didn't have to make them all retarded.
Right.
I don't know why the Kens are retarded, other than they're in Barbie world, which and they get to go back to being retarded at the end of the movie.
Yes. Yeah. It's almost like they still get the short end of the stick at the end of the day. Yeah,
it's still Barbie world. It's not for you. It's not for you guys. And for a movie that's definitely explicitly made for women, like, so I do take that into account. Even though I think just fundamentally it has problems, I kind of understand why it was popular. I get it, because you don't kind of have to understand the subtext of the movie for a normie audience to probably find it entertaining, just because the bright bubblegum, the aesthetic, the actors are so charming. Mm-hmm. I mean, everybody in that movie is kind of perfectly cast. Even Kate McKinnon, who I do not like.
Right. Yep.
Even she was okay in Barbie. So, and I hate to say it, I started watching it with an audio commentary. If you have HBO Max, you can watch Barbie with audio commentary, and Greta Gerwig is very charming.
I've never disliked Greta Gerwig, actually. I've always kind of found like she's got an interesting voice in interviews and things like that. But
even like I don't know if maybe she got this from Noah. maybe this is all Noah's writing, but everything in that movie is very well thought out. It came from a real place, and it was nice to hear that.
Yeah.
Even if I didn't like it or didn't agree with the subtext, it's like I appreciate an artist with a perspective, kind of like we were talking about Nicholas Winding Refn. I may not love everything he does, but I'll always check it out. It's an interesting voice. It is unique. Mm-hmm. I'll give it that. Trelmick says, women don't like non-sexual, unfeminine shit either. I think women that don't like the message still like the movie because it has pretty feminine women in it. Yeah, I tend to agree. Right. It's got enough of that surface normie stuff that's very attractive. It's appealing. I can understand it. Like when I was watching the movie, like there's plenty of moments in that movie that are perfect, like very engaging. I mean, Ryan Gosling steals the movie. The Kens steal that movie.
Yeah, that's the fun. That's the weird irony of it too.
The song is a banger. Listen, right.
Yeah.
the Kenneth song is fine. It's a good song. Let's just come out and say it, guys. It's 2024. We'll be safe.
Yeah. The one bit of insider info though that I have from an acquaintance of someone who might have worked as a PA or some sort of extra job, it is possible, and I don't know if this is entirely true, but that Noah Baumbach probably ghost directed it and also ghost wrote it.
No, come on. Are we gonna be that? We're gonna go. Is this like a poltergeist situation?
Yeah, no, right? Yeah, no, but basically, Greta would not be calling action without checking and consulting with her husband first.
Well, yeah, they actually, I think they have somewhat of a traditional lifestyle.
Yeah.
I think they do actually. That's why he liked her, because he left his wife for this young, hot piece back in the day, and because she was, she respected him. Because he was Noah Baumbach. She's like, Squid and the Whale is my favorite movie, probably.
Yeah.
Trembling says, the only time I like Greta Gerwig is in House of the Devil.
Hey, that's a good one. That's
her
good.
face blown off.
Yeah. Probably her favorite role. Who knows? Yeah.
I haven't seen House of the Devil in a long time. I used to really like it, and now I'm wondering if I liked it because I thought I should like it. I need to go revisit it.
She's the only actress that I can think of that comes to mind that makes eating a big sloppy slice of pizza look good. I don't know.
She's a cutie patootie in that movie for 100%.
Yeah,
she's very attractive in that movie. I always forget that that's her actually, because
right.
I associate her with the New York mumblecore scene way more, like the Miss America. Was it Miss America? Is that the movie she I think that's the first one she directed.
I think, I wouldn't know.
You know what I'm talking about.
Right.
That group of movies, the whole crew that ends up being involved in You're Next.
Right.
What's his name? What the fuck is that guy's name? He was an actor in the movie, but he was the director. Joe something?
Let me help you out here. Adam Wingard.
Adam Wingard is the director. He acted in it. Joe Swanberg.
Joe Swanberg, yep.
Joe Swanberg, Mr. Mumblecore. He's wanted to be like a modern gay Cassavetes. He's like soy Cassavetes.
Yeah, in a way.
Because they do the improv-y kind of open situation stuff, and but all their characters are pussies. Or if they're anything maybe they're mildly annoying. Trembling says Ty West and Adam Wingard. Well, yes,
Ty West. Yeah, he was there.
Ty West. He's an actor in that movie too. He dies.
That's something that I'm starting to get a little. I know we got to get through the list, but here, that's something I am getting a little bit tired of now, and you see this right now with the modern Scream franchise as well. But it's just like the incompetence of the serial killers, and I know that's the joke for a while, but at a certain point, it just never. It can't stick around forever. It just gets really monotonous.
Well, because Your Next is almost satirizing that, right?
Right, yeah.
And then people just started really doing it.
Yes.
In franchises, and I don't think it's. I think it's because I think it's just there's a lack of cleverness, because people think everything is a deconstruction now, which oftentimes lets you off the hook because it just allows you to explain the subtext. Allows you to just explain that you're making a joke, and you don't have to, but you're doing it without doing it. But I always find that a cheat, because you still have to, if you're making a satire or you're making fun of something and you're doing the thing at the same time, you have to do a good version of that thing as well as making fun of it. And you don't see that very often.
Right.
Oh, so what's your number 9?
My number 9 is The Blackening, directed by Tim Story.
Yes, the Fantastic Four, Tim Story.
A group of black friends reunite for a Juneteenth weekend getaway, only to find themselves trapped in a remote cabin with a twisted killer. And it's another one of these, like we've just been talking about, just another one of these kind of tired but trying to be topical, speak on recent issues in America, and not do a very good job, or very, very honest, or even very funny portrayal of that, So I'm
telling you, Hollywood is trying to give itself permission to walk away from woke virtue signal bullshit.
Right. Yeah.
It's another one of those movies, because it's commenting on it. Actually, this one was actually kind of good. Was Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. Did you see that?
I still need to check that one out, but I do want to see it.
It's
Yeah.
it's like maybe the first like real Zoomer movie.
Right.
It's very much that, but it's actually pretty good. I was very surprised. I was very pleasantly surprised, and it successfully does what we were talking about. But yeah.
But yeah, and you know, I think it's trying to kind of live up to, I guess, Jordan Peele's aesthetics in some ways as well, but it can't quite pull it off.
Well,
and Jordan Peele,
is it doing it to reference Jordan Peele because he's a black director? I mean, it makes sense.
that's the only. I don't like that. My mind's going there sometimes, but that's where I'm thinking. You know.
Well, I mean, but that would be the point. That would be the
Right,
point that it would try to ape the style of like a popular black director. I mean, it's
yeah. The only other one that like stands like on the opposite end, but you know, I'll always respect because he just does his own thing, he has his own craft, his own company, is Tyler Perry. I'm like, at least, you know, say what you will about like his more Adam Sandler style comedies, at least he's doing what he likes to do without anybody else like chiming in.
He's also not talking down to people.
Exactly. Yeah.
He makes things that people relate to directly to the audience that it's intended to relate to. Like, and he doesn't. There's no preciousness about that. And sometimes that can actually be refreshing in a weird way.
Oh yeah.
Do you have anything else to say about The Blackening?
Not really. It came and went. I might have slept through the end of it, if anything.
Trembling says, I hate X and Pearl. I like House of the Devil and The Innkeepers, but everything else Ty West has done, I haven't liked at all. Yeah, no, well, in The Valley of Violence, the one he did with Ethan Hawke and John Travolta, was like a Western. That was okay. It was okay.
Oh yeah, that one was all right.
X, I kind of am ambivalent about it. Like, X is a movie that I didn't like it the first time I watched it. Ended up watching it again and liked it a little bit more. And Pearl, I only saw the first 20 minutes of it and I still haven't finished it. I'm kind of just waiting until Maxine comes out, and then I want to look at it kind of holistically, because I think in some way that's kind of the intention, is to create an arc over 3 movies. So I would like to see if it actually works better as a trilogy than maybe on their own. I don't know.
That's my approach. I haven't seen any of them yet. I'm waiting for Maxine to come out so I could just do it in some sort of sequential or interesting order that somebody would recommend would be
if it ever comes out. Apparently, what's her name? Mia Goth is kicking extras in the face with.
I saw that.
Jesus, lady.
It's a great many clips of people just doing these spin kicks, like finish him.
Did Shia teach you this? This is how he taught you how to behave, Mia.
Maya, just do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Trembling says, "Oh yeah, I forgot he did that one. I liked it too." Yeah, and I don't think he's done anything else. Ty West was an up and cut because I really liked The Innkeepers. I liked House of the Devil back in the day. And then he kind of didn't do anything for a long time. And then he did In the Valley of Violence. Right. And it's okay. It's all right. My number 9 is this movie called Joyride. The log line is, follows 4 Asian American friends as they bond and discover the truth of what it means to know and love who you are while they travel through China in the search of one of their birth mothers. It's kind of like a road trip, almost like a Hangover type movie, but with girls.
Yeah.
Then it also has a racial component that is, ends up being just one of the pillars of the film. So they're constantly commenting on it. It's one of these current crop of comedies, these gross out comedies where they've decided just to have women be the leads of all of them, where they just act like dudes. They just act like dudes.
I remember the trailer for it. It looked like Crazy Mick.
You want to see the trailer? Should we bring up the trailer?
Yeah, might as well. Yeah.
All right, let me bring it up. Like Crazy Rich Asians?
Crazy Rich Asians meets The Hangover. Yeah.
People are loving Asian people right now. Let me tell you what. Yeah. Okay, Everything Everywhere All at Once wins big at the Academy Awards last year. Yep. Joyride comes out. People are loving it. I mean, Michelle Yeoh has like 2 Disney shows that she's in. She's all over the place. What a queen. Actually, you know what I did? I did pre-order. I got some Criterion cash for Christmas, and I ended up buying the 4K of the Heroic Trio and The Executioners, which are old Michelle Yeoh kung fu movies.
Oh, sick. Yeah. Hey, gotta have them. Yeah.
I did. I felt like I needed in that moment. I was like, yeah, I need this. Let me see. Let's catch up with the chat before we hit this. If only these Asians were stalked by a psycho trucker voiced by Ted Levine, like the other Joyride movie. I know.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
I haven't seen that in forever.
Right.
All right. Here, we'll just get a taste. We don't need to watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
You guys must be new to town, right?
New to town, but not new to the country. We just moved from California.
Oh, we just wondered.
Constantly, this is constant. This kind of humor.
I can't. Yeah, I already can't stand it.
Oh, are you from China? Like, no. Stop treating people like they're pieces of shit for like.
Or just like constantly apologizing. Oh, I don't want to be insensitive about every little thing. I'm, just like,
Listen,
can people just talk like normal people?
If they don't they will get karate chopped.
Yeah. Right. Well, yeah.
If you wouldn't mind if your daughter played with our daughter.
Audrey, say hi. You want to play slide? Mm-hmm.
You see, because they're Asians. They literally walked up to an Asian couple with their adopted Asian child and said, "We only want her to play with people that look like her." Pretty wild.
Slides off limits to Ching Chongs. Fuck you.
You know what? That landed. It landed.
That kid, you know what? give him his award. That was great. That was a good delivery.
Trembling says, "Yes, Madam" is a good Michelle Yeoh one with Cynthia Rothrock. I actually watched that over the summer. It was I was watching all of these Jackie Chan movies, and Michelle Yeoh ended up in the mix because of Super Cop. So I watched Super Cop 2, and I watched Yes, Madam, and I think I watched The Heroic Trio.
Do you want to be best friends?
Look at me, look at me, look at me now. Guess who's going back to the motherland?
It's a big deal going to your birth country.
We used to talk about it all the time when we were little, remember? Grand adventure to find your birth mother. So proud of you.
Well, I mean, it's your birth country, but if you come over here when you're like a baby, you're basically like from here. You know what I mean? Right. Is that not cool? Is that uncool of me to say? Let's skip ahead.
Hey, so nice to see an American. What do you do for work?
It's the cops are doing a bag check.
Oh my god, you're a drug dealer? You're drug dealers now, bitches!
What the fuck? Is that a condom? We can't get caught with drugs.
Now, I have to say, it is very tiresome in the movie. Even if you think right now you're watching this, you're like, oh, it doesn't look so bad. It is.
Is it really a lot of this constant like, oh my god, what's
yes,
going on?
No, every fucking scene, Jeremy. Jeez. Like, because like I said, it's like Road Trip. It's like The Hangover, but they're just chicks, you know, and they can put things in their vagina like drugs. You can't do that if you're a guy. You can only put it in your butt, dude. It's the only place you got to put it, which I think is just funnier. Okay, it's one of the reasons why women aren't funny, Jeremy, is because hiding things in your vagina is just not that funny. Hiding things in your butt, hilarious. Trelling says, is that Aquafina annoying chick? No, it's not. You No, I don't think Aquafina's in this, but I could understand.
In China, we'll get jailed for life. Crazy, gotta go crazy. No crazy.
I should never come to.
Oh yeah, and also I think this trailer shows you like the whole movie.
Did this movie do well?
But anyways, no, it didn't.
It didn't do well in China.
In China, I don't know. I don't know if it did good in China. I don't know about that. I haven't checked that. But in America, it did not do well. It bombed. And I'm not even gonna lie, guys. I definitely watched a can.
Yeah.
So, anyways, number 8, Jeremy.
Number 8 for me. I've got Skinamarink, directed by Kyle Edward Ball, and his $15,000 budgeted horror analog epic.
Yeah, he filmed it at his parents' house.
Yeah. He knew those kids. He knew that family. Everybody's. And I've been saying this for a while, but in the short form, this could work. I did something kind of similar to this. In a shorter storyline, you could probably pull this off a lot better. But standing at like 100 minutes, I don't know why he decided to waste this much time filming what looked to be recycled, grainy footage of not really even scary or ominous things, just kind of like,
Well, it's because it's supposed to be from the child's perspective, and that
yeah.
things in the dark are just scary, and they take on kind of a second life on top of the fact that there really is something there, but it's really an allegory for his dad leaving his family. Just so
Yes.
everybody knows, it's
Right.
very obvious.
Right.
You know, he literally, I think maybe it's kind of a joke, but I think his dad is talking about going out for smokes at the beginning of the movie. You hear somebody like having a muffled phone conversation because it's,
Exactly.
you know, you're a kid and you're on the floor and you're under a blanket or something at this point in the movie. But yeah, that's what it's for. And about how that kind of upends and changes everybody and steals your innocence from you and destroys your mother. And some of it works very well. I think what you said, my takeaway from this is I wish this was released in like 6-10 minute parts.
Right. Kind of like I could see like a
Marble
spin-off,
Hornets.
I was about to say like just like that, and also just something like they've got to mix it up a little bit with the visuals though too, because apart from like a lot of the grain that you're seeing here in the footage, but
and it looks cool. Like in moments, it does look cool, but
Yeah.
it takes a long time to get where it's going sometimes. Which I
Right.
get. I can appreciate that's the point. But
Right. If there was a sequence, I kind of wanted this because that would have at least alarmed me and probably the audience I saw it with. But if there was a sequence where everything just kind of like lit up and like got really bright all of a sudden, that would have actually terrified me. After
yeah.
like watching a long sequence of all these very, I mean, they're kind of like what you're seeing right now, like in this is like
just
it's not too far off from the movie. It's like,
well, honestly, the experience of the movie is like this because it's a lot of this random kind of observations of mundane things that kind
Right.
of. I think he thinks if you stare at it long enough, like when you're a kid, it becomes sinister.
Right.
So,
yeah.
like, that's kind of the experience of being a child or whatever. I remember, like, I used to go to a Catholic elementary school. And when you were sick, and it was taught by nuns, it was like actually on like a monastery, nuns and brothers and stuff like that. Those were all the teachers and everything. And if you were sick and you needed to go lay down, they didn't have like a nurse's office, so you'd go up and lay down in their library, and they would let down the shades, shut off the lights, and it would be kind of dusk, kind of like this lighting,
Right.
and there was a bunch of religious statues around. And you stare at the religious statues, and then they become terrifying at some, like, you're a little kid, you're like 7 years old, 6 or 7. It becomes scary.
Right.
So I think he's trying to recreate stuff like that in the movie. It didn't really work for me. There was a few moments that got me, for certainly, but
Sure.
But I don't think, I kind of agree. I don't think it overall works as a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tremlick says, man, enough with every horror being an allegory for grief and trauma. Give me a real monster, you sons of bitches.
Yes.
I kind of tend to agree. I think you can do both if you wanted to, but yes, pay off, please.
Right.
Like Jeremy said, if all the lights came on at the end and there was actually something mildly terrifying, it would have been even more terrifying because of the subdued nature of the rest of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been cool. I say that to my wife all the time. I'd be telling her about some horror movie I watched. I'd be like, guess what? It's about trauma.
Every time now.
It's
Yeah.
about divorce and trauma.
Yeah.
My number 8. Is it me now, right?
Yep. Mhm.
Talk to Me. Talk to Me, I think, is technically very well made, and it's a movie that makes zero sense. I think those guys probably have a bright future ahead of them. I know that they're from like TikTok or YouTube.
Yeah.
And I think they're talented in terms of from their technical ability. I don't know if they wrote the script or not. I just thought the movie just was kind of nonsensical, but
Those brothers are really spastic. Like I saw clips of them on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan like
Internet guys being spazzes.
yeah, well, Joe Rogan was just like, I don't know if I like this movie as much anymore now. Like you could tell, kind of seeing his face, just like talking to them. But
Was it a good interview?
I was fine. I mean, like they talk about the typical stuff, psychedelics, and their past work, and things like that. But no, I mean, I don't care for those directors in particular. I guess they're a little.
Well, do you think did you see Talk to Me?
I still haven't seen it. No.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
It's just like it's a very slick movie, but it's like I don't know. The story doesn't make any sense. It's like does that stupid thing that I can't stand, where it's like bad horror movies that never set up any kind of rules for the world, for what's happening, for the paranormal events. So you never know when to be stressed or tense, or you don't ever really know what's going on, in a sense, and why you should be frightened. I don't know. I did not particularly care for it. But anyways, what's your number 7, Jeremy?
My number 7, and it wound up here, and I forgot that I had seen it so much earlier on, because there was like a limited screening before it was making a regular showing. But Past Lives, A24's Past Lives, directed by Celine Song, who yeah, I think this is her first feature film.
I believe so, yes.
And I'd forgotten about it when I first watched it, because it was just like wound up. I saw it with a group, and just really kind of came out thinking like I'm sure you've probably seen very recently our good buddy Laura's Wonderbread like pissed off a lot of
he
A24.
He got shared on a Facebook A24 group that I was actually already in, because it was just one of those ones I had randomly just hit join just for stuff in the feed or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I saw that post. I saw they reposted it. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, no, it's just a healthy relationship. You just don't get it. You're like,
and that was the major thing, because it is actually a pretty well made film.
I'm sure.
On top of all of that, like the production value really is there, and like they're considering every shot. The performances are there, but man, is it just an ugly, grueling experience to like see a three-way kind of relationship like this, and really just to such an unhealthy degree, and people saying that this is normal.
But that's the thing. I mean, I haven't watched the movie myself.
Yeah.
Is it trying to do that intentionally, and that it's supposed to be kind of gross and uncomfortable, or is it like, no, this is just being an adult, and they're just like, this woman has to make this decision, like about which man she wants to be with, and I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen it, so.
I mean, in the real sense, it's just like the way, it's like a toxic woman, or like an unsure woman, like that is like floating both boats, because the guy that she grew up with and does like, recognizes very early on that this isn't right. If she's already married and happily so, or unhappily so, not to butt in. Like he's the only character that
comes around, baby, and she's thinking, she's like, man, this guy's on the couch playing his Switch.
Yeah.
And this guy, this Korean Chad.
Yeah.
They're Korean, right?
He's like this well-groomed, much getting by much better,
Listen,
just
Asian people are loving Asians in 2023 and 2022. People are loving Asians these days. I'm telling you. I got the fever myself,
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch the Heroic Trio in 4K. Michelle Yao was an early crush of mine.
Yeah. The husband character, I believe, is Jewish, and I will say, not a good 2023, not a good year for Jews right now.
Actually, I think he might be Italian.
Yeah.
John Magaro.
Maybe.
Yeah. He was in The Big Short, First Cow. I've seen him around. But yeah, not a good year for them. No. Can you believe that they did that to him in this movie? Trump says Joe probably brought up how much strength a chimp has. Rip your face right off, dude. in reference to the Talk to Me directors. Trelling also says Destiny watched it and cried. It was a little too close to home. Actually, but though in Destiny's life, it's the reverse.
Oh
It's the reverse.
gosh.
Destiny gets
That's what I was
by
also
a
thinking of.
twerp.
Right, right.
I mean, Destiny's a twerp, but in the world of twerps,
Yeah.
Destiny's like a king.
Yeah.
So he got cucked by an even twerpier dude than Destiny.
Right.
So hey, stay strong, brother. That's why he's decided to just completely deep dive into being an establishment like media shill. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But anyway,
when that all that drama like came out though too with Destiny and everything, like it was so funny to see him like just pop up on like 10 different shows, 10 different interviews, like right off the bat. Like he's like, well, I guess I'm free now to just do my thing again.
Yeah, now I can go to work.
Yeah.
We're all waiting for the Destiny versus Ben Shapiro debate.
Right.
That Lex Friedman apparently held. They already recorded it. It has not dropped as far as I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy, what a meeting of the minds.
Yeah.
At least Ben Shapiro's actually read a fucking book.
Yeah, the meeting of the ghouls. Yeah,
the ghouls. All three of them.
Right.
My number 7. I'm gonna blow through the next 3. Okay. Because I don't have a lot to say about them. I can just clear this slate. Cocaine Bear, just a bad movie.
Okay.
It's just a bad comedy.
I skipped on it. Yeah.
It's not even worth commenting on. Other than the R.I.P. Ray Liotta, I'm sorry, this is like one of the last on-screen things you've been in. I can understand why he took the role, and he's very funny in it.
Yeah.
And the parts that he's in, and there is one sequence that's good. That's when the bear destroys a sheriff's department or a store or something. I can't even remember.
Mm-hmm.
Cocaine Bear. There's a Hulu original movie I watched during Halloween that came out called The Mill, which is like this allegorical thing about working hard and the evils of capitalism and how you should work hard but not too hard. It's stars Lil Rel Howery, and Pat Healy is the voice. He's like a kind of like an omniscient God voice.
Oh yeah.
That's talking to this worker who's like at this mill that he has to like get to go around a bunch of times during the day or he dies.
Okay.
Milkers that could bring peace to the Middle East. Oh, Destiny just begs Ben for his sister's number. Milkers that could bring peace to the Middle East.
Hey.
For damn sure.
Yeah.
For damn sure. Nothing spooky about it though. And The Machine, the Burt Kreischer comedy, The Machine is not good.
That came out last year, right?
Yeah, I did not. It bombed in theaters. I think it made less than $1 million or $1.2 million, like opening weekend. It's just not good. And it's the weird thing about the movie is like you can see the movie that it's trying to be and failing at. Like it's it just misses the beats. There's just something about maybe like in post, like the editing, just didn't work for me. And also, anytime I see Mark Hamill now, I just get fucking annoyed. Like
I honestly, I don't. There was like a brief period where it was kind of cool to have or see Mark Hamill make a cameo and something.
He was doing interviews and stuff.
Right.
It was always a joy to see Mark Hamill.
Yeah, now I just see like this.
I cringe.
Yeah.
Dude, like he reposted the Lincoln Project the other day. And gave them kudos for their work. The Lincoln Project. Like, oh, fuck. Anyways, you take it away, Jeremy. So you got
So I'll rush through a few of these and then 2, I guess. Number
you're at 6.
6. My number 6 is Renfield as well, and we kind of already briefly talked about it, but yeah, it feels like one of those like late 2007 sort of just.
It's like Wanted.
Yes,
the action was like the movie Wanted.
Right, but just no charm, no nothing that really like led to any sort of appeal. It felt like such a fake little movie, just like to be honest.
it feels like a movie that's on the background in another movie. Like if you made a movie about actors making a movie, and you needed to see scenes from it.
Right.
This is what they would show.
Yeah.
I mean, I did enjoy Nicolas Cage's Bela Lugosi impression, like for what it was.
Right. Yeah.
That was fun, but yeah, I agree. Skip it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I haven't seen Dream Scenario yet, but not the best couple of years, I think, for Nick Cage. And
Well, I would say good for his performances.
No, the good for his performances, but not the greatest like movies that like surround him. It's just.
Well, they can't all be Mandy.
They can't all be Mandy. They can't be Joe. It's just.
I forgot about Joe. That's a really good one.
Yeah. I got How to Blow Up a Pipeline here.
I have that as well. So.
The movie that got me some letterbox moderator decided to take down my review because I called it
really
dude, I wasn't even going like that hard. All I said word for word, I think verbatim, if I remember, I was just saying, well, I didn't learn how to blow up a pipeline, but I learned how to become more retarded watching this. And that's literally all I said. And because this is like a full on like letterbox, you can play the X-Files theme again if you want. This is a full on letterbox psyop. They were going in hard on me. This was a letterbox movie. Like, I'm not going to be surprised in the next couple of years that letterbox becomes its own production company. And
actually, they're ramping up for that because they've actually started to create a lot of like YouTube content and stuff. So they're definitely building their brand. Yeah. I'm just gonna read my letterbox review. I gave it a star. This movie only exists as a vector to create headlines espousing the virtues of rationalizing destruction and violence as a legitimate means of political protest. It's such a heavy-handed, brain-dead piece of propaganda that you'll be more distracted by how cloying and cringe-inducing it is than take away anything meaningful from it. It represents a simplistic, childish view of how the world works. It has zero interest in exploring the moral and ethical problems, implications that may arise from engaging in this types of behavior. It's a movie that is made for people that see a CVS in a poor neighborhood burning to the ground and get misty-eyed. Yes, we've really shown them this time. I can't believe I made it to the end without my back breaking from how hard I was cringing at times. I'm lucky to be alive.
Nice.
There you go. That's one of my better letterbox reviews of 2023.
Right. That honestly sums it up.
Trembling says letterbox community makes Reddit look like high tea gigachads. Yeah, I would agree. I've been surprised. I've written some pretty nasty shit on here, and I've never gotten spotted.
Yeah, I was
under
just
the radar.
Because I was just like in the midst of the time when the film had just come out. Everybody was giving it at least 4 stars, if not like 4.5. And it was just, I was stuck in there like with the one like negative review. It's weird.
People like that really disgust me because they have they actually don't care at all about how much destruction and how many lives you're going to ruin by engaging in this kind of shit for very little to gain. You're not really gaining anything. Like the characters in that movie doing what they did or were attempting to do, it doesn't fucking matter. That's fixed in 2 days.
Right.
Like, anyways.
In their CIA van that they're driving around.
Yeah. Their unmarked van. Oh, it was so stupid. And it was like trying to like all these different walks of life. Like, look, we even have like a redneck white trash guy who lives in a trailer. Yeah. He's also an eco-terrorist. It's like the shitty version of First Reformed. First Reformed, like the Schrader movie. Like, well, I mean, Ethan Hawke's so fucking good in that. Because I even find like the kind of the central point of First Reformed kind of cringe. Because it's like a eco-terrorist movie.
Yeah.
But it's way more thoughtful, way more interesting. Actually engages with the ideas that I was saying that the How to Blow Up a Pipeline doesn't. It's a much better version of that message, I'll say. And it actually has one of the better performances of Ethan Hawke's career.
Right.
Well, that was my number 4, was How to Blow Up a Pipeline. So.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
So I think are we in the same spot then? We top 3?
I saw my number 4, then to Indiana Jones and the dial of dildo or shit.
The dial of dog shit.
Yeah.
The dial of dementia.
I've never seen this level of just, and I don't know, like, it's more on screen than it is probably in real life, but just like this level of just even elderly abuse towards like
yeah.
No matter what you think of Harrison Ford, if you like him as an actor, you don't like. I mean, this is the iconography of this character. But man, was I just like the whole way through? Oh wow, you guys are just beating this guy to the ground the whole way through.
Dude, he's always getting injured on these Disney movie sets.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fucks they're doing over there. They just don't have the standards.
No, none at all.
It's like,
no,
Jesus, will you get Harrison's Wrangler? He just fucking broke his leg again.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Get Callista. Call Callista now.
I don't know what Kathleen Kennedy and co were thinking, but this really did feel like a hollow AI conveyor belt movie. It didn't feel like a real movie.
Yeah.
Like when I was, and I looked at my friend who I watched it with, like we were actually kind of looking forward to seeing, like, okay, let's see if we can do one more indie film, see if he still got it. And it's not even like Harrison Ford's fault. It's really just.
Well, it's like James
everything
Mangold.
else.
James
Yeah.
Mangold is actually a very solid workman-like director.
Right.
That's definitely a job for him. I don't even blame him for that. Like
No, I don't blame him either.
The
Yeah.
post-production nightmare I heard about that movie, like the different endings, the different like tones, like it sounded like it was just a hell to get that shit out. Which is another thing. It's like another one of these examples. Like, how do you go into the productions on these movies with these budgets and not have all this worked out?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's crazy to me. Dude, they started, like, when they started, like, the new Star Wars trilogy, like, they started it without having 3 completed scripts. You're like, why?
Yeah.
Why would you do that? But anyways. I did not dislike it as much as you. I think I just thought it was very mediocre. Kind of listless. It was just kind of there. I agree. It was kind of sad that they did this to Harrison Ford on his last outing. Like, he's just a footnote. He's just a joke. And I don't like Fleabag. She was annoying.
Yeah.
And they didn't even have like the decency to make like her indies or make Indy her mentor and her like learn something from him. It was just, they didn't even bother to do that.
No, he's mistreated the whole time, and even mistakes that she makes throughout the film don't get don't get they just get like forgiven so quickly. Like it's no big deal. Like it really
it's a movie without consequences. There's no consequences to anything.
No, not to any of their actions. And you know, this is the funny thing too. I told my friend that when we watched it, it would have been dumb, but at least it would have been riskier and much more interesting if the film just like ended with Indy staying in that time period with Archimedes and everybody, you know.
Well, that's the original ending.
Right. Yeah.
The original ending is that he dies there.
Yes. And I would have been like, you know what? At least you're going for something. May not be what I want.
It would have been okay if they had like built that organically as like towards an end.
Yeah.
Where it felt appropriate. Like, yeah.
Right.
Like, but I mean, the whole, maybe I do hate this movie. Maybe I should have put this on the list. I mean, the whole, like the depressing nature of it was just like his son died in Vietnam. Like they couldn't, they were like, well, we're not bringing Mutt back. So let's kill him. So he died in Vietnam and it destroyed his marriage. It's like, Jesus Christ, guys, this is Indiana Jones. Aren't we supposed to be like enjoying ourselves just like a little bit?
Right.
Can we make one of these fucking movies where you don't hate the concept of the central character? It's like watching those fucking Daniel Craig James Bond movies. By the end, you're like, what the fuck? If you guys don't like James Bond, then don't make fucking James Bond movies. And I kind of feel that way about the way they treated Indiana Jones. Like, if anything, these are supposed to be kind of ephemeral, fun movies.
Yeah.
And they just couldn't help themselves. Do another dumb fucking deconstruction of the mythology of Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
And I just really just sick of it. It's just boring at this point, and it's ghoulish.
Even Crystal Skull, which, you know, problems
It's
aside,
looking better now.
It's looking better now, and it still feels like an actual film. There's
feels
never
like an Indiana Jones movie.
There's never one like moment when, you know, like Indiana Jones is like socking it to somebody's face and like that music chimes in. There's none of that. There's really none.
Well, there is a little bit like in the beginning when they where everybody was praising it. Everybody was I wish they should have just done a whole movie like this. I thought that was it looked awful.
Yeah.
Hearing old Harrison Ford's voice come out of ghoulish Polar Express, fucking Uncanny Valley face of young Harrison Ford was bizarre. And they didn't even bother to do like a good job in the recording booth. There's how the end of the train sequence, they end up in the water. Him and Toby Jones are in the water.
Yeah.
Toby Jones is like drowning. He's choking. He's trying to get out of the water because he's really in the water. And Harrison Ford is recording it, going like not acting like he's choking at all. He's just talking. I was like, what the fuck? Trembling says, Indiana Jones in universe knows for sure that God exists, yet he's a black-pilled sad sack. Actually, yeah. He saw the fucking Ark of the Covenant, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, if you need proof, there ain't much stronger proof than that.
Yeah.
Austin Calloway says, so true, Sean. Craig Bond is depressing. Yeah, and you know what? It sucks, too, because Casino Royale kicks ass. The first Craig Bond is great.
Yeah.
And then by the time we basically get to Skyfall, it's over. It's over. Austin says, I haven't seen Dial of Destiny yet, but I wonder how it compares to A View to a Kill with old Roger Moore. A View to a Kill has more respect because it's like, no, we're going to let you be the character.
Right. Yeah.
Trembling also says, the Holy Grail healed his dad. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would say Dial of Destiny not really just not worth anybody's time. Just skip it. Yeah. Sad. It's just really sad that's how we're going out on the character. Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of is. Should have just left well enough alone, dude.
Right.
I mean, Crystal Skull, it was like the redheaded stepchild, but it's not a bad way to leave the character.
No, it ends on a high note.
I know he gets married to Marion, and he's got his son Mutz, and he kind of
passes the torch in a way,
but then takes it back, being like, because he's Indiana Jones. Nobody else is Indiana Jones. It makes us feel good as the audience. We didn't have to like think in our minds like, is Shai gonna have the hat now?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so what's your number 3?
My number 3 is Fool's Paradise, directed by Charlie Day.
I did not see that because I heard it was very bad, so I didn't even bother.
Yeah, so it's the plot reads, a down on his luck publicist discovers a recently released mental health patient who looks just like a misbehaving movie star. The publicist subs him into a film, creating a new star, but fame and fortune are not all they are cracked up to be. Basically it's like a silent character getting propped up into the Hollywood wagon, but made by people from Hollywood. So it's not even like,
so it has no teeth.
It has no teeth at all. You know what? And it was one of these movies where, I was more or less like, I didn't laugh at all. I felt like all the jokes were inside jokes. I was like out of the picture. I didn't feel like I even really understood what they were referencing half the time. And I don't find a silent protagonist usually that compelling to begin with. So it's, knowing who Charlie Day is, like, it's just so weird and off kilter for him. I get why he would want to do something like that, but
if there's not a scene where he has to dodge a Harvey Weinstein like pervert,
right,
then it's a failure. It's failed Hollywood satire.
I was waiting for those jokes too, and they never come.
They never come.
Yeah.
Too clean, no teeth. Says Jeremobie. Put it on the box. Too clean, no teeth. Yeah. My number 3 is The Exorcist Believer.
Okay. Wow.
Listen. I am a defender. I am a defender of David Gordon Green. Okay? I like his Halloween movies. I don't give a fuck what you think, okay? I like his Halloween movies. I was actually looking forward to his take on The Exorcist while thinking it was unnecessary and we don't need to do this.
Yeah.
We could just stop. It's cool. I was intrigued by the sequel instead of the reboot. I don't know. I was like, because I liked what he did with Halloween, so I was kind of like willing to go with it. And I think the fatal flaw with The Exorcist Believer is that it like just gets away from it being a Catholic story. about Catholics, and about a crisis of faith, and about God versus science, and kind of all of these things that are going on in the original Exorcist, about grief, about sacrifice. And this movie just has none of that because it becomes this non-denominational mess. And I think what they did with Ellen Burstyn is ridiculous. Like the dumbest thing I could even think of doing with her. Like, she's some fucking demon expert now? Like, what are you talking about? That's not that character, and that's not how that first movie ends. You wouldn't think that that's what's gonna... Like, it's just... I don't know. It made it contrived, and it made it silly.
Right.
Because it's claiming to be Exorcist 2. And I think...
It's claiming to be a definitive sequel, and that's like the biggest problem.
And that's one of the biggest problems I have with it. I do like it. Parts of it, though. David Gordon Green's a good director. I like his directing style. I like the kinds of performances he's able to get out of actors. I would say most of the actors in this are actually pretty good. The two possessed girls are very good, I would even say.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's what makes it so fucking frustrating to me, because there's so much good shit in here. And although I will say this, no, I have to bring this. And I hate to have to be like this, but it's like the white Trump parents. Come on, David Gordon Green. What the fuck, dude? Stop. It's so cringe at this point. Do we really have to do this now? Yeah. Like, how on the nose, like, how gross politics of the moment are you, like, do you have to be? Because obviously, they're the worst. They're basically evil.
Right.
They fuck everything up.
They screw up the whole exorcism. Yeah.
Yeah. Troubling says the It's Always Sunny crew desperately wants out of that show and to do anything else, man. Well, it's been on for a long time. It's almost like that's just like the thing that they lean back on at this point. Yeah, they're all interested in doing other things. Actually, there's a hilarious clip with Glenn Howerton was on a podcast. I think a Katie Sackhoff's podcast, Starbuck from the 2004 Battlestar Galactica. And he was talking. He made a dad joke, and his son said, "Dad, you're not funny. Don't stop. You're not funny." He's like, "Well, son, most dads, you'd be right, but I have definitive proof that I am in fact funny. I have the longest running sitcom in American history. I've won awards. Yeah, buddy, I'm funny." But
that's great. That's good. That's
Oh, it's great. It's great. If you could just look up Glenn Howerton kids on like Twitter, the clip will probably come up.
Right.
But yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, but yeah, I was very disappointed in The Exorcist Believer, mostly because I think it really, I was shocked how much it seems like it doesn't understand The Exorcist and like made like a spooky horror movie.
Yeah.
So that was my problem, because the original Exorcist is one of my like probably top 10 movies ever. I love that
for sure.
I've actually grown to love it more the older I've gotten. So
yeah, I'll just like as a final note, like I will say I was softer to it when a lot of people weren't, but is it like unnecessary, flawed to shit in many regards. I did laugh, admittedly, with what they do with Ellen Burstyn's character, like full on. Like it seems like it does have that like Danny McBride sort of feel where like, oh, wouldn't this be really funny if we just gouged her eyes out or something like,
Well,
but I get where you're coming from. No,
she goes into like the room and like the demon
recognizes
her. She recognizes the demon. I'm like, shut up. And then only to find out it's not even Pazuzu.
It's not. No,
it's another demonic lie. But they are going forward with the sequel, but David Gordon Green has stepped away from it, which
I saw.
I don't blame him. I don't think he was too stoked about the reception of the film. I mean, even critically, that movie got roasted, even by mainstream critics.
Oh, you know what? That was one other show I forgot to mention. I did watch this recent season of oh my goodness. This is gonna that he directed, him and Danny McBride.
The Righteous Gemstones.
Righteous Gemstones, yeah.
I started season 3 and I haven't finished it, but sorry.
I was gonna say it's okay, but not as good as those first 2 seasons. It starts to kind of deflate a little bit in quality.
Actually, we talked about this privately.
That's right.
I think the reason for that is because they're so wacky already.
Yeah,
they have no choice but to increase the wackiness and now it feels like out of step. It's like too much.
Yeah.
It's gone too far to the wacky side.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's not hitting you in the same way, because this is the one thing you can always I've always really appreciated about Jodie Hill, David Gordon Green, Danny McBride. There's a real groundedness to their characters, even when they're kind of over the top and broad. They do feel like they're archetypally identifiable in your own life. Like you've met people like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like a version of that type of person. Except for Baby Billy Bobby.
Baby Billy, he's the most over the top. They've probably,
and he's so good. Walton Goggins should get
an
award every year for that.
Right,
every year for that. Trelling says, but we get to have 2 more of them, in reference to The Exorcist Believer. And he says, I bet Blumhouse will try to get that Dr. Sleep guy to come in and do the next 2.
Mike Flanagan.
Mike Flanagan. He's just got to stay on Netflix. Let's just keep him there. I'm not going to defend Mike Flanagan, but if Mike Flanagan, he's way better at doing it like Stephen King ripoff miniseries than he is as a film director.
Yeah, he's right now still stroking it to Stephen King. So like expect more adaptations on that front before he does something like Exorcist.
No, I think he already has like 3 Stephen King things lined up. But I wanted to make a meme that was like no one, nothing. And then Mike Flanagan, oh, you don't think I'll make my wife a lesbian again? Oh, you don't think I'll have my wife fucking a chick in this show? Well, hold on, pal. You don't even know.
That man needs like some Rogaine or something to like clear that weird, ugly bald spot like in that.
He is like the proto soy horror fan.
Yeah.
You see a lot of them. There are a lot of them out there. Okay. Yeah. Most of them review 4Ks on YouTube. There's a lot of guys that look just like that. And I know because I watch those videos because I have a mental illness. What's your number 2?
Number 2, I think you probably already know, Lady Ballers.
That's my number 2 as well.
Oh, hell. Okay. This is great. Our lists are aligning more than we haven't even gone to our best of yet, but yeah,
we'll go a little faster because those are at least more known quantities. So
we'll be quick. But no, so Daily Wire's Jeremy Boring's Lady Ballers.
They should have put it on the shelf and they should have left it there. They should have Batgirled this movie. Can you imagine seeing this movie and being like, yeah, well, let's put it out?
Right. I get what they're doing. I get what they're commentating on. I know this is kind of in a weird way a spiritual follow-up to What is a Woman and things like that. It's just not compelled. Like there's nothing about it that's funny or executed well. That's the thing. Yeah.
It's just a fucking bad version of one of these movies, though. It's just, and it also feels like a vanity project.
Right.
I do not for 1 second believe that Jeremy Boring did not always intend to be the star of this movie.
Right.
I don't believe him. I don't buy it. Those guys, Jeremy Boring being number 1, they have been wanting to do this forever. Jeremy Boring has produced one movie prior to this. I think it's called Spiral. It's from like 2008. But that's where they come from. They're Hollywood fuckboys. That's what they aspire to be.
Yeah.
Daily Wire is really fucking up this parallel economy thing. Okay?
Yeah.
They're squandering it. I am so shocked because of who they're at least in business with. The guy who used to run Cinestate.
Dallas Sonnier.
Yeah, Dallas Sonnier. Now it's like Bonfire Ventures or something. Bonfire Pictures.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that the quality of the stuff they're putting out. I don't know. I mean, I respect what they're doing, but I think with every movie, I feel like they've gotten worse.
Mm-hmm.
Starting from Run, Hide, Fight to Lady Ballers.
Yeah.
There's like a slope down. Lady Ballers, that's a hard slope down. Because there's a good movie. You could see the movie they were trying to make, and that's like one of the things too, where you're seeing where like the bad pacing is, and you're seeing like it's just all over the place. The flaws of the movie and the undercooked script. Like, you know, guys, when you give interviews, don't brag that you wrote the script in a day. Like, Jesus Christ, dude, my dudes. Like,
that's nothing to be proud of for sure.
They needed to watch the movie Basketball and use that as to structure their movie.
Yeah.
The movie Basketball provides the architecture that Lady Ballers could have hung itself on. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen Basketball?
I've not actually, but I've heard
Dude,
of it.
you've never seen Basketball? Well, I
Yeah.
think someday, Jeremy, we're probably gonna watch it now.
It's gonna be on.
I want to see what I want to. I would be just curious what somebody your age would think of Basketball. Wow, because I was like 12 when that came out. I was like 11.
Right.
Trembling says the only good thing Flanagan does is give hot ass Carlo Gugino work. This is true. I love me some Carlo Gugino. Trembling says, and you know those dorks would never give S. Craig Soller a movie. I know.
Yeah. No.
I think I've said it several times. I think I've said it in interviews, or not interviews, in reviews of their movies. I'm like, why work with S. Craig Zoller, dude? Although he might turn them down. He might turn them down because he already is squirrely about the association he has with right-wing politics because of his characters.
Yeah.
Which I think is a little bit of a cop-out on his part. I'll be real. I think he's kind of full of shit. When he's just like, those are just the characters. I just let the characters speak for themselves. I'm like, okay, dude, then why do all of your characters revolve around this then?
Yeah, why they hone in on like all of these same talking points. Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
But I love S. Craig Zoller. He's one of my favorite guys working today. Super exciting. He's actually gearing up for his new movie soon.
Right. Yep.
He said there's going to be an announcement soon, which is awesome because it's been since Dragged Across Concrete, which was like 2018.
Yeah.
2019 maybe. Trembling says basketball or dodgeball, even bench warmers. Even bench warmers could have given this movie some shape. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I'd rather watch Benchwarmers, 10 times over this. It's just because at least there's like some heart to it, and
it's called competency.
Yeah.
Because with a movie like that, I think you're right. I think when you say there's some heart there, it requires you to actually like these people. It has to have that warm feeling. Like it has to be, they have to endear themselves to us. If you're just doing gags, then you're like, it's kind of like the Disaster movie. Remember all those shitty parody movies that came out after Scary Movie? It's kind of like the epic movie or the disaster movie of these kinds of sports comedies.
Yeah.
It's just not good.
No.
All right. My number one is Fast X. These are not even movies.
Wow.
These are not movies. I hate them. I think they're evil. You know how Low Res felt about Past Lives? I think something like Fast X is evil. And I don't really have much else to say about it. It's just a bad movie. And none of these actors are even there at the same fucking time. Even when they're on screen together, they're not there at the same time. And it's obvious. It's crazy. I can't even imagine the shooting schedule on this thing. And it costs like $500 million. It's like insane. But anyways.
Having seen all of those movies, except for that one so far, I'm not as compelled, I guess, to watch this new one.
They're not good. I don't care. I've never ever gotten on the Fast and Furious movies are really good and they're about family and they're kind of never ever bought into that bullshit. I think Fast 5 is a good action movie and that's it. That's about it. Trembling says I'd rather watch one of those terrible National Lampoon straight to DVD movies than Lady Ballers. It's probably about on that level, maybe a little worse than that. Give me American Pie: The Naked Mile. Lady Ballers, get that out of my face. Where's the Naked Mile? Give me something good to watch. All right. What's your number one?
My number one worst. I'll keep it kind of brief because there's not really much to talk about. But it's Shudder's Bad Things by director Stuart Thorndike, which is about a weekend getaway for a few friends at a snowy hotel that becomes a psychological tailspin and a bloody nightmare. And this is was propped up to be like the ultimate queer horror movie, I guess, of the year, and it completely falls flat on its head right from the get-go. Not enough. No, not even that. It's like genderless characters just killing each other and going stir crazy.
Does it feel like it's all improv and it's like just annoying?
Right, it does, and like I think most of their budget went to getting Molly Ringwald to come in for a few scenes. She's in the movie,
Yeah,
but that's about it. It's a mess. It's a nightmare. I don't even like. I want to throw up after watching it. To be honest,
I'm disgusted by you.
Yeah.
Trembling says, has there been any Shudder originals that are good? Shudder originals that are good, or movies that there's maybe some that like Shudder acquired.
Yeah,
isn't Dash Cam a Shudder movie?
I think they acquired that one. I want to say, but
well, no, it's the guy who directed The Host.
Right,
it's the same director. I don't think they acquired it though.
The Host was a Shudder original, and I didn't like The Host.
Well, it's on Hulu, so I guess maybe it's not on Shudder.
Yeah,
it's not a Shudder movie. It's a Blumhouse movie, I guess. Okay,
right.
Never mind. Well, Dash Cam is definitely an acquired taste. Like
I liked Dash Cam actually. Okay.
I loved it. I had a great time with it because the lady is crazy.
Right.
Annie something.
That was an improvement on The Host. I was just like, oh, okay, finally, like you're actually.
It's really wild and unpredictable. It actually like makes you feel like panicked.
Right.
And it's really kind of it's a kind of a wild movie once it gets going. But I watched it and I really liked it. And I was like, oh, I wanted to. Went to my wife. I'm like, oh, you got to check this out. This is actually a really crazy, fun movie.
Yeah.
She was like 15 minutes into it. She's like, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
She's like, this lady's annoying me. I was like, okay, fine. Okay. Well,
but
here we are.
yeah, avoid bad things. It is bad things in general. That's it, it's in the name. So yeah,
it's in the title. They told you, so it's really your fault.
Yeah, I should have known better.
You were warned by the movie itself. Okay. Trembling says they're the face of everything that's wrong with the horror community to me. Yeah, especially because they neutered Joe Bob Briggs.
Oh,
that was step number one. I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe he put up with it, but I guess because where else is he gonna go? I couldn't believe he put up with that shit. Like, because they were like when he did that thing about how millennials are lazy or something, and people were like apoplectic. They like complained.
How dare you? Yeah,
complained to the point he had to address it in an editorial.
Right.
For doing that, and then Shudder gave the option to watch that episode with that part cut out.
Mm-hmm. Insane. Dude,
crazy.
Like, just it is so hard to watch. There's some Joe Bob episodes I have not even like gone through or clicked on or finished because it is so difficult to watch him not thinking that somebody's holding him at gunpoint to not say the wrong thing or something. Sometimes
I think he's a little more savvy than that, but like
no, of course, but still, like, you know, it's
self-preservation. Like he's like,
right.
If he's not on Shudder, he's nowhere. I mean, this is really. I mean, for a guy that was kind of niche and very obscure, I mean, this raised his profile in a way that it never would have before, and he has like a second life at his career, you know. And I think his being able to tour and do like Rednecks Save Independent Movies,
right?
That seminar that he gives, like that, he does that all the time now,
right?
Whereas before, I don't think that was a normal part of his life anymore,
right?
In fact, I think because he just writes books, he writes some true crime stuff like under his own name.
Oh yeah. And I'm not look. I'm not bad mouthing him at all.
No,
by the way,
that.
it's the community surrounding him. The dude like actually like watched and
it's Darcy.
Reviewed. Hey, there you go.
She's the one.
You watch what you say about that male girl. No, it's the community surrounding him. Like the Joe Bob, like he watched my short film and actually like gave me feedback.
Yeah,
that's like a rarity, like amongst people on his like level to even do something like that. And so I'm thankful to him, you know, in that regard.
He's a very sincere guy in that way. 100%. He really does love what he does. Like,
right. Yeah. But it's just sad. It's just
Trembling says, I can't watch it because when he says anything even mildly spicy, they have to cut to Darcy rolling her eyes. Yeah, they do.
Right, yeah.
Because she has to acknowledge that, it's old man talk, old white guy talk. Old Texas white guy talk. Old Texas white libertarian guy talk. Tremming says, well, can't watch it too far, but that always annoys me. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
So now we are at our the main event. The main event. So I'm going to quickly go through my honorable mentions, and then and then you can do the same. And my honorable mentions, pretty short list. The Holdovers, very cozy, great movie. It's kind of like I would describe it as a grown-up Charles Schultz type story. Just has that kind of energy of the Peanuts for some reason.
Yeah.
For me. Sound of Freedom, thought it was a pretty solid thriller. Much better than most people would admit. They used to make movies like this all the time back in like the 90s. They just don't anymore. Suitable Flesh, I thought was worth checking out. It's a old Stuart Gordon script that he never got to make, and Barbara Crampton and I think Joe Russo got together and made it, and it's pretty good. And before I even knew that it was a old Stuart Gordon project, my review of it actually said it's like a sleazy Stuart Gordon version of like a Shannon Tweed erotic thriller from like Showtime from back in the day. And that's kind of what it is. It's a fun movie. The Equalizer 3, just solid dadcore action movie. The second best Equalizer, pretty good. Ridley Scott's Napoleon, I enjoyed it more than other people, but I completely understand all the criticism. And Megan, I thought Megan was actually pretty fun.
I missed out on Megan.
It was better than I ever expected it to be.
Yeah. It was one of those January, February horror releases where I'm like, I'll get around to it, but yeah.
I hear you.
My honorable mentions, I guess, to that. I have John Wick 4, which I thought was a good, if this is the closure to that series, great. But I can still see potential for more. For a lot of those characters too. I mean, what a great universe they built and stayed consistent. And even at that length, this was the year, especially for every movie that felt like it was 3 hours.
Indulgent year, the year of indulgence.
Yeah, the year of indulgent 3 hours. But no, you don't feel it though. It's actually, it kind of earns it in a way. I liked John Wick 4 overall. Same with you. I had Napoleon there. I thought it was a solid Ridley Scott epic. The guy just keeps directing after directing. I think he knows his life is getting too short, so he's probably trying to get as much projects in there as possible.
Honestly, that's kind of true. He's actually said as much.
Yeah. But I really liked it. I have Infinity Pool on there. Brandon Cronenberg's Infinity Pool. We've already talked about it in depth. Master Gardener, I thought was pretty good. Not as good as his last couple of efforts. I would say First Reformed of those recent movies.
The Card Counter.
The Card Counter is the other one. It's up there, but it's not like as.
I hear you. I actually
deliver.
It's actually on its way. I have it coming in the mail, but I haven't watched it yet.
Gotcha. I have David Fincher's The Killer on Netflix, which I thought was decent. Might need to watch again. It's very meticulous. It's a little autistic. It's a little weird in places, but it does present like a return to like what he is probably more known for in the 90s, early 2000s of his work. So I like that. Asteroid City, Wes Anderson's Asteroid City, I thought was pretty good. I liked M. Night's Knock at the Cabin. Overall, not his greatest, but nothing like too bad comparatively to.
No, it's a very M. Night Shyamalan movie,
right?
And the way he changes the story is very M. Night Shyamalan.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
Very M. Night Shyamalan, because the book is much darker.
Absolutely, yeah. He finds a way to find the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, basically since Signs, he's become a much more hopeful man.
Right. Exactly. Hey, yeah. Ben Affleck's Air, the Michael Jordan shoe movie. It would have ranked higher, but like it was a movie that I just kind of forgot about at a certain point because the story is so simple.
Yeah.
But I thought it was well directed. I thought it was well acted, and it's kind of, every once in a while I get like the instinct or the curiosity to want to see that corporate side of just how deals are made. Even if it's not the most accurate. So I
movies like that are fun. Like they're fun.
Yeah.
And especially when they can gets a good cast, and
Right.
generally there's kind of an energetic, kind of kinetic rhythm to them, and it's just kind of pleasing on that level. Like I think Matt Damon is really good in it.
I could tell the whole cast got along. That's that's
exactly.
the important thing.
It was like you could tell they were having fun making it.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And then I have last two here, Good Burger 2, which I
haven't watched it because it's on in your honorable mentions. Wow.
Yeah, no, I was laughing quite a bit at this, at how stupid it was.
I'm gonna have to try it now.
Yeah,
Shit.
no, honestly, like, and I'm not nostalgic for the original Nickelodeon movie, but this one I was actually laughing like quite a bit, seeing like these guys so much older.
How did you come? Well, I gotta understand this. Why did you decide to watch Good Burger? I can't even imagine you like ever watching that. That's crazy.
Because it's kind of still in my timeline a little bit. I would say my Nickelodeon journey started with the show All That, and then the Amanda Show, and then on. But these characters were all still relevant, and they're doing SNL, they're doing other spin-off projects and things like that. So like
Just curious.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
And honestly, like I was having a good time. Like I would say like the same kind of dumb fun that you would have with like Kung Pao or something like that.
Oh, okay.
I think you
Okay.
could, like Shaun has been saying, take an edible and just like sit back and relax.
Seems like that would be that. I would kind of have to do that with that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then my last.
I'm sorry. Go for it.
No, you go. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I would just like I would definitely enjoy it if I did that, because it wouldn't really matter at that point. But
Right. And then my last one here is Saltburn, which I'm still kind of torn on in many aspects, but
I was gonna watch it before we recorded, and I never got a chance to. But Saltburn is okay. I can see that, because I put actually, even though it was kind of like Barbie, it's like I didn't really like the subtext, but I thought it was really well made. Was Promising Young Woman,
right? Yeah.
And so is Saltburns, you find it to be like a worth checking out?
Worth checking out, but yeah, but I think if you've seen Promising Young Woman, you might know a little bit of what you're kind of into, or what you're going into. But it's also
I could tell
a weird, yeah. It's just it's I would say it's like, in an odd way, it's like this year's Babylon. If you saw that film from from the year
really
before,
hated Babylon.
Right.
I did not like Babylon.
This is a much more like condensed version of that, I would say.
What do you mean in terms of just like kind of wallowing in degeneracy? Is that what you mean?
Yes. Yeah.
I gotcha. Yeah.
Trelling
says Ridley Scott should have snuck in a Ziggy Piggy badge on Napoleon's jacket. Little callback to Bill and Ted there.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
We're ready to go. Holy shit. Now, I'm going to tell everybody, normal episodes will not be this long, because there's not going to be a reason to be. But we just have, we have had so much stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
What's your number 10, Jeremy? You go first.
My number 10 is an Australian film called Beaten to Death, directed by Sam Curtin. It's about a desperate choice that leads a man named Jack down a path that leaves him beaten and bruised as he struggles against man, nature, and his own insanity. He's stranded in the middle of the Australian countryside after barely surviving a horrific assault. Jack encounters one local after another and quickly learns that a sick game of cat and mouse is about to begin. He's battling the deranged country psychos and the harsh landscape, and Jack must go to extreme lengths to survive. This is like a survival thriller that is completely like unrelentless, heart-pounding thrills right from the start. It's a solid 95 minutes.
Nice. Tight little.
Yeah, wastes no time. Honestly, it's way better than most horror movies that are coming out right now that seems to always want to be so strung up on trauma, just backstories or themes that are just so irrelevant nowadays, when really you can just tell a tight-knit story that is brutal from the start. And the trauma, if you want to play in the trauma aspect, is actually happening in the moment. It's not something from the past.
Yeah, I got you. It's not an allegory for going through something when you were a child, Jeremy.
Exactly. Yeah.
My mom was late to pick me up from school, and that's what sent me down this dark path.
Right.
Now I need to deal with it. Trump says, your review of Beaten to Death made me want to see it. I'm a fan of Australian horror in general. They're good with crime thrillers, too. Yeah.
Yes,
And
yeah.
I like their aesthetic. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that comes out of there, like from Animal Kingdom, the Snowtown Murders.
There's Wolf Creek vibes to this one, too.
Wolf Creek, yeah, I could see that. Definitely could see that in there. That washed out kind of desert look.
Right.
Yeah, cool. I'll have to check that out. Beaten to Death.
Yeah.
My number 10 is Blackberry.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I really like the director. I got to look up his fucking name. Because it's late, guys. Matt Johnson, good Canadian guy. Been a fan of his work for years. He debuted with The Dirties, which I think is one of the best debuts I've ever seen of a contemporary director. And Project Avalanche, or Operation Avalanche, sorry, rather, which is about them faking the moon landing. It's like a found footage movie. It's really good. And he comes back and directs Blackberry, which I thought was like super entertaining. Just kind of light, fun. It's fun to see these actors play these roles. Glenn Howerton. I mean, I don't know if I would put him in Oscar contention or whatever, but I thought he was really good. He was fun.
It's a great flip side on. It's like a morbid retelling of like all these like inspiring biopics about like, you know, rising to the top with your next bit of technology, but it's just the downfall from that second half, you know.
And some of that, but like I really loved like the first half hour.
Right.
Like the textural, like just them touching all the old computer stuff, and like it was really almost kind of nostalgic for me in a weird way.
Oh, sure.
And
my dad had a BlackBerry. I remember growing up too. So it was like,
Well, my family, my dad and my uncles, like especially my uncle, worked for like one of the companies that actually like was the reasons why the internet was publicly available.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just always grew up around computer crap, like just computer parts and pieces and stuff. So it's just kind of cool to see that in the movie. Just kind of took me back to that time period. Yeah. And I think the cast has great chemistry. Jay Baruchel, Glenn Howerton, and Matt Johnson. I think they all play off each other really well. Jay Baruchel is actually somebody I actually always really like seeing him in movies. I don't know why. I just enjoy him. Just enjoy his performances, his presence, I guess. Because I mean, at some point, he's just in old man makeup in this movie, and it kind of looks a little silly, but it's good.
But I think that even plays like he's a very high-strung, stressed-out character, and I think that aging also definitely plays into that.
100%, yeah,
plays into that for sure.
Tremlick says another country that is very good with crime thrillers and has been since the 50s is France. The modern ones don't get enough love. You know, you're right. I agree. Was it Run Lola Run? Is that French?
Hey, yes, yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, top 10 running movies. That's the one you gotta definitely check out.
There's a lot of great, actually, just noir movies from the like 50s and 60s from France. Actually, one of my favorites I've seen in the past few years, Le Samurai.
Yep, classic
rules, dude.
Yep.
Yeah,
another great literally movie.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, what's your number 9?
My number 9 is Ferrari, directed by Michael Mann, a biopic of automotive mogul Enzo Ferrari, whose family redefined the idea of the high-powered Italian sports car and practically spawned the concept of Formula One racing. Michael Mann still got it. That's the one thing I definitely noticed this time around.
Make you excited for Heat 2?
A little bit. But I don't know, man.
Adam Driver's getting cast in that movie. We all know that now.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I really dug this though. I thought it was still, even though I will say Michael Mann is kind of given in a way like James Cameron into some of the more digital.
Yeah, but he's always been like that.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, this guy loves shooting on digital video too. You know, he loves the aesthetic. So I'll hand him to that.
Listen, I cannot go here with people with Michael Mann. I love Michael Mann. Don't get me wrong, but Miami Vice sucks. Stop trying to tell me it's good. Stop trying to tell me it's his best movie, you psychopaths.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry, continue.
I can't back that. His best movie? Who's
Dude, they
actually
say it's his best movie. Like sick people, dude. Sick fucks. Listen, we all know what his best movie is. It's fucking Heat. But you have to take Heat and then put it over here and then look at the rest of his movies, okay?
Right. Yeah.
Then we're probably talking Thief. I mean, actually, talk about
honestly,
audacious debuts. Thief is incredible.
Yeah.
A lot of that's James Caan, though. Oh, no, it's him. It's him. Never mind. I'm being an asshole.
No, it's both of them.
It's so good. It's such a great collaboration.
Yeah.
Probably my what is it? Would I say it's my first or second favorite James Caan performance? I don't know. The Gambler's also.
The Gambler's so up there with me. Like
an electric performance from Caan.
Right.
I mean, that thing is whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. Trembling says Alan Delone is the ultimate cool guy. I want to see Adam Driver playing the Pacino part and going that big. So do I. And he's ready. You know, that's why he's been playing all these Italian roles.
Yeah.
You know, from Gucci, Ferrari.
Right.
Trembling says the Miami Vice Cope is real. It really is. No, it's sick. Trembling says Manhunter is my top man, to be honest, but I love almost all of his stuff. Manhunter is in the conversation. I thought Manhunter flashed in my mind before I said Thief, but that performance of Caan is so good in Thief. Like, I think it's got the edge because of Caan.
Yeah.
But Manhunter is underrated. That movie that's a vibe, dude. That's a vibe. And then you can go watch William Friedkin rip it off and To Live and Die in L.A.
Right.
Or rip off the vibe of it.
Yeah. My only other quick note before you get to your number 9 is Penelope Cruz, still a babe. Even in her heyday right now. And you know, I know we're ranking actresses. She's still a solid 10 for me. So that's all I'll say.
I want to make sure now. Every episode we misogynistically objectify a woman.
Yes.
We just have to now.
Yeah.
My number 9 is The Pope's Exorcist. This is what I call the schlock spot. Okay, the schlock spot. There was some schlock that came out. Evil Dead Rise. The Pope's Exorcist. I know there was another one I'm thinking of, and it's eluding me at the moment. 65 schlock. Adam Driver. But The Pope's Exorcist stands above all the rest as being the schlock masterpiece of 2023. I even spoke to one of the producers on Twitter, and he said that was one of the best compliments he ever got, was that he was so honored that I called it, like, and he was being sincere. He was like, "That's so awesome. It is a schlock masterpiece." This movie, it's not the greatest movie in the world, but it's got an energy to it that I just really adored. It's got like a Sam Raimi energy, and Russell Crowe's performance is incredible because I don't know if he knows what he's doing or not, but I like to think he knows, and he's modulating it for the movie that he knows he's in.
I'm loving this new genre of like Russell Crowe movies too, where he's just not embracing the schlock, whether he knows it or not, and just kind of rocking with it.
He was steady. It's amazing. I mean, The Pope's Exorcist is so much fun. It's like a fun movie. It goes completely off the rails at the end. It turns into like something more akin to Drag Me to Hell at some point, and it's a lot of fun. And you will never see the ending coming. At least I didn't.
Okay.
There is something that is so outrageous, so ridiculous, that I don't know how somebody could see it coming. I really don't. Trembling says, does Crow do an Adam Driver Italian accent? He does.
Hell yeah.
There's a scene where he's getting dressed down by a bunch of bishops for his rogue exorcisms that he gives. And he looks at the bishops and he's like, "You are not the boss of me. I only answer to the Pope." Oh, you know who the Pope is?
No, who's
fucking Franco Nero, the original
general. No, actually,
yes.
Holy
that's what I'm talking about. It's a schlock masterpiece.
Oh
dude.
my god. Okay, all right. I'm watching this now.
Yeah, it's fun.
Sure.
It's a fun movie, man.
Yeah.
It was on Netflix a while ago. I don't know if it still is.
because they have that new Django series coming out very soon that
Do
he's
they?
supposed to like pop in.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
But it's like,
Dude, I saw the original Django for the first time like 2
Yeah.
years ago, and I blew my socks off. I had no idea to expect a movie that good.
Oh yeah,
it was so entertaining, dude.
yeah.
It was a movie I watched twice in the same day. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Actually, like a movie I do want to cover eventually on Fleet Pit once we not get all the other ones that are still in the back burner. A movie called Hitchhike with Franco Nero, and David Hess, if you ever.
Ooh, it sounds. I think I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
and if David Hess is in it, I definitely want to watch it.
Oh yeah, it's worth it.
Cool.
I think you'll probably even just watch a free version of it on YouTube, to be honest.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Franco Nero says, giving an Enter the Ninja smile to camera as the Pope. Almost.
Yeah.
Almost, dude. Oh my God. I don't want to spoil it. It's so good.
Right.
It's so ridiculous. It's another movie I would suggest. Have a drink, take an edibles, smoke something, and just go along just go where that movie wants to take you, and you're going to have fun.
It's going to be my good burger too. I'm going to just kick back and enjoy
Actually,
it.
Yeah. All right, what's your number 8, Jeremy?
Number 8, it might surprise some people that it's like this higher up in the list because I know everybody's like putting in different margins, but Oppenheimer, Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer, which I saw very, very late. I was not on the Barbenheimer craze bus or whatnot. I was a sane man. I avoided all of that. Halfway, I watched Barbie, but I didn't, but no, I'm glad I finally watched it. I just didn't get the IMAX.
The experience, sure.
Yeah. But no, this is probably one of Nolan's, at least in terms of filming and editing style. Like this is probably one of his strongest efforts. Probably in the last
his whole
few
career.
years.
His whole career has led up to this movie.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And it is a film that really does feel like the essence of how stressful it is to even just make a movie. Like you have your whole crew assembled here. Everybody's got a role. They've got like something that's very distinct to do.
Yeah.
And even then it's like something could just go wrong
Yep.
and somebody's going to be held accountable, or somebody's just going to like we're seeing right now today with Hollywood, like somebody's going to pull a few strings and try to get you canceled or something like that. I think it unironically speaks to that too.
In a certain way, it does. It does.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost kind of proves that like the human experience just isn't that different, no matter what time you kind of examine it.
Right.
We kind of the impulses may be augmented by different things in the modern era, but at the end of the day, we have these base primal instincts that we are kind of stuck with. Well, I can't talk about Oppenheimer right now. I just can't.
Yeah.
Can't do it. Can't
wait till we will. Yeah. Further down.
Is that all you got to say? I mean, we're going to talk about it again. So
yeah. I'll just my one issue with the movie. We'll get into this maybe a little bit more later, but as much as I love this crazy ensemble of a cast, it is a little overstuffed. I can't really get attached to most of the characters, if at all, whether that's the intention or not. Like I was just kind of like
it has the Nolan issue where it's cold and distant.
Yes,
and that it's
a little overwritten sometimes too.
It's a little overwritten, and it's he's not trying to do with a character. It's not a character piece. I know it's called Oppenheimer and it's about him, but it's really not about him. It's about everything surrounding him.
Yeah.
And his legacy. It's really what it's trying to contend with. And yeah, we'll talk about it a little bit more.
Yeah.
My number 8 is Infinity Pool. Like Jeremy said, Jeremy and I have discussed Infinity Pool on a separate video on our YouTube channel, and you can go check it out there. But
have you come around?
I can't stop. I think about it a lot.
Okay.
So I give it a little bit of an edge because I thought about it a lot, which may seem like a weird way to judge these things or weird rubric, but like most movies I see do not make me think of anything. In fact, I don't even remember that I watched them. You know, they go. I have to put them on Letterboxd for posterity, so I remember what I've seen. But Infinity Pool has stuck with me. There is something about it. I really love I love the aesthetic of the movie. I like the tone of the movie a lot. I like the performances. I think Mia Goth's really good. Skarsgård is the perfect empty vessel, as he is in pretty much everything he's in. And it's, because it's just like a big allegory movie. So, it's doing what science fiction does. It's, kind of commenting on the modern moment a little bit and about fame and celebrity and decadence and rich people and capitalism and all that good stuff. Like all these fucking rich people like to talk about. Yeah, didn't you love that? Like rich people, they have our backs so much, Jeremy,
So lovely.
They're so nice. So they just
endearing.
Complain about our economic system because they're like, oh, I guess it's just worked out too well for you.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's all I gotta say about it. I do like it though. I think it's interesting, and it pairs very well with another Brandon Cronenberg movie called Viral.
Right.
It actually pairs very well with that movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I will say in his father's footsteps still too, it does have that like level of coldness and distance the characters kind of bring in most of their stories. Really, it's kind of a staple for both of them.
I would say I think Possessor is still probably the best thing he's done. Still.
Okay,
I think Possessor is better than Infinity Pool. But Possessor the year it came out was also on my best of list, so it tracks. It tracks.
Right.
Okay, Jeremy, what's your number 7?
My number 7, also one I don't see on people's lists typically, is a film called Desperation Road.
I heard about this.
Director Nadine Crocker. It's about ex-con Russell Gaines, who is attempting to rebuild his life with the help of his father, Mitchell. However, the arrival of Mobin sends his new life into chaos, leading the prior to go on the run. As their violent past catch up to them, the pair must learn to trust each other if they hope to live out the rest of their days. This was like one of those direct to video
it's a Redbox movie.
Redbox Mel Gibson movies, but I wound up really kind of liking.
Oh, cool.
The whole cast is actually like really good. Just all around I liked the characters. I think the main antagonist especially, he's a character actor I've seen in the show Bates Motel. He gives probably the best performance in the whole thing, and it's really tragic actually when you see him come to like such brutal lengths to tear everything apart in his life and lose himself. But no, all the performances are great. I think it's a first-time director. Mel Gibson's great in the role. Like he just seems like he's the natural for this kind of stuff at this point. We'll just take the work. A little bit.
It's not right, but it's what's going on.
But no, I found myself really it's brutal where it needs to be.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'll definitely check this out because I have almost a legal obligation to watch things that Mel Gibson makes or is in. I'll watch pretty much anything he's in.
Yeah.
So I'll definitely watch this, and I'm glad to hear that it's good. Because they're
I was surprised.
All bad. They're not all bad.
No.
Some of them are okay. Like Bloodfather was okay.
Yeah.
The one. Did you see the one with the radio show? He's like the radio. DJ.
I heard you guys didn't like it. Yeah. So I just skipped. Yeah.
I mean, I watch. If you like Mel Gibson, watch it. But it's not good. It's not good. But yeah, he gives a weird performance. It's a very weird performance. But
yeah.
My number 7 is The Iron Claw, which I saw recently. Sean Durkin's new movie. He had previously directed Martha, Marcy, May, Marlene. He also directed and produced the remake of Dead Ringers, or the reimagining, I suppose, that came out this past year for Amazon, which was okay. I actually didn't mention it, but I had it written down. I really hated the first episode, and it's like 6 episodes, and but it kind of won me over by the end.
Okay.
I ended up kind of enjoying it. But this is really good. It's just kind of a very tragic and heartwarming story at the same time. Perfectly cast, pitch perfectly cast. If I have one note, or one piece of advice would be, do not look up the real story until the movie is over.
That's what everybody's saying. Like, don't.
It takes a lot of liberties,
right?
And some of them are kind of egregious in a way that made me very conflicted about including it on my list and not just putting it in honorable mentions, because it wants to do the toxic masculinity conversation, and it has to lie about their real lives to do it, and and it has to kind of demonize their parents in a way that is not true to do it.
Yeah.
So that was kind of like a little gross when I heard about that. But as a movie on its own, it's very good. Very good. I can't believe that I would like Zac Efron to get like an award for his performance, because he's great.
He's getting up there. I mean, he's really branched out of that whole
the pretty boy stuff. Yeah.
The pretty boy Disney stuff. You know, he's just he's really just trying to
They were dedicated, dude. I mean, the physicality of the characters, just everything that went into this, just really enjoyed it. I said I think my review is I laughed, I cried, I called my brother.
Nice.
Like, that's how it made me feel.
Yeah. This was one of the major ones I missed out on. So hopefully I'll get around to seeing it soon.
Oh, it's totally worth it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely give it a try once it's out.
Your
number 6. Yeah.
My number 6, and this might be the final one I don't think anybody will have on their list. Maybe it depends on like how art house you're going, but it's a movie called Totem, directed by Lila Aviles. In a bustling Mexican household, a 7-year-old girl named Sol is swept up in a whirlwind of preparations for the birthday party for her father, Tona, led by her mother, aunts, and other relatives. As the day goes on, building to an event both anticipated and dreaded, Sol begins to understand the gravity of the celebration this year and watches as her family does the same. And it's kind of like this slow digression into something darker that's kind of going on in the background that only a child would not be able to pick up on unless it's explained to her, because it's all through her eyes. This is shot in a very, very naturalistic documentarian sort of style, which I like appealed to me very quickly. It reminded me of this other British film. It's like a British orphan that like winds up at like this weird workhouse with a bunch of people that kind of adopt her or whatever years ago. But basically you're seeing this.
You talking about Annie?
Well, it's I know, right? Yeah, it's a hard knock life, you know.
The way you describe this is almost the way a person could describe Skinamarink. But anyways, continue.
Right. Only I can see what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's just Skinamarink if you tilt the camera like a normal person, if you frame things correctly.
Yeah. No, but it's just a very relaxed and flow, just slice of life. I can see people not liking this, thinking like, oh, this could just be a music video. This could be just a portfolio for somebody to get really cool camera shots.
Now that I am looking at it, it does look like it could be like the Killers music video.
right. Yeah.
When you were young.
Yeah. No, but I stuck with it. It's not terribly long or anything.
Looks interesting. I like stuff like that.
I guess I've become such a family guy. Not the family.
No, I know. Family orientated.
Yes,
like just the idea about connection and stuff.
Right. So I appreciated it for that. So
it's great. It sounds really great. I'm gonna put it on my list to check out for sure. Yeah. My number 6 is Killers of the Flower Moon. What can I say, boys? Scorsese, don't miss. Okay. A lot of people did not like this movie. You know what's weird? There's a segment I think we have a lot of mutual people we follow and that follow us on Twitter that really hate Martin Scorsese. Really dislike him.
Or hate what he's become or whatever.
No, I think
that means.
they don't like him because they think I think the critique is that he's very like amoral.
Yeah.
About the way he tells his stories. That seems to be the sense I get. I could be wrong, and if any of you guys are out there watching, listening, or here in the future, please reach out and correct me. But I've always found it weird. But anyways, I really love this movie. I really enjoyed it. I am in the camp of people that don't think it was too long. I thought it was actually a very quick 3.5 hours, surprisingly enough. I am actually can't wait to watch it again, but the length has deterred me. I will say that. I even have Apple TV for right now, and I was going to it's on there now, and I was going to pop it in. I was like, oh, sick. I'm going to watch this. And then I looked at the time. I'm like, oh, it's 11:30. I can't start this now. But yeah, I really liked it a lot. I think DiCaprio has mastered the dimwit, like dipshit characters that are also like evil but also lovable, and he can kind of balance all of these personality traits very well. This is the best Robert De Niro's been in 15 years.
Oh, without a doubt, absolutely.
And I like the Irishman as well, which is another movie a lot of people don't like. I like The Irishman as well, but he is so good in this. This is like he's given it the first time he's given a performance in a while. You know what I mean? And Lily Gladstone is pretty good. I think people are kind of playing it up a little bit, but I can't stand Lily Gladstone though. She is insufferable. I cannot wait for Emma Stone to beat her so that we can hear her complain about it for 2 years. Because it's happening, Jeremy. The signals the smoke has gone up. Emma Stone won like the Critics' Choice Award or something. It's supposed to be the harbinger of who wins the Academy Award. Lily Stone about to be Lily Madstone. Okay, Lily Gladstone to Lily Madstone.
Somebody is getting stoned at these award shows. So.
That's all I'm saying. All references available at louderwithcrowder.com. But yeah, that's all I have to say about it. I just think it's a very solid movie. I can understand some of the complaints, but I think this is actually one that I wouldn't mind like watching a couple more times and having a very thorough discussion about, because it has so many great things in it. There's so many great little performances. There's so many great little sequences. There's so many great little shots. It's kind of got a little bit of everything. And but I do understand people's complaints about it, but it just didn't bother me. What's your number 5, Jeremy?
This segues perfectly because Killers of the Flower Moon is my number 5.
There we go.
To add to what you said, actually, yeah, we might have brought it up before, but again, the complaints from both ends of the aisle don't make any sense to me. To call Scorsese this sort of white knight figure telling the story, and then to also criticize him for being too woke. Both don't make any sense.
Listen,
when you watch it.
I'm going to let
except for
you
the
go.
ending.
We have to address this because I should have addressed this as well.
Right.
Martin Scorsese basically excoriating himself for making the movie at the end of the movie is cringe. It's pathetic.
Yes.
I agree with people. If that derails the movie for you, I totally understand.
Yes.
I thought that it was such a cop out to what? Did they just spend a bunch of time with the tribal people and they really got gaslit?
No, yeah. That's the conflicting thing about that very ending. I love the style that they really do put you in that time period and really trying to describe it. But then it's like, yeah, again, like you said, we spent all this time with these characters. Why not just tell it in that natural form if you have to, and not have somebody like Scorsese come out and make these closing statements,
he's fucking apologizing for making the movie.
Yeah.
It's bizarre.
It's gross
because
in a way.
It's just like, if I was that tribe, their story is going to live on way longer than it ever would have it hadn't Scorsese made a movie about them.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? Like, I thought it was really important. I addressed the audience as the director of the film. I was like, I cannot. I was listening to an interview and I was just like, dude,
no,
what the fuck?
You don't have to. You don't.
Scorsese, you don't have to apologize for your art. Like, it's so disgusting. But anyways, but yes, I found that very disappointing, and I understand if that ruins the movie for people.
Right.
But anyways, the floor is yours. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, but this is like, apart from all of that, like, this is classic Marty, just like on full tilt, like knowing what he's doing, even in his age, even when he doesn't feel like he probably has enough or any more movies in him. And I know he's got to do this Jesus movie coming out this year, maybe. We don't even know, but that he's working on.
Well,
But
he's shooting it this year.
yeah. Yeah, the guy's still got it, at the end of the day. I like this a lot more than The Irishman in many ways.
I think it's definitely better than The Irishman. I agree.
Yeah. And just everybody's bringing their A game. Like you said, even like De Niro, it's like when he's like attached to a Scorsese picture, like it's like he's back into acting mode again. He's not like mauling around.
Yeah, he cares. He cares.
Yeah. Right. This is his friend, Yeah, he's not gonna like phone it in or anything. Yeah. Honestly, like I'm, and you don't feel the length. I didn't, at least when I watched it, because it's edited at such this like really brisk, almost montagey pace at points where it just keeps going and keeps going. I would have liked, this is my one gripe at the moment, is that I would have liked more scenes with Leo and Lily Gladstone and just the whole family dynamic, because
Sure.
I didn't care about the drama, especially when it comes to certain characters dying, because we didn't really get to experience or spend any sort
it's
of
there
time.
for the historical record, the context of what's going on.
Right.
I would agree with you here. It doesn't do a great job of tracking the passage of time.
Yeah.
And you're sometimes it can be actually a little mildly, like it takes you a second to figure out, like, to orientate yourself, like, oh, this is like 10 years later. And part of that is the casting of DiCaprio. DiCaprio is actually just too old, technically, to play this part.
Right.
He's supposed to be like in his late 20s. Although, if you think about the time period, people did age pretty hard back then. I mean, a DiCaprio 48 might be a 1922, 28,
Yeah.
He takes care of himself. He uses skincare products.
Right.
They didn't have that back then. They all looked like they were 48 when they were 28. So I'm just saying, another feather in its cap. Good job, Marty.
Yeah.
No, but because DiCaprio never changes, like visibly, it's hard to see like the passage of time sometimes. So I actually got me kind of tripped up a few times. So I was like, thought I was misunderstanding something. I was like, did I miss something? Like,
yeah,
did I like fall asleep? And but anyways.
Yeah. No, yeah, solid film all around. That's all. Yeah, all I'll say. So, and yeah, for the detractors, even the people in our circles, like, simmer down. You're gonna be okay.
Stop being so gay about it.
Right. Yeah.
Get on the Scorsese train, dude.
Every like side left aisle or whatever. I like. Dude is not like your messiah of filmmaking. I mean, come on.
Listen, he should be though. He's Catholic. Maybe. He's Catholic, for Christ's sakes.
Well, then I defend him. But
yeah,
yeah.
You fucking Mormons.
Yeah.
I'm Catholic. Jeremy's. Well, I was raised Catholic. All right, my number 5 is David Fincher's The Killer. I really enjoyed The Killer.
Yeah.
I agree. You had kind of spoken about it a little bit earlier when you were talking about it in your honorable mentions. I think it is a very Fincher movie, but it's a very tight Fincher movie. It's probably, it's like his least indulgent in a while. And it's very kind of meat and potatoes in a weird way. I think a lot of people miss how funny the movie is, because it does not clue you into any time that it's making a joke. You're just supposed to catch it. You're supposed to be familiar with these kinds of characters. I do know that it is an adaptation, and it's based on a French comic book. So I can't speak to how accurate it is or not, but I don't know. I just really loved it. I loved the vibe of the movie. I loved Fassbender's performance. I thought Tilda Swinton was really good when she showed up. Pretty much just all around, everybody was really great, like they usually are in Fincher movies. And I kind of like that even Fincher in a weird way is like poking fun at himself, because the character sees himself as a Fincher type, but isn't, because he keeps fucking up.
Did it ever feel very video gamey to you ever?
Yeah, I think that's a fair criticism. I don't know. I think something about just modern action movies that are kind of feel like that.
I was getting like Hitman, a little bit of Max Payne vibes from it, just a little bit. I don't know if that's like
Actually, Fincher would have killed a Hitman movie if they made a Hitman movie like this. I've been down.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. It's a movie. It's kind of hard to. I have a hard time articulating why I like it so much.
Right.
I just really like David Fincher, and it is a David Fincher movie, and I like that. I don't think I can really qualify it in any way that, like, I think either you're gonna like it or you're not. I didn't expect this to be as polarizing as it was. Like, people either bounced really hard off it or really loved it. I didn't see too many people in the middle. Except for you.
Yeah,
You
and
son of a bitch.
I liked it fine. I'm with you. Yeah.
Look at this guy. He liked it fine, but he puts it in his honorable mentions. What a sicko.
Let's call it quits here. We're done.
Yeah, we're done. You know what, guys? Ghost of the Movies Live was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But now we're done. All right. What's your number 4?
My number 4 is Beau is Afraid, directed by Ari Aster, which, a movie I can't stop
thinking
about. You know, like at the end of the day, I think it's got problems. I don't think a lot of it really works at all, but it's one of these few films where I'm like,
no, but it does.
I'm okay with just going along with the ride.
It's like it works, but it's pure allegory. And
Yeah.
it's really hard to get invested in stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's long. So it's really a test. Although I gotta say, dude, like the last act really kicks it up.
Oh, I mean, it just gets wild. And
That's my needle drop of the year.
Yeah.
With, the Mariah Carey song.
Right.
Sweet Fantasy.
I would say the first third of the movie is probably still the strongest, though. Especially, I mean,
because it has a narrative.
It has a narrative. It has a goal in a way.
It's like
that's being
Mother.
presented. Yeah.
It's fucking like Aronofsky's Mother.
Right.
It's kind of what it turns into.
Mm-hmm.
Spoiler alert, everybody.
Yeah. And it's high octane stress throughout. Even like Joaquin Phoenix, being completely coerced into like taking like huge drags of like marijuana, like that stressed me out because I've been in situations like that.
There?
Yeah, and I'm just like, oh,
I have also had giant swollen balls.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Cucumber size, or not cucumber size. That'd be a little weird.
Yeah.
Cantaloupe sized balls.
Right.
Austin says, I'll have to see all these. I have a bad habit of not going to the movies. Oh, shit. Well, buddy, you got to start going. You know what you got to do? You got to start hinting to your family that you would like gift cards to movie theaters. And then hopefully on a holiday or a birthday, the seeds will be planted that you've planted will produce fruit. And I hope this for you more than anything else in the entire world. I want you to go to the movies. I want you to go to the movies, my friend. Traveling says, give me a Fincher Splinter Cell. That would be sick. I could see that, actually. And they get him in, like, populist, like, World War Z mode, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't direct World War Z, but he was very highly involved with it.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, Beau's it really is dependent on how Ari Aster kind of how it works for the viewer, I guess. Like, you just have to kind of understand that he's definitely making these. A film like this is much more ambitious, where it's definitely in his head, and you're not going to be able to align all. You can interpret it how you want, but you're probably not going to be on the same page as him.
It's like neurotic anxiety nightmares.
Right.
Just one after another. And they're all, and the thing that makes it relatable is that, like, they are identifiable social situations that we've all experienced a version of.
Yeah.
So, and I'm a little neurotic, so it really
it gets to you.
It gets to me a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to talk about it one more time. So, we'll talk about it a little bit.
Right.
My number 4 is John Wick Chapter 4. I think it is too much. I agree with all the criticisms, and I don't care. I really loved it. I think this has some of the best action set pieces I don't know, since The Raid or The Raid 2 maybe.
That's the best comparison, honestly, right now is the Raid franchise.
Yeah, because it's the same style of stunt work and stuff like that. I mean, The Raid's a little bit more hand-to-hand physical stuff. It's a little less of the gun fu, because they actually kind of created that for John Wick.
Yeah,
that's Chad Stiletzky's own thing, I believe. I just think it's a banger, dude. Like, and I can understand everybody's criticisms, but I don't know why. I just love it. Like, it's just it makes me feel good to watch it. Dude, I've watched this movie like probably 15 times. Well, not watching it, but it's been on. I bought that 4K, which one of the best looking 4Ks of the year. Okay.
Yeah.
I loved all of the sequence. Scott Adkins is the fat Russian dude, and like that whole the nightclub sequences. Trelming says, I love the top-down sequence with the flame shotgun. Yeah, the Miami, or not the Miami Vice, what's the video game called? Hotline Miami.
Right.
The Hotline Miami part. Yeah, it was awesome.
You know what? I think part of what the appeal to the John Wick franchise as well, which I think is much more of even like a much more like Japanese custom though too, but just this whole thing with this like universal honor code amongst everybody.
Oh my god, a hero of principle.
Right, yeah.
Oh, how dare they?
Right, yeah. No, but like everybody has like a little bit of respect for each other, even though they're like they could be their worst enemy.
Yes. You have like it's etiquette.
It's right.
It's gentleman's rules, dude.
Yeah.
And that's what's awesome about it.
Right. And that's just not true to American culture. If you want to, I don't know. You want to break it down.
It's not. It's because we're not allowed to have heroes like this anymore. Like John Wick is, John Wick gets away with it because he's like a nihilist, empty husk.
Yeah.
He's a death machine. That's all he is.
He's the boogeyman.
I mean, honestly, I'll be honest with you. They should have never have made sequels to John Wick, but they did.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that, kind of broadly speaking. But John Wick 1 is a fantastic, just tight, 90-minute, perfectly executed direct-to-video action movie.
Yeah.
And it's got a little extra magic that those movies don't have. I actually disagree. I am not a fan of the world of John Wick. I think the more that has been revealed with every onion layer that has been pulled back, it has gotten dumber and more contrived and just sillier and farther away from what it was. Also, I agree with everybody's criticisms about John Wick. If he's Baba Yaga, why seems like anybody will fight this motherfucker? Anybody will take a go at him. I agree with you. I think it's gotten a little silly as well.
Yeah.
But I just like the visceral experience of it. Like if I were to rank the John Wick movies, it would be 1, 2, 4, 3. And 3 is the most lore heavy. 3 is the one that has the most about the world. Like I watched the Continental. Did you watch the Continental?
I started it. I couldn't get into it.
Yeah, me neither. I watched the first 1.5 or the first episode. I was just like, whatever. I'm just not into this. Even Mel Gibson couldn't keep me in.
No, yeah. I just I tried.
The ballerina movie with beautiful Ana de Armas, a definite 10 for me, by the way. She's
no complaints there.
The ballerina, like, I don't care about this. I don't want to watch this.
Yeah.
I'm not going to. Trembling also says, reminded me big time of Hotline Miami. He says the Warriors reference was cool too. I don't recall the Warriors reference. I probably will if you were to tell me. Austin said Godzilla -1 had very human, very heroic characters. Felt like a throwback. Oh, I think we're gonna talk about it, but that's from Japan. That's from Japan. They're allowed to be positive about their people and their country. You're not allowed to do that in America. What's your number 3?
My number 3 is The Holdovers, actually. So,
cool.
By Alexander Payne, who I've actually most of his work that I've seen, I've always liked. No, I was just kind of taken aback by how even for like the R-rated rambunctious nature of the comedy that it was.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it was very wholesome, like
It
through
is
and
very
through.
wholesome. Giamatti's great in it too.
Yeah, he's wonderful.
And
There's a couple.
Joy Divine too. She's also really good. Like
Yes,
they deserve the accolades they're getting right now. Like they're actually
honestly,
really great stuff.
I don't think Paul Giamatti's actually ever gotten like a has he ever gotten? He's been nominated, right? For an Oscar.
I don't know. I'll look it up.
But I don't think he's ever actually gotten an award. And you know, this isn't like against type. He is, from what I hear, like in real life, he is kind of a bit of a curmudgeon, and this is not a hard role for him to play.
He actually seems very down to earth.
Yeah.
He's been on the interview circuit, and he's been talking about Planet of the Apes for some reason.
Yeah,
and he's told the story like 5 times, but he's just like,
yeah.
His agent was like, "Why do you want to be one of the apes? Like nobody will be able to see your face. Like you're just starting out. Like this is like when he was making like Big Fat Liar with like Freddie Muntz or whatever. You know, so he's just starting in his career." And he says, "If you tell those people that I want to be a human in Planet of the Apes, I will fucking kill you."
All right.
I think he might have gotten nominated for Sideways.
Okay, another Alexander.
Another Alexander Payne movie.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think overall, like, I just I watched it like well after the holidays, but like I was still kind of feeling back in that holiday spirit that was definitely missing in 2023 for me, personally. But no, and the younger guy, this new up and coming actor, he was really solid too. He brought like kind of a somebody said it well, like kind of just like an interesting sort of Gen Z sort of edge to it that like you don't see as often in a lot of these other movies.
Yeah, I thought he was like kind of a relatable, fucked up teenager.
Right. Yeah. I did like and that's the thing, like with the casting, like with a lot of Payne's work, is that like you can definitely recognize these kinds of people. You know, that's what David Gordon Green's so good about too. Is just like it's just like the oddball, just like everyman.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah,
no, I had that same feeling, the kind of warm feeling, because also it takes place where I grew up, and they filmed a lot of it around where I grew up. So in the places I had visited as a young man.
Yeah.
So that was it was kind of fun for me, just on that level too.
I left at I left at the moment too with the one kid that before the other kids take off in the helicopter and whatnot, but the one kid that like opens up about being a Mormon or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, what is that? Is that like some sort of like new age religion shit?" Or
yeah, I did actually. When I heard that, I thought of you.
Right. Yeah.
Trelling says the Warriors reference was in Paris. The black lady on the radio telling the assassins where Wick was, like in the Warriors, and played "Nowhere to Run" song. I cannot believe I did not fucking register. You know, you know what, Trembling? Fuck you for making me look bad right now. You know what's crazy? Speaking of the Warriors, Jeremy. That fucking. Oh yeah, dude.
Oh,
got that Arrow 4K. Oh. It's nice, boys.
You gotta be like wiping that clean every like 10 seconds and like keep it on display. You know, like it's got like a golden light. You know, don't touch it,
dude. It's this. Yeah. You know, I will say, dude, Arrows like limited edition ones when you buy them when they first come out.
Yeah,
are always nice. I mean, it's got a book. It's got a double-sided poster with the original poster.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I'm creaming. I'm actually gonna get. I think I'm gonna put it behind me. I'm gonna get it. I can't wait, and I'm super stoked. So I think the last thing I'm gonna buy for a long time, but the Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Destroyer 4K set from Arrow.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Like I'm looking at
that shit immediately.
Yep.
Get it now. It's like $45 on Amazon if you have the cash.
I'm trying to get my brother-in-law right now into Conan because he's really big on the Lord of the Rings fantasy scene.
Oh, yeah.
But like he's never seen Arnold Schwarzenegger's Conan the Barbarian before, so I'm like dude, you're on for another level. Like, because he makes YouTube videos for a living right now. And it would fit in theme with what he's working on at the moment. So
very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, dude. See, that's exciting. That's one of the best things about being a movie nerd is introducing other people to things you love.
Right.
And it's always fun. I used to do that to my friends all the time, and I'd like watch them watching the movie.
Yeah. You're not even looking at the movie. You're just like
Cape Fear does rule, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Big Paul. Yeah, Big Paul is gonna thank me. It's the only reason why that man has any taste.
Yeah, Big Paul's got to change his views on It's a Wonderful Life. I wasn't a big fan.
Remember that? Can you believe that bullshit?
Yeah.
I think it's funny. I've done it. I think I've done it every year since then. I do like the callback, and now we're like 4 layers of callback deep.
Right.
Trump says the Milius and Arnold commentary is funny. Oh, it's legendary. It's really funny. Yeah. Oh, you know what I was going to pitch to you for an episode idea? Like top 5 commentaries. That'd be fun.
Oh, all right. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, that Milius and Arnold one would might make it, because that is some silly shit. There's Arnold Schwarzenegger. He introduces himself as Richard Simmons in the commentary track, and he's like, and if you believe that, I have a bridge somewhere to sell you, or something like that. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny because it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Anyways, my number 3, Godzilla -1. Godzilla -1, man. What a picture. What a picture. What a fucking great time at the movie theater. Let me tell you what. This was number 1. It was number 2. Ended up being at number 3. But I gotta say, very easily, I would say these top 3 you could interchange them maybe depending on my mood. This is like all the different sides of my personality are represented in these top 3 movies. Godzilla -1 is an epic. It is the second best Godzilla movie, just because you can't be better than the original. It's not possible because you don't exist without the original. But it gets pretty damn near.
Right.
And it does it while being sincere and earnest. It has like a positive message. It is about overcoming your personality flaws and overcoming your fears and kind of growing up. It's kind of almost a coming of age story in a lot of ways, in the ways that like the main character kind of grows up through this process of facing Godzilla over and over again, which is like a metaphor for his failure, which is also a broader metaphor for Japan losing the war.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, what a picture, dude! What a picture! Like, it's just from the jump. From the jump, the first scene is incredible.
Right.
I couldn't believe what I was watching. I could not believe I was watching a Godzilla movie that was this fucking good. Because if people don't know, I watch Godzilla movies all the goddamn time. Every fucking era of Godzilla movie. My 6-year-old son loves Godzilla. It is not weird at the drop of a hat just to be watching a Godzilla movie.
Yeah.
And I'll say this. I like them, but I know that they're not great. I know I understand what people like about them, etc., but most of them are not good. It's just what it is, guys.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with liking goofy, silly bullshit.
Schlock. Yeah.
Because I like schlock too, right?
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, some of those Godzilla movies really test you. I'll tell you. They're boring as fuck. Tell me how you really feel. See, I'm like traumatized.
Right.
So I'm forced to watch them all the time. Not really. A little bit. But yeah, I could not believe I was watching one this good. I just never thought I would see that. I thought like Shin Godzilla is really good, but it's good for a very different reason.
Yeah.
Because it's more of a satire of Japanese bureaucracy. And they use Godzilla as a stand-in for Fukushima and it being kind of a force of natural, slow-rolling natural disaster, right?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, sorry. Were you gonna say something?
I'll say this is great. This plays into my number 2, actually, too. Godzilla -1. So we can keep carrying on here with it. But no, but this carries over. I think you could convert somebody that is just not a Godzilla fan, a Toho fan, or even a fan of the American versions that have been coming out. you could probably convince them that this is like a decent film, and they would probably actually be on board with it.
Yeah, it's just a good movie.
It's just a good movie. Yeah. On that front. Like you, like I was just so taken aback by how out of nowhere this film came. And I like Shin Godzilla fine. I when I saw it, like it was kind of cool to see that with a big crowd and like Toho making this big epic return and whatnot. But
can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
How did the audience respond to Shin Godzilla? Because I can't imagine people went into that expecting like a comedy satire, which is kind of what it is.
No, it was not anything comedic, or I mean they were all just kind of applauding it or just going like,
well, because it's not like a Godzilla movie,
right?
It's about the mechanics of what happens in government when they have to deal with Godzilla.
Exactly.
And Godzilla is just there, slowly moving.
Yeah. And that's my issue a little bit with that film, is that like I've seen this already at this point. We've been there, done that at this point. Red tape, we can throw that out the water now. It's not gonna like.
I'm partial to it because the director is Hideaki Anno, the guy who created Neon Genesis Evangelion.
That's right. I think he also was involved with the Attack on Titan live action movies. I haven't seen them, but
neither. I haven't seen them either.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of the show, but I haven't seen the movies.
Yeah. But apart from that, I hate that I'm like such a softie right now, but like it did kind of bring like a weird tear to my eye.
Dude.
When I saw just like this community coming together, like, oh, we're gonna stop Godzilla. We're not gonna have the government come in and like tell us how to do this. We're doing it ourselves.
Dude, I
because
cried like 4 times in that movie.
Right.
I was like, holy shit!
It was
I'm, like,
embarrassing.
I was like wiping tears away. I'm like looking around because the theaters are actually kind of full.
Yeah.
And I'm like over here sobbing. I'm like, just like, oh, shit.
It's beautiful in a way.
It was. There's heartbreaking moments. There's beautiful moments. Like,
yeah.
I mean, even the end. Listen, I'm not going to spoil it.
Yeah.
But there's a saccharine moment that could have hit completely the wrong way. It could have been too much, too corny. But this movie earns it, dude. And you are so happy when it happens.
Yeah, you're like, yes.
Yes.
You're not fucking doom pilled like the rest of us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like watching a doomer get saved.
Yeah.
That's the character. It's watching a fucking it's like watching if people watch Nightcap, they'll understand this reference. DBDR. If we could save DBDR. That's how beautiful it would be. You'd cry too.
Yeah. And I mean just there's been the occasional, I guess not really since the original Godzilla, this attention to detail with the human characters and their story arc. But it's just done so naturally here, and it's not like it's not over the top. It's not even under the top. It's just very, everybody's recognizable, and everybody, you care about everybody.
Well, it is very it's built on very sturdy archetypal legs.
Yeah,
like you said, like every character is kind of identifiable, and through the casting and the performances, like they don't have to actually do a lot with them for you to immediately kind of understand what they're all about.
Right.
Like I guess the writing and the actors are just good enough; they just can kind of convey it naturally. And it is able to kind of keep everything feeling like what's going on, who all these people, you like everybody. That was another crazy thing. Like you like everybody. I don't think there's a character that's like is there even a character that's like a bully or anything like that? Like no. I mean there's like conflict between certain characters, but like they find ways to overcome it. Yeah. They get over it and they become a family, for lack of a better way to put it. They come together as a community. I was, because usually there's just some shitty character there.
Right. Yeah.
But not here though.
And the other big thing too, this is again like quintessential Godzilla at the end of the day. Like don't get me wrong, I enjoy the schlock of other monsters coming in to distract him to get into big brawls and whatnot. Maybe even, uh, give or take, a monster may die or something like that. But Godzilla is still at his best when he is the main antagonistic threat. To the civilization, and when
he's used as like a force of nature.
Yes, and the people have to find a way to put a stop to him,
to overcome him.
That's still the best way to tell that story.
It's the only way Godzilla's really like makes any sense.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, because dude, if you haven't watched it in a long time, revisit the 1954 Godzilla.
Yeah,
it is a beautiful film. It is dark. It is kind of disturbing. It's kind of in the same way that this movie is dealing with a country in kind of mourning. Same thing with Godzilla. Like, that's why, I mean, I understand that's why they set the movie when they did and everything. But it's very visceral when you watch that original movie. Like, you could feel the pain of the people that made it.
Yeah.
Because of how... And it's so crazy because it's like a monster movie.
Right.
But it represents this what one could only imagine is one of the most horrific things like a country could ever live through, right?
Yeah.
Having nukes dropped on you. Like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
A new super weapon.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, I would suggest people, because if you watch Godzilla -1, you're going to want to watch another Godzilla movie, like almost immediately. You're going to be in the mood for Godzilla. Go watch the good one.
Yeah.
Just go to that.
Just go back to the original.
Go back to that one, and then maybe dip into like some of the 80s and the 90s stuff.
Yeah.
Showa era is fun. It's fun, guys. It's fun like Power Rangers is fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Skip out on Godzilla's Revenge. It's one of the most retarded movies ever of that whole series. It follows the son of Godzilla.
Oh yes, I know.
And he's got the doughy-eyed looking.
Yes. I can't remember his name. Manila.
Yeah. So
Manila.
I'm gonna be big and strong like my dad. Yeah.
Dude, Godzilla's son is named Manila. What a disappointment.
Yeah.
Trembling says, I love the Kurt Russell and John Carpenter ones and the George Romero and Tom Savini ones in reference to the commentaries. Those are great commentaries.
Mm-hmm.
Always good commentaries. I love the Kurt Russell ones that he did for The Thing, Big Trouble in Little China. I don't know if they did one together for Escape from New York, though. And nobody did no commentaries from Escape from L.A., which I was super bummed.
Yeah, that I would want to hear.
I want to hear that comment. That's the commentary I want to hear.
Right.
Why? What happened?
What happened? Yeah.
I mean, not that you would get many answers. Carpenter did a commentary for Ghosts of Mars. It didn't make any more sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, not the movie itself, but why it happened.
Yeah.
He's like, we originally cast Jason Statham, and the studio was like, no, you have to cast Ice Cube. And I said, okay. Oh, Jesus.
But those little commentaries, like, there's so many great little highlights. Like when John Carpenter's like on Big Trouble in Little China, like, oh yeah, we shot this in a brothel, by the way, or something like that.
Oh, he's one of the best curmudgeons. I really I have a real love for him, and I really hope he doesn't go out on the ward. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah,
just one more, John.
One more,
or maybe would I live to regret it? Maybe I just regret it. Maybe we should just stop. Maybe we should stop, John.
Maybe we don't need anything else anymore. Yeah.
Trumping says they did Escape from New York. I want L.A. and that old Elvis one they did. Ah, yes, Elvis. That's right. Yeah, I want that. More than anything, I would love John Carpenter and Kurt Russell to do a commentary for Escape from L.A., which has aged very well. So they should. They're in good company now.
Right.
Everybody loves it now. Tina Turner's in it.
Yeah, there you go.
Stacy Keach is in that movie. Bunch of fine actors.
Steve Buscemi. There you go.
Steve Buscemi's in that movie.
Yeah.
Bruce Campbell's in that movie. The guy from Easy Rider's in that movie. All these great actors. Actually, it's a pretty impressive cast. He really used them in odd ways.
Yeah.
My number 2, we've already talked about it. Beau is Afraid.
Right.
I, like Jeremy, really loved Beau is Afraid, even though understanding that it's kind of a mess. It's very rare that you really see the id of a person, and I feel like that's kind of what between Joaquin Phoenix and Ari Aster, I feel like that's kind of what they delivered. Like their deepest, darkest, weirdest insecurities. I mean, the movie ends metaphorically admitting that they are a narcissist and that everybody is out to get them and everybody hates them. And everybody is judging them for everything they've ever done, even though it clearly is impossible that anybody could focus that much attention on that person.
Right.
And it's kind of an amazing scene, honestly. That actually ending the trial, if you will.
The trial of oneself. Yeah.
It's incredible. I mean, there's some stuff in that movie I will never forget. Like some wild shit in that movie. Like you, I do think the first third is the most satisfying, I'll say. It's the most satisfying.
Right.
And the most like kind of normal way. Because it has a story. He's trying to get his plane ticket and his travel arrangements prepared to go see his mother, and all this stuff keeps happening and gets in his fucking way.
Yeah.
And so you get to watch like kind of a journey that he goes through. But there are so many like layers to it and what they're talking about. And like, I was like, oh, is he like talking shit about like New York City? Like, you know, just all the crazy, like he's just talking about like modern urban environments. And like all the like, it's just like mental illness and crazy people and violence and just gross shit everywhere.
Yeah.
And there's like no escape from it. And at some point, it's going to just infect your life if you live around it enough, which is kind of the metaphor of like all the people end up in his, like, you know, in his house.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, Darren Aronofsky's mother is not like that far off the mark in terms of invoking something. Because, like, just like that movie, it's, like, kind of purely allegorical. It doesn't really make sense on a literal level. It doesn't really have much of a story, per se. But, yeah, but it's just something about it. Just something about it. I just can't stop thinking about it.
Yeah, it's just, it keeps coming back. Like, yeah, there's going to be things that are just going to be cemented in my brain now. Even I mean, aspects of the middle portion, when he's with like the whole theater community, just like out in that remote part of the forest, you know, there's little things there where I'm just, you know, they're just funny, you know, or just bizarre, you know, and
you're kind of wondering if he's kind of trolling you a little bit, but also it's kind of like, I think the character is supposed to be like, it's this idealized version of maybe what he would have liked his life to have been.
Oh, sure.
You know, and he's getting to have this kind of preview of that right before he goes home to mother, back to reality, his life.
Yeah.
In a way, you know. But I will say, actually, the entire sequence with his mother is incredible. Like the actress that plays his mother is actually, she's not in a ton of stuff. I think she's like more of a theater actress.
She's a theater yeah.
Yeah, and she is incredible.
And she brings out like the one moment in Bo, the character, where he takes like one level like of agency to like do something that he actually wants to do. If it means he'll feel better at the very least, you know, and I guess spoilers that like he actually does attempt to kill her in a sequence, choke her out, you know. The first time you ever see Bo actually like feel like he's kind of in control, you know, just this very brief moment. Yeah. Exploitate, I don't know how you want to describe it, however people interpret that, but like, you know, it's that dynamic is definitely the most fascinating in terms of like how they showed in flashbacks and how sheltered and how traumatized he was. I know trauma is the end all be all talking point of everything horror, but
because it
works here.
It's millennial topic du jour. All millennials have a chip on their shoulder because they think their parents fucked them up, and maybe their parents did.
Right.
Because you know, boomers weren't great parents, and Gen Xers kind of also maybe weren't great parents because of their parents, and so on and so forth. And it's up to me, Jeremy, to break the cycle.
There you go. Yeah.
So I've done it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a wonderful father. Trelving says the ward is subpar Shutter Island. I don't know why he even did it. I don't know why. He was in a weird mode. He was doing those Masters of Horror. Mick Garris got to him. Fucking Mick Garris. Mick, master of horror.
Spider
Garris.
fingers, yes.
Ooh, what a hack.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing those master of horror movies, which the first one I think is okay, Cigarette Burns, and then the second one he did was Pro-Life, about this abortion clinic. It's like this bleeding old school Democrat bullshit. I'm just like, shut the fuck up, John. I don't. Old Christian redneck don't want his daughter to have an abortion. Well, it turns out she's was impregnated by the devil, and boy did they regret not having that abortion. And I was like, really? This is really, John? And it's not even made well either. It's just like, it's just he just like is very lazy. It's very late career John Carpenter. I mean, like, let's be real, guys. I think, surprise, Village of the Damned, I think, has actually aged well. And if you look at it in the appropriate context of what he's recreating, like the B-50s vibe, I think it's actually better than people give it credit for. But that's kind of the beginning of the end. Yeah. It's the beginning of the end, dude. Come on. The last really solid movie he made was In the Mouth of Madness.
Hey, he holds out his hand and a check falls right in, and that's all he...
Yeah. Oh, you want to remake Halloween? Where's my check?
Yeah.
Trendling says an old man with long hair cringe. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
You're not. Listen, it is what it is. I'm not gonna say. I can't. Yeah, I didn't say it. You did, Trembling.
I'll just get right to it then.
Yeah, that's right. Well, hold on. We got fanfare. Do we have fanfare? You know what? I'm gonna give you this for fanfare. You ready?
Yep.
Your number one.
My number one, we already covered earlier, but is actually Blackberry. Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's your number one. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So your number 10 is my number one. I guess I kind of went in knowing I was going to get something that is just so bizarrely like lopsided from like
yeah
your average biopic or like a story about like something that no like consumer or conceivable like movie viewer would really care about, probably, if they're not within those confines. But Matt Johnson finds a way to make it captivating, so interesting, so silly and goofy and dramatic and darkly comedic, it is just like one like devastating just kind of like blow to everybody right to the very ending too. I like how it ends.
It feels like this, it's almost like a comedy of errors at some point.
Yeah
where it just gets even more. I honestly, my one thing that I kind of wish it was longer.
Sure.
I wasn't ready for it to be over when it was over. I'll be honest. I don't know. Maybe that's because I just enjoyed the chemistry of the cast and I just like wanted to hang out with them more.
Right. There's apparently an Amazon mini-series version of it where they cut it up actually into episodes.
Is it on Amazon? Or I heard that, I thought it was like on a Canadian TV thing or whatever.
One of the Plus accounts or something like that.
Is it like...
Yeah.
Is it actually longer, or do they just cut it up?
They just cut it up.
So it's
like
not
they make it more episodic. Yeah.
No, is it longer though? Is the runtime collectively longer? Are they like hour episodes? Because the movie's like 2 hours on the nose, I think.
I think it's shorter episodes if I remember correctly. Maybe there's like some deleted scenes in there, but like it's done just more as a
give us the real cut.
Right.
Give it to us.
But kind of like what they did with the Hateful Eight, where they kind of broke it up into...
Yeah, that's what I was going to actually say. Is it like... Because the Hateful Eight, I know that they put like back in the traveling roadshow scene or something.
Yeah.
Of a guy plucking a chicken.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah. I remember when I heard about that, I was like, that's so fucking gay. Like, stop, Tarantino. Like, well, it's... No, you know what? Fuck me. No, I'm wrong.
Hey, I'm
wrong. I'm turning on myself in the moment. I'm wrong. He's right. You should put a weird extra scene that you could only like 300 people will see. I agree.
Hey, Tarantino can do no wrong at this point. His Nostalgia Critic movie is going to be amazing. I cannot wait. Yeah.
Listen, if he was the one, he's the one. He's got to do it. He's got to do it.
Yeah.
You know, actually, speaking of Tarantino, you know what? I actually really like his podcast that he does with Roger Avery, the Video Archives. Have you ever watched it?
Oh, I've got to check that out. No,
Pretty good.
I know what you're talking about though. Yeah.
Pretty good. I enjoy it. I mean, if you just like kind of movie nerds talking about movies, that's just kind of what it is. It's refreshingly casual.
Yeah.
And like just kind of just banter. It's nice.
Yeah.
My number one film. My number one. Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer.
Okay.
Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer. Listen, I went with a technical achievement this year for my number one. I voted with my head instead of my heart. Because my heart would have been Godzilla -1. But this is such a big... I mean, this is like... He pulled out all the stops. I mean, this is cinema. Like, it's a masterpiece from that level. I think that people that don't get it are gay and lame. Just joking. No, I just really loved it. And, you know, the more I have seen it, the more I've liked it.
Mm.
I noticed something new about it, some kind of clever little flourish that Christopher Nolan's brought to it or something like that. The framing device, the way he puts it together, the way he does this thing, and he does the same thing in Dunkirk. It's just like the way he tells the story. You know the story. We all know the story. But the way that he tells the story makes it feel like it's a mystery, like it's unfolding before me. Like I don't know what's going to happen, even though I know it's going to happen. And I think that's incredibly impressive. And that's just like the power of his ability as a storyteller to do that, because not everybody could pull that off.
Yeah.
And just the way he can juggle all these balls and you're never confused, and I don't know.
He keeps getting
really
better.
Impressive.
He keeps getting like better and better with the time jumping and the montage, and to make you feel like even the most like even the most non-important subject matters or whatever's going on in the moment, like really feel elevated, and like this is like a this could be the death of somebody if we don't come to this decision quick, and you feel the stress, you feel the anxiety, you feel the really swept up and beautiful emotions of like creating something that nobody else has really attempted.
Yeah.
In it, the whole way through.
Yeah, I mean, I think like they kind of hedged their bets with was Oppenheimer a communist or not? He was a communist.
Oh, sure.
And there was tons of completely legitimate stuff with them being worried about selling information to the Russians. That's all real. And the movie kind of downplays it and acts like, oh, it's like the man was being paranoid. Dude, they're building a fucking nuclear weapon. Like, the man should have been paranoid. But anyways, and I take a little bit of umbrage with that, but it's just the technical prowess, I think, that really, because even like the performances, I think everybody's really good, because I expect them to be really good in a Christopher Nolan movie. I like even like Cillian Murphy, like he's really good. I don't know, it's an impression of Oppenheimer,
right?
But it's good. It's really good. But I almost like that's just a foregone conclusion. I just expect that from a movie that Christopher Nolan's going to make. So the things that really kind of blow me away or that take my focus is definitely like his technical acumen, and just how much you could just tell that he loves making movies in the movie that you're watching. Like, it's just like a pure joy. It's awesome. And I respect the fuck out of Christopher Nolan for what he's tried to do for movie theaters and the craft and supporting independent artists, and even going to war with Warner Brothers over the day and date streaming and not telling any of the directors or anything like that. Like, just seems like a good dude too, honestly.
No, he loves the texture that he's filming on. There's like an actual genuine respect for all of it.
Yes,
which you don't see as often with a lot of people on his caliber.
He's very gracious. He's like a gracious person.
Right,
you know?
right. I also agreed with one of your earlier takes too, of the cast, and I enjoyed Cillian Murphy. I enjoyed Robert Downey Jr. Jason Clarke, he was a standout, like just from like the scenes that he got too.
He's got a tough role as an actor, because he's like a cog. He's like
Right.
it's a utility thing.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's able to do it and give like a great performance,
Mhm.
because Jeremy and I talked about this privately, and I had noticed the last time I watched Oppenheimer that Jason Clarke is the transitionary kind of model for the story and the jumping timelines, and the tone of his performance and how he modulates himself directly relates to the next scene that you're going to watch.
Yes.
And like that's something you have to do deliberately. You know, like that's something that Nolan and Clark would have had to have actually deliberately done for
Right.
that to work, which kind of makes it even more awesome to me. But yeah, Jason Clarke is kind of the secret MVP. Him or maybe Casey Affleck. Casey Affleck's pretty good.
That one surprised me too.
Yeah.
When I first watched it, I was like,
he was really
"Oh,
good.
snap."
And I love like the way that they introduced his character.
Yeah.
Like, he went to Russia to kill Bolsheviks.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't mess with this guy. Yeah.
Trembling says Tarantino has some brain dead takes in his movie book though, but I enjoyed it. You know, I have it, but I have not read it on cinema.
Cinema articulate. Yeah. No, I like the book fine, but yeah, no, I agree. He's not always like the most.
Yeah, but that's what I but that's what I like about Tarantino, because he actually has a lot of very normie takes.
Yeah.
He's the kind of guy who's just like, did I like it?
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all he needs, and he all clearly has nostalgia brain.
Oh, sure.
And when they talk, especially when you listen to video archives, they talk a lot about stuff that like the last time he watched it was like when it came out in the theater, and he tells you about when he went to the theater and saw it. How many I saw Trauma 4 times in the theater. I saw Fox Die or whatever. What's that? Fox, the one with Clint Eastwood. He has like a spy jet.
Oh,
Fighting Force Fox Force or
Fox.
something. You know, it's just Fox something.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's about a stealth jet. And I kind of like that he sticks up for kind of passable movies.
Firefox.
Like Firefox, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Like the browser. It's and I enjoy that about him. Like, because he's not pretentious. I think people think he's pretentious. I don't ever find him very pretentious though myself. I don't know. Do you think he's pretentious?
Not fully, and the people that say that he is, or people I know from film school who do, never know half the source material he's referencing and have to look it up and actually like educate themselves on like what he's actually like. He's a film lover at the end of the day, and I'll take that over half of these directors that don't, who are really stuck up their own ass or egos and don't actually appreciate the films of the past that, you know, you could say sometimes he knocks things off or copies or is influenced by, but you know, I much prefer somebody that actually understands and appreciates those movies than somebody that just flat out deflects them from their whole sphere.
Well, but he appreciates those movies because he takes them for what they are.
Yes,
he doesn't expect them to be something that they're not, and he just he just likes movies. Trevor says his take on the movie Hardcore is the worst. He goes out of his way to defend degenerates in that movie. You know what? He has said some fucking weird stuff about shit like that. I haven't heard his hardcore take, but the one thing that I do know about is the Roman Polanski comments that he made about the girl that Roman Polanski drugged and sodomized, like the 13-year-old girl, that she wanted it and she knew what she was doing. And it was unfair. He said this on Howard Stern, like the early 2000s.
Yeah.
I always thought that was really gross and creepy. And then I made a connection in the last movie he made. Hollywood.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Once Upon a Time. Sorry, guys. It's late. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And he made he has a scene where somebody's watching Sharon Tate commenting that she likes to date guys that look like teenage boys. And I was like, Tarantino, that is you fucking smearing Sharon Tate with shit so you can rationalize Roman Polanski. I just felt it.
Yeah.
I just felt that's what the intention was. And maybe like it's not the literal intention in the movie, but that was the subtext to me, knowing how Tarantino feels about that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. You know what, Trembling, you're right. Fuck Quentin Tarantino. I'm out.
Worst director.
All right. Well, we were gonna do one more thing, but I think we're done. I think 5 hours. Dude, we would go. This is a 5-hour first stream.
This is the latest I think we've ever gone. Yeah. Jeez.
On stream, yes. I think
Yeah.
we've been up talking about this late, but never have we actually recorded or done anything. And that is a hell of a good job, Jeremy. Everybody give Jeremy a round of applause. 5 hours for a dude that does not stream like I do. Okay. Yeah. So it's tough. It's tough when you're not used to it. I mean, even my voice is like thinning and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
think part of it is that like we're having inclement weather here. The snow is coming down. I don't have to go into work tomorrow, so I'm like, I can stay up late, baby. Yeah.
Oh, hey, I'm happy for you. I'm happy that you got nothing to do tomorrow. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. So that was our first episode. A lot of fun. Good stuff, guys. Thanks everybody in the chat too. Everybody contributing to Austin, Trembling, Hagbard, Prophet. Thanks for hanging in there and contributing to the conversation. It was awesome. I had a really good time. I'm glad we're going to be doing this. So the deal is, guys, we're going to do this bi-weekly. So the next episode will be 2 weeks from now. We did pick a movie. Are you still okay with that movie, or can we do it? Do you want to do an 11th hour change up?
We can. I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be that one. I still have notes saved from that one from when we attempted to record it a time ago.
Yes, no, we did record it, Jeremy. I just deleted it. I lost it.
Yeah.
Jeremy and I actually did a almost 4-hour podcast about all of the Rambo movies, and I lost it. And I've felt awful ever since. Yeah. It was actually almost a year ago today.
Yeah.
Is that what you want to do that?
I'm open to that one, but I was gonna just say like I even texted Shaun about it, saying like it's over, Shaun.
He says, "Where's that review?" I said,
"Where's that
review? God, Jeremy, it disappeared. My dog ate it."
Yeah.
No, I just accidentally deleted it.
Yeah,
I downloaded it to clip out the review of Infinity Pool. That's how long ago it was. And I was like, oh, I have it downloaded. I can clear my library on StreamYards.
Yeah.
But I had deleted the other one accidentally already. Anyways, it's my bad. It's my bad. Well, what do you want to do, bud?
Let's hang on that one. If something changes or if there's another suggestion, we can just. Or how do you want to?
Well, the thing I want to be able to do, maybe I guess this time it doesn't really matter, but for the future, I want everybody to know what movie we're gonna do. Right. So if people want to watch it, so the chat, Trembling, everybody, if they want to, have the movie fresh in their mind for talking about it.
Right.
So I would prefer it if we kind of knew what we were locking in before, but I mean, if we want to be looser this time, that's fine.
Let's just hang on this one then. Yeah, First Blood.
Do this one. All right, so we're gonna be doing Rambo: First Blood.
Yep.
I'm sure we will touch on the other movies, but we're going to be focusing on Rambo: First Blood. So what our format is going to be is kind of what we did in the beginning, and so these shows are not going to be 5 hours long. every
essentially
week.
Yeah,
I imagine they're probably going to be around the 2.5 hour mark.
Yeah,
if we're having fun. So yeah, but dude, 5 hours. I did not think this was going to go 5 hours. I was thought about this too. I was like, maybe we should only do our top fives.
Yeah,
but that's all right. We did it. We got through it, Jeremy.
Hey,
we got through it.
Finished through.
Trembling says Shaun deleted it because it was pro-Taliban in the Rambo 3 section. Yes, I had to get rid of the evidence.
Yeah. No, I'm glad though how this show turned out. I'm glad there was like a lot of overlap with our lists, both
of course,
best and worst. I think more so than some of our other peers, I guess.
No, I think you and I have we're kind of on the same wavelength. I really enjoy, like, that's why I've always really enjoyed about your podcast and just talking to you in general, because you're just more aware of things that I'm not anymore. Like, I don't keep up to date with all the the cool indie movies, and you usually whether it's in conversation or a list or something like that, you will usually mention it. I'm like, oh shit, and I'll go write it down.
Yeah.
Because if you enjoyed it, I probably will.
Thanks. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but anyways, where can everybody find you, Jeremy?
Yeah, where can you guys find me? I'm over at Jeremobie, typically. That's on YouTube. That's on Twitter. That is on Facebook and Instagram. I'm also over on Odyssey and SoundCloud, where you can mostly catch most of the shows. Fleep It After Dark is my podcast movie review show where I've had Shaun here featured many times. Fun shows all around. A couple more in the works coming on the way. One with Shaun here on the film Death Dream or Dead of Night. And then another one on the upcoming film Robber with Low Res Wonder Bread. Look forward to both of those when they come out very soon. I've just been very behind on a lot of stuff,
Hey, man,
as I'm sure
I hear
anybody
you.
can relate. But those are on the way. And then actually, fellow commenter and fan watching Austin Calloway, he's actually going to be showing up on a show very soon too.
Oh, awesome.
I won't reveal the movie yet, but he will be a guest as well, and excited to have him on.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Yep, that's what I got right now in the pipeline, and then a documentary that will circulate at some
you're
point.
working on.
So,
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, you can find me at Shaun Zubox on X or Twitter, whatever you prefer to call it. We're on Facebook. All the links are in the description for all this stuff. And you know what I do, everybody. There's nobody watching this that doesn't know what I do. I just want to... So the new streaming schedule weekly will be Monday and Thursday. Every other Thursday, you're going to have Goes to the Movies. On the weeks that we don't do a Goes to the Movies, I'll either do 2 nightcaps or a nightcap, and I think I'm just gonna start watching movies on stream. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how it goes.
That's the other thing too. Like, I'm always open if we need to ever take like a breather or a break, and we're just watching something. I'm always open to just doing like a commentary.
No, I was gonna talk to you about that. No, I want to do commentaries and stuff. Yeah, no, we're gonna do all that kind of stuff.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Trust me, our future is we're gonna be talking about movies as much as you want to, my friend.
Excellent.
We're going to be saying everything. You and I, what we got to do now that we're finally doing something like this, we got to celebrate the thing this year. We got to do it on its birthday. Do it right. Maybe we'll figure out how to do a watch along or something. Do a commentary for it. It'll be fun.
For sure.
Tremlick says the Bob Clark movie, Death Dream. Is that what it's called?
Yes. Yep. That's right.
Yes,
Tremblay.
that is the one. That is the one. We actually I'm on my Christmas gear. Well, Christmas step.
Yeah, if it comes out to...
No, I don't care. I'm just saying from when I recorded it, it was just a while ago. It was what, was that in November or December? I can't remember.
I would say like early December when we were.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, it hasn't been too long. Oh, you're fine, dude.
Yeah.
I think with the one of yours, I think it was the Blair Witch Project one. It was like 2.5 months before it came out.
Yeah.
It was, well, I edited the fuck out of that thing, though. I had like different. That was crazy. I did a great job.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the thing. The editing is the toughest part, especially as you get more involved. Like that whole sequence of just Crispin Glover dancing in like that one clip took a good couple hours just to like make sure everything matched and every piece. Just like, oh, this is taking so much time out of my day.
It's fucking tedious.
Yeah.
It's fun though. I mean, like it's one of those things. It's like I have a love-hate thing. I actually kind of enjoy it sometimes.
Yeah.
And it's kind of relaxing, and I get in like a fugue state, and I just am kind of like bouncing around doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I enjoy it on that level. But there are sometimes it's like pulling teeth, and it's like the last thing I want to do. And I'm like, I just want to like watch something or hang out, but I gotta work for free. You know what I'm saying? I gotta work for fucking free, dude.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to our conversation about Rambo, because the reason why we're talking about Rambo, which I'm sure we'll bring up again, is because we watched Wake and Fright. It's the same director.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're like, oh, we should do Rambo because that's like the movie he did right after that movie, Wake and Fright. I think his Rambo is the next one.
Yep.
And we just thought that was such an odd choice, right? Like it's just you just kind of don't see that coming.
Right.
They're the same dude, you know?
It's the next logical step, though. Yeah. And technically a Christmas movie.
Technically a Christmas movie. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey. Listen, actually, one of my favorite episodes I've done with you is the Wake and Fright one. That was a really fun conversation.
That's still like, yeah.
That was a good one.
That's the hardest one to advertise because nobody wants to watch that movie. No one I know wants to.
Nobody knows the movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think that's why, like, it's okay. We could talk sausage in front of the boys. I thought, like, for sometimes I think for this live thing, we should intentionally do things that are slightly more mainstream sometimes.
Right.
Because even though everybody knows how you feel about, like, Batman, say like Batman 89, right?
Yeah.
Everybody knows how you feel about Batman 89. It's not going to be nothing you're going to say that hasn't been said. 3 times as many people will watch that review as if you did something else. That's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
People like hearing their own opinions regurgitated back to them.
Especially if you have a history with it, then sometimes that you can make it more compelling and interesting.
That makes it more interesting, of course. Yeah, and that's always the aim with Goes to the Movies, is to kind of re-examine those kinds of things with a critical eye and a personal touch. Like, 'cause generally, a lot of the movies we'll talk about are, we all have like a sometimes we have a nostalgic connection to them, and those are generally the richer episodes.
Yeah.
But yeah. Well, anyways, thanks so much, everybody. We got to get out of here. It's like 3:00 in the morning. It's time to go. I'm a dead man.
Good.
I'm not going to make it tomorrow, guys. It's going to be a long day for me tomorrow. I'm glad I'm not fucking streaming. All right, boys. Thanks so much for hanging out, Jeremy. This has been a blast. I can't wait to do it again. We'll see you guys. We'll see you next time.
Zoobox, is that you?
Who's Zoobox? I don't know who that is.
Zoobox, is that you?
What the fuck kind of name is that?
Yo, Zoobox, what it do, baby? It's your boy, Ari Spears here. Going to win, Zoobox, and persevere.
The Zoobox is working.
I don't know what Zoobox means. I don't get it. Is this just some, obviously it's a code name of some kind.
Zoobox is working, man.
He says you a trash rapper.
Man, I want to dress up like a bunny rabbit and fuck.
That's all I gotta tell you, Zoobox. Come on, man. Chin up, find a place to smile, right?